Ragnarok Origin Odin Cup Top 32 Elimination Stage winners.
One after another, he's hungry for blood, he's seeking blood, he's running in. It's just an onslaught.
Yep, Zenith is a social guild. So one of our motivating factors is we are like building friendships inside or within the guild. And also, especially our whales, technically speaking, the most players with the higher DP. That is Pepero and Yen. They are also friendly. And they're like the ones who's more socializing on our guild. Don't close your doors for your competitors within your server. We have this competitor on our server. There will always come a time that you will be needing their help as well.
It's like ROO Phoenix failed once again to do something on second battlefield.
In terms of power, yes, it's like 6, 7, but of course I have to show a 10 in front of my guild members to give them at least a light of the hope. But I kind of warned them a little bit that whatever comes out, top 16 is still a great feat compared to thousands of guilds out there. So just keep their head high and just do our best.
For the conclusion of this game number 1 for match number 4 between Edo, DC, and Crowns.
แล้วคู่ต่อสู้ที่เจอมามันยังไม่ได้รู้สึกความกดดันเท่าไหร่ครับน่าจะการแข่งขันที่จะถึงวันที่จะถึงเนี่ยแหละครับต้องแบบรู้สึกเตรียมตัวกันมานิดนึงเพราะคู่ต่อสู้พลังพอๆกันครับประมาณ 90% ครับผมไม่แน่ใจว่าเดี๋ยวอาจจะมีปัญหาหน้างานอีกทีก็ได้ครับผมก็ไม่ชัวร์เหมือนกันว่าจะเกิดปัญหาตรงนั้นไหมผมจะคำนี้ว่าเล่นตามแผนครับมันไม่ได้มีอะไรกดดันมากคือเล่นเท่าที่ไหวครับไม่ได้อยากให้รู้สึกว่ากดดันว่าเราต้องชนะเท่านั้นหรือเราทำพลาดอะไรไม่ได้เลยเล่นตามเท่าที่ตัวเองไหวแล้วก็อะไรที่ผิดพลาดก็เก็บไว้แก้ไขในรอบหน้าก็ได้แบบเราสามารถแบบเกมมันมี3เกมมันแข่งกันหมด3รอบเราแพ้1รอบไม่เป็นไรครับเราสามารถแก้ไขได้ในเกม2หรือเกม3ผมไม่อยากให้รู้สึกคนในทีมเล่นแล้วไปกดดันไปด้วยมันจะรู้สึกไม่สนุกผมอยากให้ทุกคนเล่นสนุกมากกว่า
very very quickly.
Yeah, very, very quick. Although they try to catch up with the morale, but still.
Actually, the preparations that we made, we actually trained with mana from the normal guild league, and we lost a lot to them actually. By losing a lot, we gain a lot of experiences every time we do. We review our videos and everything. We always discuss about what can we do better in our next match. We are somewhat satisfied, but I think there are a few aspects that we could have done better. Most of it comes from our nerve as well. We're actually pretty nervous from our first match, and I can tell that by our movement and our commanders. Big props to our opponent as well, Mark 1. They are one hell of a fighter. They're able to make the best out of the worst situations, and I'd like to give them a lot of credit for that as well. Yeah, we do actually. Most of us becomes friends on this journey together. And because of that, we often have a gathering in real life. Like maybe every weekend, every Friday, Saturday, we just go out, grab some bites, drinks together. We build trust between each other and a lot of mutual respect. And we encourage each other whenever someone's feeling down. Hey, I'm not playing well today and everything. We just support them, give them a lot of support and love, like a family.
No, they're not deserving it.
Points. Last 2%.
They're confident.
Oh.
ตอนที่แข่งแทบจะไม่มีเลยครับก็คือถ้าทุกคนดูจากแมตช์แรกนะครับควรจะประเมินว่าในการวิ่งเสาอะไรอย่างเงี้ยครับของอลิแฟนต้นเกมจะไม่ค่อยดีเพราะว่าโดนโยกเนาะแต่ทีเนี้ยครับเรามองจุดบอดของเราตรงนั้นนะครับคือการทำให้เสาที่เขาวิ่งอยู่มันเกิดการเหลื่อมของเวลาแล้วมันทำให้อลิแฟนเวลาวิ่งไปยึดอีกธงหนึ่งมันจะทำให้การกลับมาอีกธงหนึ่งทันครับเราก็เลยต้องสต็อปในเรื่องแรกๆหน่อยก็คือให้เขายึดไปเลยประมาณนี้ครับแล้วค่อยตีกลับในเรื่องการสั่งหรือการเดินของอลิแฟนนะครับค่อนข้างที่จะสามัคคีแล้วก็ทุกคนฟังกันนะครับไม่มีแบบคนนอกกรอบหรือว่าคนไม่ปฏิบัติตาม ทำให้ทีมมันเขวอะไรมาเนี้ย
Side of Radicals, which might have given them an opening to try and fight back, but No Future does not have the firepower to
So starting from the eliminations, we tried to adjust our strategy towards the different kinds of guilds. For example, there are whaler guilds and there's casual guilds like us. So we tried to do different kinds of strategy, prepare the groundwork, and practice those strategies in our matches that we had encountered the previous elimination matches. Radicals, on the other hand, means a strong conviction or a reform or someone who believes in their ideologies and sticks with them. So as part of Radicals, we believe that our spirit in competitive gaming, despite the different problems, will prove us worthy of the top 16.
Are being wiped here by greedy Thailand. We are seeing a lot of spawners coming back.
ดีใจครับก็น่าจะเกินความคาดหมายครับเพราะว่ากิลผมเป็นกิลเล็กๆเองครับพลังพูดง่ายๆคือพลังก็น่าจะต่ำสุดและใน32ทีมติดไม่ต่ำสุดก็น่าจะเป็นติด1 ใน 5ที่ต่ำที่สุดแล้วกันที่จริงเราก็ซ้อมจากไอ้รอบคัดเลือกนั่นแหละครับก็คือเราลองแผนเพราะว่าเอาพูดง่ายๆเลยในเซิร์ฟไม่ได้การแข่งขันสูงมากครับก็เราสามารถลองแผนได้หลายแผนก็เลยพอมาแข่งจริงมันก็แบบมีความเข้มข้นขึ้นได้ใช้แผนที่ลองครับมาใช้มันก็ถือว่าได้ผลดีครับก็อาจจะสับสนเล็กน้อยครับเพราะว่าซ้ายกับขวาแต่ละคนไม่เหมือนกันครับคือถ้ามุมมองเราซ้ายก็คือฝั่งพระอาทิตย์ใช่ไหมครับแต่อีกบางคนเขาก็มองเป็นซ้ายของเขาคือดาวก็คืออยู่ที่ว่าเราจะมองจากล่างขึ้นบนหรือบนลงล่างก็มีแบบเลยกันนิดนึงครับในจุดนี้ก็คือด้วยดูตัวก็พลังกิลผมกับพลังกิลเรดิคอลเนาะก็ต่างกันเยอะอยู่ครับเอาเป็น30-70แล้วกันครับเผื่อฝั่งเรา30ฝั่งเขา70ครับ
many challenges waiting to be overcome. So, we keep exploring.
What color is it?
It's red.
What's red?
Red represents passion.
Explore more on App Gallery.
After 20 years, the long overdue Guild vs. Guild tournament is finally here to entertain RO fans. Behold, Odin Cup! The tournament is divided into 4 stages. Intra-server matches, cross-server matches, top 32 elimination matches, offline grand finals. The intra-server matches will last for 2 months. The top 8 will advance to the cross-server matches. The cross-server matches will be divided into 4 divisions and last for 1 month. The top 8 in each division will advance to the top 32 elimination matches. The elimination matches will be divided into 4 groups, and to keep the tournament fair and square, the grouping and matchmaking will be made randomly. Up to only 2 guilds from the same division will be assigned to the same group. When this number exceeds, the rest guilds from the same division will be assigned to the next group. Each group will compete in BO3 single elimination matches. The top 1 will advance to the grand finals. The core guild members at the final 4 will be invited to the offline grand finals. A grand stage, customized the guild uniform, trophy rings, everything prepared for the ultimate clash. From September 2nd to 24th. Live streams of tournament will be available on in-game, YouTube, and Facebook channels every weekend. In addition, exclusive events and rewards will be there to ignite the hype of the entire community. Hall of Fame, match analysis and review, live concert. Everything is there to evaluate your experience of the tournament. Ragnarok Origin. Valhalla is calling to glory.
There are many challenges waiting to be overcome. Dreams to be fulfilled, worlds to be discovered, beauty to be recognized, problems to be solved. So, we keep exploring.
Checking the time together.
Explore more on App Gallery.
Ragnarok Origin Odin Cup Top 32 Elimination Stage winners.
Oh, that is a lot of people, a lot of red names. That's going to be the Wonderland side, and they are controlling.
Yeah, maybe the only thing that I can advise is the competitive mindset. If stick with those people who have competitive mindset, or stick with the players who have competitive instinct, you get a hang of it along the way. I know there are some guilds that are been trying to be competitive as they can be. Don't stop. And the number one thing is you just need to enjoy the game with your friends. Eventually, those you'll be friends with the top tier peoples that they can carry you, or maybe you'll be merged with the top tier teams, and eventually you can be able to participate these prestigious events. Just stick with the right people and stick with that competitive mindset. I think that's what I can give them as advice.
Because it gets the kill and they find themselves with a 50-point lead right now, so it's all tied up at the moment.
My guilds, other guilds have many fans, but not my guild. My guild is many haters. That's number 1. Number 2, yeah, Kirky. And our mentality is, wow, winner mentality, you know. We never scare who is our enemy. Just if you have a brain and if you have try to make some meta and you have research, you can counter them.
Constantly having less tablet control is able to get those points back with kills.
Before we even merge, we have that relationship built in. So we have the open communication, okay, will this work and whatnot. But the first battle that we had, it was shaky. Because when you go through rankings, right, before you even get qualified to the Odin Cup, you were at, I think, rank 9 before the last week. And then we were up against a big opponent who got merged too. So, but before that, we were lucky that we had the first trial we fought against another guild where we made mistakes. So mistakes makes you better, right, in gaming? So we learned about our mistakes. We got a meeting. The leaders are very, very attentive, and I thank them for their time. And then on the second part where we need to qualify, we won. So we secured the 7th slot for our division, right? And then that's it.
Because it gets the kill and they find themselves with a 50-point lead right now. So it's all tied up at the moment.
รอบต่อไปผมเจอกับไวฟ์เอาก่อนจริงๆก็น่าจะเล่นแผนประมาณเดิมไปก่อนนะครับแล้วเดี๋ยวด้วยความที่แพทมันยังไม่เข้าเนาะแล้วเดี๋ยวรอบต่อไปถ้าชนะนะก็น่าจะใช้แผนใหม่กับอาชีพใหม่คอมใหม่ด้วยครับเอาไป99เลยครับ เอาไว้แตกกันแตกครับก็แบบออก 1% อะไรเงี้ย 100มากไม่ดีก็ดูมั่นเกินนะอาทายเหรอจริงๆคือประเมินไว้ว่าอย่างที่บอกไปของคู่ของวูมารุกับเซโคเต็งเนี่ยน่าจะเป็นรอบที่ลุ้นที่สุดแล้วนะครับเพราะว่าถ้าเกิดสมมติว่าเราชนะไวฟ์เอาเข้าไปเจอกับ1ใน2ของคู่นี้สมมติว่าเจอเซโคเต็งแล้วกันนะครับก็เขาเป็นกิลที่เหมือนเตรียมตัวมาดีมากๆแล้วก็ด้วยพวกสกิลรูนต่างๆเช่น Frozen World เนี่ยเขามีเยอะนะครับเราก็พยายามจะหาอัปเกรดตัวละครแล้วก็รับมือในแผนของเขาพยายามดูย้อนแข่งบ้างอะไรบ้างทุกอย่างถูกวางแผนมาอย่างดีไม่ใช่แค่แบบออโต้แล้วชนะไม่ใช่อย่างนั้นนะครับฉะนั้นเนี่ยอยากให้ทุกคนมาเสพความมันตรงนี้ด้วยกันจนถึงรอบชิงแล้วก็หวังว่าจะมีทีมจากบ้านเราเนาะประเทศไทยนะครับเข้าไปถึงรอบสุดท้ายเลยเป็นความภูมิใจของพวกเราเนาะใน
เข้าหมดเลยทุกทีม
ในตีไปให้หมดเลยครับ
This is just a complete one-sided matchup from the side of Legends. They're way too far behind right now.
เอารักษาน้ำใจหรือเอาความจริง
เอาความจริงเลย
ค่อนข้างขาดครับเพราะว่าของค่อนข้างต่างกันเยอะเซิร์ฟเขาเปิดที่หลังครับก็เลยกลายเป็นว่าเซิร์ฟเขาจะเสียเปรียบทางด้านพลังค่อนข้างเยอะเลยครับที่อยากเจอล่ะครับอยากลองเจอนิมิต F4 ครับแล้วก็ทางโฮมครับเพราะว่าโฮมก็มีคนมาบอกอยู่ตลอดว่าโฮมเขาเป็นที่1ในตอนนี้ครับก็เลยแบบอยากลองอยากท้าทายดูว่าถ้าเจอกันจริงๆแล้วจะเป็นยังไงบ้างครับ
Stop camping spawns, which says they're gonna run in towards the star tablet right away, stopping the capture.
ชื่อโดฟามิงโกนะคะจากกิลน็อกเซิร์ฟจิปเป็น1ค่ะการเตรียมตัวของเราก็คือเป็นการเชียร์อัพคนในกิลเอางี้ดีกว่าเชียร์อัพคนในกิลก็คือเล่นเต็มที่ถึงจะรู้ว่าบางทีเราสู้ไม่ไหวหรืออะไรคือเราก็จะสู้เต็มที่แล้วก็ยินดีกับทีมที่ชนะเราไปด้วยแต่คือใจเต็มร้อยมากใจเต็มร้อยจริงๆบอกเลยเชียร์อัพกันในกิลอบอุ่นค่ะความสัมพันธ์กับคนในกิลค่อนข้างดีค่ะเพราะว่าเรามาเล่นเกมเนี้ยเราได้รู้จักกับเพื่อนใหม่ๆแล้วทีนี้เราก็มีการแบบไปทานข้าวไปเที่ยวไปแฮงเอาท์อะไรอย่างนี้ด้วยกันแล้วก็คิดว่าความสัมพันธ์กับคนในกิลหรือว่าคนที่เรารู้จักใหม่ๆในกิลค่อนข้างดีด้วยแล้วบวกกับมีต่างชาติความสัมพันธ์ก็ค่อนข้างดีเพราะว่าเราจะได้ฝึกภาษาไปในตัวนึกออกป่ะก็ค่อนข้างดีเขามาไทยเขาก็พิมพ์ว่าโอเค I'm going to Bangkok นะอะไรอย่างเงี้ย
Well, basically the first match was kind of like a mental battle for us. So we will improve on our communications for the next match. Because what we need right now is mental aptitude. Yeah, because the mental pressure, like going against other guilds and the pressure of bannering are, well, basically our countries. Like, so we have to train ourselves for that. Can I say thank you for supporting Rugful despite all the dramas as I running out through the guild. We hope at one point in ROO Global we made a difference by either inspiring you guys to be the best out of your guild, and maybe I hope more guilds will come out and be inspired with the type of desire and passion that our guild has shown. Regardless of whatever circumstance they have, I hope it does make a difference for a while.
They are just chasing down everyone on their own, knowing that they do have that power advantage.
Yeah, so we are facing Rugpool for our next match, and we know that they are a very formidable guild. So most of the players we have already known from different iterations of Ragnarok. They have played almost every Ragnarok game that we know. And yeah, since we already know them so well, we know that they are a very strong opponent. So from our end, we just said that we will just continue what we have done ever since. So we just stick to what works best for us. Just making sure that everyone listens to our commands, and actually we're already happy that we get passed by top 32. So anything else moving forward is just a bonus for us.
There are many challenges waiting to be overcome. So, we keep exploring.
What color is it? It's red.
What's red?
Red represents passion.
Explore more on App Gallery.
After 20 years, the long overdue Guild vs. Guild tournament is finally here to entertain RO fans. Behold, Odin Cup! The tournament is divided into 4 stages. Intra-server matches, cross-server matches, top 32 elimination matches, offline grand finals. The intra-server matches will last for 2 months. The top 8 will advance to the cross-server matches. The cross-server matches will be divided into 4 divisions and last for 1 month. The top 8 in each division will advance to the top 32 elimination matches. The elimination matches will be divided into 4 groups. And to keep the tournament fair and square, the grouping and matchmaking will be made randomly. Up to only 2 guilds from the same division will be assigned to the same group. When this number exceeds, the rest guilds from the same division will be assigned to the next group. Each group will compete in BO3 single elimination matches. The top 1 will advance to the grand finals. The core guild members at the final 4 will be invited to the offline grand finals. A grand stage, customized guild uniform, trophy rings, everything prepared for the ultimate clash. From September 2nd to 24th. Live streams of tournament will be available on in-game, YouTube, and Facebook channels every weekend. In addition, exclusive events and rewards will be there to ignite the hype of the entire community. Hall of Fame, match analysis and review, live concert, Everything is there to evaluate your experience of the tournament. Ragnarok Origin. Valhalla is calling to glory.
There are many challenges waiting to be overcome. Dreams to be fulfilled, worlds to be discovered, beauty to be recognized, problems to be solved. So, we keep exploring.
Checking return together.
Explore more on App Gallery.
And welcome back to the live broadcast of the Southeast Asia Odin Cup online tournament round of 16. Back with me, Abigail, as your host, and I still have Ciro here as your analyst.
It's great to be back here. Round of 16, we are halfway through, and we're going to find out who are the next 4 teams to make it through to the round of 8.
Exactly, and it's going to be a very exciting matches. So I hope you guys feel our excitement as well. And also, I would love to say thank you first to our sponsor, because this event is co-organized by ROO and Huawei App Gallery as the top 3 global app marketplace. Huawei App Gallery supports both Huawei and non-Huawei Android phones, and also you can enjoy premium benefits by downloading games from Huawei App Gallery. And also, Huawei App Gallery provides various benefits and offers throughout the year. So just download the game on Huawei App Gallery and claim your rewards now.
Yep, definitely. Huawei is also the proud providers of all the MVP prizes that we're going to give away. We have already given away a lot of these Huawei FreeBuds SE to all the MVPs from the winners of the previous day. And today will be no exception as well. At least 8 FreeBuds will be given away, and much more as well, depending on how the matches go.
Yeah, and one thing to remember, only one earbuds that you can claim.
Yeah.
And also, we would love to say thank you to our partners, which is Razer Gold, and it is the unified virtual credits for gamers worldwide and can be used to pay thousands of games and entertainment apps. Just use Razer Gold to score exclusive in-game items and bonus gold now, so you can just visit gold.razer.com.
Yep, definitely drop a visit onto our great sponsors, great partners here for the Southeast Asian Odin Cup, and not to mention our official Discord community as well. Make sure you guys are in it, because you are able to claim bountiful rewards. There are free in-game items available daily. There are massive collections of game guides that you guys have access to once you join Discord. Not to mention, you can find teammates, join guilds, and also watch the Odin Cup together.
Yeah, and also be the first to know about page updates. So you can just join our Discord, acquire your role to get substantial rewards by hitting the start channel and click the blinking pouring emoji to get your adventurer role. And once you get that, everything is yours.
Yep, everything is available at the tips of your fingers. So make sure you are in the official Discord and you're able to join in all of these. Especially the community raffle. Namberries that they give away every month is huge, and you do not want to miss that.
And also don't forget to follow and subscribe our social media such as Facebook and also YouTube, where this live stream is on for you guys, and not to mention our live stream rewards for you. So I would love to say thank you to you guys who already support us from the start of the day until this day, but we still need your help and support as well, because we have the milestone for the live streaming.
Yeah, definitely get everyone you know to be watching the Odin Cup, because everybody will be sharing the love, sharing the prizes that will be giving away throughout the day as well. So make sure everyone that you know that is interested in the Odin Cup, make sure they are tuning in on our official channels, on our YouTube, and as well as TikTok. Make sure you guys are in here so that you are able to help us achieve the milestone of 10K viewers, 20K, as well as 30K viewers. And once we hit that 30K, that is a lot of total prizes that we're giving away.
Exactly. And also we will give the codes later on 7030, and after that is on 2030. So just make sure you stay tuned with us from the start until the end.
Yeah. Watch every match, and you probably it's pretty much every code is given away at the start of every match. So make sure you guys are here. Do not miss out any of these matches, because we're going to find out who will be moving on to the top 8. 4 more guilds to be moving on to the top 8 that we're going to find out who they are today.
Yeah, and also for those who don't know, we would love to explain to you guys how this Odin Cup will be held by ROO. And this tournament basically divided into 4 stages. The first one is intra-server matches. The second one is crossover matches. And this is the top 32 elimination, which is already round of 16. And last one is offline grand finals.
The offline grand finals will be held in Bangkok, Thailand in October. So we're going to fly down the top 4 guilds to be competing in the top 4 in the Odin Cup offline finals in Bangkok, Thailand. So make sure you guys watch that as well, because this is a huge achievement. This is a great milestone for all these guilds.
Great prestige as well, man.
As well. There's a lot of prizes at stake for all these guilds that they're trying to fight for, because it's not just about pride, it's also about the prizes that every single one of the participants of the Odin Cup are able to get just by playing, just by competing against other top guilds.
Yes, because we have rewards for the participants and also for the guild members, right?
Yep.
And it is very bountiful. And as for the information about the elimination rules, it's divided to 4 groups. And also we already did a lot of matches, this is the last day to find 4 teams who will advance to the top 8.
Yep, we have Rise, Zenith, Solaria, Outs, Home, OnlyFan, Radicals, and Greedy Thailand that will be playing today. Only 4 out of these 8 guilds will be moving on to the top 8. So there's not too many more chances for them to experiment, to try and make a difference here. This is their chance. This is their chance to make it to the famed top 8 where they will join Sekoteng, Out F4, Legends, as well as Rakpul, who are already waiting for them in the top 8.
Exactly. And looking by this roadmap to the top 16, you can also see today's schedule. I mean, like we have Rise will versus Zenith, Solaria versus AODZ, Home versus OnlyFans, and the last one is Radicals will meet Greedy Thailand.
They have a lot of great matches that are scheduled to happen today, so make sure you guys do not miss any of these. Make sure you support your favorite guilds from your server, guilds of your favorite streamers as well. There are a lot of them that are going to be playing today, and from what I've heard, a lot of them are going to be showcasing something very new.
Yeah, maybe like shifting the job, or maybe changing their roles, or maybe set up a new composition of the classes. We would love to see that.
We've seen a lot of these changes happen yesterday already, with key players changing jobs to something completely new. They are adapting to the meta as well as creating a new way to play in terms of the team composition. So hopefully we see that today as well.
Yeah, but we would love to see. In case you miss it, we will provide you the highlight as well. So let's check it out, this video. Oh, it's not a video. It's a ranking
cards.
Sorry.
Yes, we talked about this yesterday, and this is once again the top most used cards in the main weapon. You have the Scale Worker, Minora's card, Strauth, Boa, and Hydra as the most used 5 cards in the primary weapon.
Yeah, it's pretty the same with yesterday, right? So I don't expect there will be a major changes between this ranking of cards for main weapon, or maybe the secondary battlefield, or maybe for armor or cloak as well as that.
Yeah, it's all going to be pretty much the same because all these are the most important cards for the main weapon. Secondary weapon as well, we talked about how Megalodon as well as the Ancient Mummy card is the cost-efficient way to get as much stats as possible.
And
of course,
Ancient Mummy also one of the cost-effective cards that can be used, and it's very easy to upgrade this card, so you can use it for the secondary battlefield, right?
Exactly. It's very easy to upgrade these because they're much easier to get than the Tarafrog cards, which are better, but of course harder to upgrade. And we still see players using both depending on which sort of situation they are in. So definitely a lot of uses for these secondary weapon cards.
And later on, we will see another top 5 cards for it can be armor, it can be cloak, it can be shoes.
Yep. I just want to explain a little bit why Hydra is here as well. Is because there are a lot of thieves using 2-handed weapons. So the secondary weapon also counts for thieves, which they put a lot of Hydra cards in it. So that explains why there's the Hydra card in the secondary weapon area.
Okay, and now we are going to see the top 5 cards for armor, which is Peko Peko Plus, Baby Desert Wolf Plus, and then Pasana, Cornutus, and also Rocker.
Yeah, a lot of damage-based cards. You have the like you said, the Baby Desert Wolf as well as the Rocker, mostly used for pure DPS, and then you have the Grand Peko, the Peko Peko card as well as the Cornutus, mainly used by Paladins, and Pasana card is just a great all-rounded defensive card that gives you the fire element for your armor.
Yeah, and also we would love to talk about the top 5 cards for Cloak, which is Frildora, Eclipse, Baphomet Jr., Raydrick Swordsman, and also Jack.
Yep. Interestingly enough, Eclipse is pretty much widely used, mainly because it gives a lot of HP. Doesn't really give you resistance as with most of the Cloak cards, but it gives you just raw HP. And Paladins, what do they like the most? Raw HP. They like to tank up. They like to be able to deal more damage with the Martyrs Reckoning. So that's why we see Eclipse such high rank tier. It's also very easy to get them because you can redeem them with your guild points as well, as your arena points as well. So that's why we see Eclipse so highly ranked in the Cloak section.
Yeah, and last one is ranking of cards for shoes. Is very Sohi, Martyr, Thief Buckmail, and also Wildrose.
much changes here compared to
Yeah.
yesterday as well. I mean,
Mhm.
these are very standard cards that you put in your shoes for multiple different reasons depending on what class you are using. And yeah, it's not gonna be a surprise because the rarer cards are harder to get. The cards like Dark Lord card, Dark Illusion cards, and Moonlight Flower cards. These are not easy to get cards, and that's why in terms of usage, they're not really highly seen, but they are definitely more effective and rarer in terms of the effects. But in terms of just ease of access as well as giving great stats, you can't go wrong with these 5 cards.
Yeah, I mean, like having one card that actually does give you the good stats,
Mhm.
but it's pretty hard to upgrade. Will
Yeah.
be, less priority for most of the
course.
player, right?
Of course, it's just all about the numbers. It's about quantity here, right?
Quantity.
150 members. You can't expect everybody to have very expensive or rare cards. That's why
Yeah.
Barret, as good as it is one of the most used cards. It gives you a lot of base stats, and you can't really say no to that.
Yeah, sometimes having a cost efficient and
Mhm.
effective is
Yeah,
much
that's-
better rather
yeah,
than use
exactly.
the very rare one.
Exactly. So yeah, these cards definitely, if you guys are still new to the game, still trying to learn what are the most important cards to get, especially for the helmet as well, definitely this is a great list that you can follow.
Yeah, Cram, Elder Willow, Leap All Might, Giarth, and also Karat.
Yeah, Carrot, one of the newer cards released along with the Glassheim maps, gives you a bit more SP, gives you a bit more int as well. A lot of people are using it just to enable their mastery of magic set, which allows them to do more damage based on the amount of SP they have. That's why we see Carrot in this list. Definitely there are a lot of more useful cards out there as well, such as Marduk, such as Maya purple card, but because again, ease of use, ease of access, and they are very easy to upgrade as well because crime cards are everywhere, Elder Willow cards are everywhere, and getting a higher tier, getting a 3-star awaken card is better than having a base level 0 card.
Oh yeah, I agree with that. But another way to look at another ranking of cards is the accessory, which is the Greatest General, Wraith, Kobold, Vitata, and Muka.
Yeah, I mean, Greatest General, it's the one card that whatever job you use, if you don't know what to put in your accessory, hey, let me just put a Greatest General card. It gives you P attack, M attack, P damage, M damage, everything you want, whatever class you play. I mean, Greatest General, except probably for Paladins, everyone else use Greatest General just as a filler card, and Wraith going more towards the magic classes because it provides you a bit more M damage as well. Kobold being used mostly by snipers and paladins, Vitata by the pure supports, and Muka also by the pure supports and paladins as well.
But most of the cards for accessories are for the support.
Yeah, because everyone else who's not supporting will be using the Greatest General card.
Yeah, well, of course they want to increase their P attack and a MAM attack.
Yeah, exactly. So this is the all the top 5 cards you see in every single part of your class. And if you guys do not know what to use, or you are going to play a new job, or you are going to transition to a different class altogether, this is a very good general list that you can follow.
Yeah, and also if you want to know about our Guild War rules, well, actually there's no difference between what happened in the top 32 and in this top 16.
Yeah, definitely. The points are still the same. The entire objective of the Guild War is exactly the same. You want to get your opponent's HP down to 0 from 3000. There's also the main battlefield and the secondary battlefield that provides various benefits to each other. Secondary battlefield's goal is to get the morale buffs for their main battlefield, where the main battlefield wants to kill opponent players, kill minions, as well as kill the boss, not to mention capture key tablets across the entire map as well to provide them points. And with these familiar rules that the players are going to play by, it's all going to come down to movement and strategy to find out who's going to win it.
Yeah, and also I think the secondary battlefield have, a less supervised by us. I mean, like we mostly watch the main battlefield, but I would love to know what happened on the secondary battlefield.
Yeah, no worries about that. It can be very confusing at times, especially with that many amount of players. But don't worry, guys. If you need to know more about the rules, let's check out this video that's gonna be explaining more about these Guild War rules.
Guild League rules, ROO Odin Cup. ROO's Odin Cup is centered around the in-game competition mode, Guild League. In this guild versus guild event, strategy and courage are essential to emerge victorious. The battlefield of a Guild League match is divided into the main field and the subfield. The goal is to dominate the main field by depleting the enemy guild's points to 0. The subfield can provide morale, which will grant guild members the main field buffs and guild skills. Methods to reduce the enemy guild's points in the main field. 1. Capture the Sun, Moon, and Star tablets. 2. Defeating enemy adventurers. 3. Slaying boss and minions. Capturing tablets. There are 3 tablets on the main field. The capture of each tablet will be determined based on the number of members a guild has near this tablet. Once a tablet is captured, it will immediately deduct 50 points and then 10 points per 10 seconds from the enemy guild. Defeating adventurers. Each defeated enemy adventurer reduces the enemy guild's points by 1. Slaying boss and minions. For each match, boss and minions will spawn at 10 minutes and 15 minutes after the match begins. And slaying each boss deducts 500 points from the enemy guild. It is important to remember that the Guild League is not a stage for your personal show. It requires strategy, tactics, and team play. Valhalla is calling. To victory, adventurers!
Alright, I love what they said on the video. I'm like, it requires team tactics, strategy, which actually already happened yesterday.
Definitely, we did see, even though we have 2 guilds that are very evenly matched, the strategy and movements and positionings play a very key part, especially in this battlefield where there are 3 key tablets that each of these guilds want to control. We've seen a lot of heavy emphasis on the middle tablet and also multiple different ways to try and move around the map. It becomes a very strategic game, not to mention being able to control the minion spawns at every 10 and 15 minutes as well.
Yeah, and also having a good awareness to where your opponent will move.
Exactly.
It is also very important in this game, an essential thing to do. Another one is how you can calculate every single timing, especially if you are in the close gap match.
Exactly. Every single area of effect skill that your opponent uses, your Oblivions, your Terminal Wings, the moment you know that they are down, you need to mark it down. You need to be able to know when your opponents are weaker in terms of crowd control and when they are stronger. So whichever guild that's able to capture that timing, being able to calculate when they are strong and when their opponent is strong, is going to win the match.
Yeah, of course, I mean, like, a lot of people always say that the more the gap, the lower the chance the lower gap team will win, but actually I want to see more than just a gap. I would love to know about more strategy. I mean, like the way you rotate, the way you do the comment to your players.
Yeah, exactly. It is a skill in itself, being able to control that many players as well as have a commander's view of what's happening across the map. It's very important to know what's happening at all times, and being able to respond appropriately is not very easy. It's very difficult to be able to do that on the fly with a lot of different noise, a lot of information in your ears. And the top commanders who's able to sift out this information and lead the guild with the proper commands is usually the winner.
Yeah, and also not to mention about the composition of the class itself and how to use the correct strategy for your composition.
Yeah.
Such as like if you and I've seen a lot of guilds didn't really invest in paladin nowadays. A lot of people also recognize how to counter paladin, and I expect today will be happening the same.
Yeah, we have already seen guilds moving away from that heavy melee train meta that what MG likes to say. The melee train meta is slowly moving out of favor for more crowd control. We're seeing more high wizards, more supports as well. Keeping everyone alive is so important, and these guilds they have found that out. They've realized that hey, it's not just about going ham, going in front with your frontliners. It's all about keeping the backlines alive, and that's why we're seeing so much high wizards, so much priests. Keeping everybody alive and fighting is more important than just going for kills.
Yeah, and now this is the time to us to watch the first game because it's already set for you guys, and we will throw it to our caster, which is Nikki and MG. Just take it away.
No, we're gonna talk about the matchup between these guilds. Don't worry about it, Abigail. We can talk about the matchups that we're gonna be having today. I know you're excited to watch the first game. You want it to start right away, but
I want to see Rise and Home, right?
Hold on, Abigail.
Sorry.
Take it easy. We still have a lot to go through today, and that is the matches we're gonna have today. Rise versus Zenith opening up for today, followed by Outs against Solaria, Only Fan against Home, and Greedy Thailand going up against Radicals is our 4 matches of the day.
From my perspective, the last matches should be the very interesting one. I mean, like this is
The
the very
closest
close,
one.
the closest one. Same like yesterday, but I wish there will be something more than just what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, definitely want to see. Greedy Thailand was one of the eye-openers from the run of 32, where they deployed a lot of great movement and strategy, and hopefully they're able to replicate that today, because Radicals is not going to be an easy opponent. They're pretty evenly matched. Radicals slightly stronger, but Greedy Thailand, they have shown that they know how to play as a team, and they have great map awareness as a whole. So that final match of the day definitely is going to be very interesting. And not to mention our opening match as well. Rise, the favorites, one of the favorites to win the entire Odin Cup, is going to be facing up against Zenith, the underdog in this matchup. And that's going to be opening us up here for today.
Yeah, I mean, like based by the odds, a lot of people would say this is a very one-sided match, but we will never know what Zenith cook for us.
Exactly. I mean, Rise, they have a lot of fans, right? They have big names from Indonesia. You got Tiki, Taka, Kenbu, Kodok, all these big names. And they're going to be our first match of the day in the round of 16, day 2 of the Southeast Asian Odin Cup.
Yeah, and this is the introduction between these two guilds, versus Rise is holding 56, almost 57 million power, and compared to their opponent, Zenith, and they only have 51, almost 52 millions. A 5 million gaps.
Yeah, a 5 million gap between both these guilds. Islud 8 is also slightly later than Frontera servers, but in terms of comparing against Morok servers, I think they're pretty close. Not that far behind. I mean, in terms of overall progression. So 5.5 million power. We've seen bigger gaps. So this is not like the biggest gap between both these guilds. But still, it's not going to be an easy matchup. Rise, they have a lot of big names. They have a lot of players who are very familiar with their classes.
And experienced.
Exactly. They've been playing multiple games. Tiki, Taka, I mean Kenbu, as well as a couple of their other members.
But Kenbu moved to home.
Oh,
Kenbu moved to home.
All right. Little mess up here because there was a lot of movement from the side of Rise. But let's take a look at the team compositions on both these guilds. Anything interesting pops up to your eyes here, Abigail?
The high priest composition between these two guilds is pretty
low.
Different, because Rise only have 27 high priests, which is not really squishy on their backline, but Zenith might have a problem with that because they took 32 high priests as well as 32 sniper.
Yeah, there is a lot of snipers.
Yes.
One of Rise's strength is that they have very strong assassins, and that's where the 9 assassins come into play. Not really relying on sustaining, more on trying to kill their opponent's backlines, and that's where the assassins come into play. Not to mention having 37 snipers for themselves. That is a lot of damage that they can sift through, and also having more crowd control with the high wizards that Rise has compared to Zenith, which only has 14 high wizards. That's going to be the stark difference between both these guilds.
And I believe once the early game momentum fall to each team, I think Rise might have a little bit bigger chance than Zenith have, because
more killing power.
More killing power, more crowd control. So we can expect the last match from yesterday about what the Wipeout do to their opponent.
Yeah, definitely getting the early lead, early tempo, getting the morale up to the first power spike first, definitely very important for both these guilds as we take a look at the top 5 players from each of these guilds to find out how they fare against each other.
Yeah, and from Zenith we have Pepero, Molol X, Creedy, Yenru, and Vice.
Molox, one of the most important players from the side of Zenith. He's playing an assassin, and he's going to be playing a crucial role because right now, Rise doesn't have as many assassins, have as many priests as the side of Zenith. So if he's able to get into those key positions, get to those key targets, and finish them off before they can really sustain them, then Warlocks will be, the MVP, will be the key factor of Zenith being able to defeat Home, who has very strong players of their own right.
It feels like we see another Itlock map.
Hopefully.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
And also we can take a look at the top 5 players from Rise. I mean, I'm pretty sure top 5 players from Rise is last week is
It's the same.
It's the same. I think I saw more paladins, if I'm not mistaken.
I think no. KCBN was a sniper. Tiki was a paladin. Kodok was an assassin. And Haonan, the sniper, was a sniper. Permancool, I think the top 5 players for the side of Rise, they didn't change classes. But yeah, these are the top 5 players here from the side of Rise. Maybe in terms of their other players, maybe they made some changes. I mean, Taka is always going to be a priest, and you have your various different other support players as well. But yeah, in terms of the top 5, this is what Rise has brought out. They are super high-powered compared to what Zenith has.
Yeah, I mean, like compared to the top one, 500 compared to 600 is pretty a big gap, but we'll see it later. And we would love to know about the guild leaders. I mean, like one of the management from Zenith is Fiends as the commander, Yenro as the fire guild master, the guild master is Augustine, and we have Pepero and also Sandria as the charisma baby.
Your favorite title there.
Yeah, charisma baby.
The charisma baby. For the side of Zenith, this is the 5 leading management team. While for the side of Rise, we have Achilles, Dylan Pros, Yenrong, Jihan K, and Sunshine as the charisma baby.
Yeah, and this one, I remember Dylan Pros. Dylan Pros is one of
very famous
YouTuber from Indonesia. But I think if I'm not really sure. I've seen Dylan Pros in home. I don't know.
They had a long history. Home and Rise, they know each other very well, and movements are not.
Things also happen between these 2 guilds, and there's a lot of rumors about them. Actually, a lot of their fans waiting for them to meet each other in this Odin Cup. That will be very exciting.
If Rise and Home both win their round of 16 matches, they'll be meeting very, very soon. And that's what the fans are waiting for.
Yeah. And a lot of fans also expected the grand final supposed to be Rise and Home, but we never know, right?
Yeah, they're matching. Might be matching a bit too early here as we take a look at the officers as well as the vice guild masters and guild leaders for the side of Rise, all in their splendid glory, in their avatar and in their mythic sets as well.
Yeah, and this is the appreciation for the guild management team. I mean, like we already saw the 5 player from the management from Rise, and we would love to know more about the other player behind the strategy, behind the command. Just the officer, we have Tarans, we have KCB and Axe, and the charisma baby, Sunshine. Such a cute name. A cute name, a cute title, and also a cute profession, or a cute job.
Kenwu, Fact as well as Tiki, all these players are very widely known in their server and throughout the community as well. For the side of Zenith, they are slightly less known in the community compared to, of course, Rise, who is very well known. But still, we have to show appreciation to their management team, who's been able to bring up their entire guild to this point of glory. It's not an easy feat. It's not easy to control 150 players and their needs and their different personalities. So kudos to these guys. They have been doing a great job, and the top 16 placing for these guys definitely show it.
Yeah, and we have Augustine, the guild master. We have Pepero and also Yenru, and then the charisma baby is Sandaria, and we have Permen Cool. It's a Permen Cool. Permen is candy.
It's a type of candy.
No, it's candy means permen.
Permen, okay.
Yeah, permen.
So it's like mint candy.
Yeah, mint candy. Nice trivia, right?
Yeah, Noobtot, Nier, and Yellow as the officers and commanders for the side of Zenith, and they will be facing a very tough matchup today. I mean, Rise, round of 16. Sure, they made it through round 32. Great showing from them, but will Rise be, what's stopping them from moving on forward?
Yeah, because I'm not really sure what will stopping them. The only thing that will stop Rise to move to the top 8 is a big blunder.
Yeah, and I don't think they'll be doing that. I mean, they're very experienced in terms of gameplay as well as the game itself. So, and playing with each other as well. They've been playing with each other for a very long time. So I'm not expecting Rise to make any mistakes, but I'm hoping for Zenith to throw in some wrenches in their plans. Surprise them with something
surprise them with
new.
something. At least if you can't win the match, at least you can do something to make them think about how to beat you easily.
It's all about setting a legacy.
Yeah.
And if you surprise them, if you come up with something that you will leave the audience flabbergasted. You will leave your opponents wondering what are they doing, and if you make them remember you, even though if you lose, if you make them remember you, that is already a legacy of your own.
Exactly. Oh my god, I love that. I really love that. I mean, like sometimes when you saw a potential opponent, right? A potential enemy, you will remember the name. You will remember how they play. You will remember how they move, the manner for every single of it, and maybe the winner team also can learn something from that.
Yeah, definitely. It's not just about winning and losing. It's about learning along the way, all the experiences you get within your guild or with your opponent as well. There's always something to learn, something that you can take away from every single facet. Regardless if you win or lose, there's still a lot of things that you can improve yourself by, and I think that's the best mindset for each guild to have going into further rounds of the Odin Cup.
Yeah, I mean, like if this is a top 16. Ain't no way you didn't show your best, right? This is the only time you show your best, because this is just the best of 3. Once you lose the game 1 and the game 2 you lose again, that's the end for you. And this is the time for us to watch the first game. We have Nikki and MG, so we will pass it to our caster. Please take it away.
Thank you so much to our amazing analyst and host, Abby and David. Wow, thank you so much for feeding that information to us. And we are still your commentators. My name is Nikki, and here we go together with MG.
Yes, MG it is. Let's go. So for our first match for today, we have Zenith versus Rise.
Yes, MG. And we were able to look at the composition of both guilds, also their divine power. For Rise, they have 56.98 million and Zenith has 51.48 million with 5 million deficit. What can you say about the DP and the composition of the guild as well?
Well, definitely, again, the DP is very important in this match because, again, if you have more DP, you have more control on everything, on any points that you can actually get. And of course, for my expectation, I'm expecting like what Zero mentioned earlier, that Rise can actually dominate on this one and provide us with at least a 0 errors for their pushing. So that's actually one of my expectation on the side of Rise. While on the side of Zenith, of course, I want to see a different strategy like yesterday, like out of the box strategy that they can actually pull off on this one. At least if they cannot win, at least try to lessen the points on the side of Rise on this one.
Wow, thank you so much for that insight, MG. And also, I was kind of thinking if it would be a pressure for Rise, since there's a lot of expectation from this guild, especially this is a seasoned guild. It has more experience and so, but yeah, I believe that both of the guilds right now is having a huge pressure. In a situation like this, MG, how do you control that kind of pressure?
Well, definitely having a high DP lineup or roster for your guild is something, right? So everyone is watching. Everyone is watching on Facebook, YouTube, and so on. Yeah. So definitely there is a pressure on the side of Rise. Again, they are one of the crowd favorites right now. And everyone is eyeing on how they will rotate on this one, or how those hard carries on their side, like Hodok and the rest of the guys, can perform on this one. Can we see a it looked the Batman performance on the side of Hodok, or can we see a BBDR style of Paladin? These questions will be answered on this match.
Yes, and exactly 9 seconds before we give you guys the match number 1. Once again, this is Nikki and MG with the first match of the day, Zenith versus Rise. And here we go. Oh no, partner MG. All the tablets, no, let me take it back, as 2 tablets will be taken here by Rise and 1 tablet will go to Zenith. Oh, there you go. All the terminal wings here as being deployed and used and utilized here by the side of Zenith. I believe that's the side of Zenith. Oh no, they are been completely eradicated in this area, as Rice will be the ones to take this over.
Yes, this is expected on the side of Rice. Speaking of DPs, they should have the control on all three tablets. And as you can see, there are actually few players on the side of Rice who actually went into the circle, and
Yeah.
we saw terminal wings and
Yeah,
those
here and
bubbles
there.
up and running. Yes. So as you can see, guys, a few clashes here right now. Zenith is trying to zerg up here on the side of Rice, but Rice right now is still sustaining on this one, and they are actually spreading out their members right now. They're not pressured on those enemies on the side of the Sun tablet. Wow.
Wow, because the first boost of morale will be given to Rice right now. Their subfield players are actually doing it as well, MG. And going back to the terminal wings usage, if they're not conserving, meaning to say they have a lot of players who still has terminal wings up in their sleeves that they can use all throughout the game. They're not conserving at all. They're not shy to use it. They're using it. Look at that. We are seeing a lot of it, and they're dictating the pace of the game now.
Yes, definitely. They are actually on full control on this match right now. And as you can see on the side of Rice, they're just spreading their members out. So they're actually splitting up with 3 teams right now. 1 team on the Sun, 1 team on the Moon, and 1 team on the Stars. So right now, Zenith decided to zerg up on the middle right here. And as you can see, Rice immediately answered back with a terminal wing, dropping those players who's moving from the north side down to their main stack. But Zenith, this is actually one of the good things that Zenith did. They're actually forcing those fights on the south side, creating space on the north side so they can actually go in. So no more pressure on the north side. That means they can actually go and hit the middle. But few players on the side of Rice, especially those assassins, are creating the space, preventing those respawners on the north side to go back and have a backup for those Zenith players who's doing a clash on the south.
True enough. And not just the DP power being manifested here by Rice, they are also tanky enough that 2,978, meaning to say just a matter of 22 people just died from Rice. Meaning to say they are tanky. They don't just have like huge DP, but they're also tanky, and the sustain coming from 27 save. And we have a clash here. We're looking at Zenith, how they reposition themselves here at the lower left side of this tablet, but it's just so hard to penetrate this kind of stacking. And look at all the skills and the ground skills as well that they cannot that they're having a hard time to actually just go into this tablet.
Yeah. I just want to point this out as well. There's no actually flip that's happening right now. So as you can see, majority of the tablets are still 1-1-1. So from the start of this match, no neutral flip has been happened. So Tiki right now is on 50 kill streak here, and Rice is just stacking, and I think Zenith is just trying to find a way and find a tablet where they can actually clash. But again, we're talking about like a DP gap here. So it means if you're facing with like 600 DP, it will take like 2 to 3 parties most likely just for you to punish or take down. But there's a chance also that one player can wipe the entire party on this one. So Bubbles up there, and as you can see, Zenith is trying to zone there. Gravity Field has been casted. Few players on the side of Zenith is trying to attempt to hit that. A good SG there connecting to few Rice, but again, the firepower is not enough on the side of Zenith to punish those frozen players on the side of Rice.
Yes, and talking about strugglers, we're seeing a lot of strugglers here coming from Zenith trying to take this tablet, but to no avail. Because look at that tally. That's Noir from Rice, just mowing everyone down here at the north side of this tablet. Again, what you mentioned a while ago, no neutral flip, no flip tablet. And there are even the mobs, all objectives being picked here by Zenith one after another. They got all the objectives, and all, I believe the aside from the mobs, I believe they are actually capitalizing on the kills. Rice is actually just doing so much when it comes to killing, and Permanent Pool has 50 kill streak. This is just a complete disaster for Zenith.
Yes, definitely it's a dominant play there coming from Rice right now, but this is expected on their side. But again,
Yeah.
Zenith is not losing hope on this one. They are actually regrouping here on the respawn point of one of the side tablets. As you can
Yeah.
see, a few Zeniths right now are regrouping, trying to kill one player. I think that's a one player. And
Yeah,
they managed
yeah,
to
yeah.
secure two players from Rice.
At
Let's go,
least.
Zenith. So Zenith right
At
now is
least.
rushing in. Multiple ground fields are being casted there, and they're trying to wait the backlink on the side of Zenith. Let's go, Zenith. But Rice answers back with 2 paladins, 3 paladins now charging in. And right now, Zenith is just paddling back on this one, trying to hit the nearest target, but few more paladins is there to back up those players who died earlier.
And yes, Statue Skills has been committed even outside of the tablet. Even outside of the tablet, and it's just 13 minutes, 3 minutes away before the Owl Baron. They already got the third boost of morale for Rice, meaning to say the main field, the subfield, and like what you said, it's also expected. Now they are just spawn camping Zenith right now. Even Terminal Wings is being directly thrown onto the spawn area. This is just so hard for Zenith to come back.
Yes. I just want to point out those bubbles that has been dropping.
Yeah.
That's actually called Photon Burst. So if you manage to max it out, I believe that's around 20% damage reduce to all of your allies or your guildmates. So adding up the 20% on top of the tier 3 buff that you're gonna get on the second battlefield, that's gonna be around 50% damage reduction. Yeah, so if you're seeing bubbles up and running there, that's the Photon Burst.
Wow. So they're already tanky. They already have an advantage with the DP. And they also got the advantage of the morale boost and that's skill. Is that a sigil skill? What is that?
Yes, it's an active skill for the sigils. Wow. So right now, they're just spawn camping. But again, I just want to commend Zenith earlier. They found a way to regroup instantly, and they saw an opportunity wherein they can actually zerg up on that tablet. But apparently, a quick response coming from Rice, answering back to fight back. Because again, they lost a few members earlier on the side of Rice because of Zenith trying to gank up. Like, it took them like 2 to 3 parties just to kill like 2 to 3 players or 4 players there. But again, I just want to commend Zenith on regrouping there, and a good attempt on taking down that side sigil or side tablet, sorry.
And at least still putting up a fight, but let's give it still to Tiki for doing his job and killing 100 people. Yeah, they are actually capitalizing on the kills right now, getting points from the kills because the tablets are not being flipped, meaning to say it will be longer for us to actually reduce the HP of Zenith, and it's now just down to 364, a matter of a minute or so before the Owl Baron. And I don't think that Rice will be giving that chance to Zenith anymore, as they are now actually just mowing everyone one after another. They're very tanky. They have all the buffs. They have the active sigil skills. They are also committing the Terminal Wings as well.
Yes.
Soul Destroyer here against that one from Zenith will instantly go down. It's just an onslaught.
Yes, but I'm not losing hope on the side of Zenith.
Of course,
They
for
will
the
definitely
underdogs.
take one tablet on this fight. I'm not losing hope on Zenith. But again, what Zenith can do actually here is they can actually force a fight on the left tablet, like the sun tablet, south side of the tablet on the respawn point. The moment that they attracted the entire force of Rice there, they just need to go all in, and once they die, they respawn on the star side, wherein you will force Rice to run from sun to star, and I think that's enough time for you to cap or recap the star tablet.
Well, that is an idea they can employ later on. But looking at that kind of idea, will they be able to bait and kite Rice? Especially, they only have 14 high wizards with them. When it comes to long-range battle, well, let's find out later on. Oh, we've already seen the Owl Baron, but yeah, no more HP. MG.
Yes, definitely Rice managed to take the first win here versus Zenith. And wow, a very dominant push there coming from Rise. And yes, what you can say, Nikki, about this?
Yes, like what our host and analyst mentioned, this is quite expected from a veteran guild, but still props to Zenith for giving up a fight. But yes, we will give the floor to our host and analyst to take a better look at what happened in our game number 1. So David and Abigail, please take it away.
Let's go.
Thank you, Nikki, and MGN. As they said, it's pretty much expected, to be honest. I mean, like from the start of the game, Rise did a strong capitalization from the start, and also they aggressively allocate their members to every single spot. Every single tablet. They take the map control, and that's the end of Zenith. I saw Zenith trying their best to recover. They're trying to regroup and reset, but it didn't happen because every single player from Rise, actually everywhere, they did a good job on scrims as well, making it very hard for Zenith to recover.
Yeah, they were they were running, even though they were not running as entire guild, they were backing each other up from the side of Rise. They made sure that no one was left on an island, and even though they were overpowered maybe at certain points, such as maybe it was like 3 or 4 parties against 1 player, there's always backup already coming for them. So that's good response, good information being passed around from the guildmates, knowing that, hey, these guys are respawning here, we need people to rotate over here right now. And Rise, even though they have the power advantage, they were still respecting the numbers that Zenith could bring, and they were responding appropriately, and that did not allow Zenith any room to be able to find these openings.
Yeah, and also we have another information about this first game, so let's take a look at the man battlefield statistic. Here we go. Well, it is not the worst match we've seen before, but definitely still a very painful one for Zenith especially. Yeah,
Zenith really could not get any great kills on their side. They couldn't. They weren't able to capitalize because of how quickly Rise was responding to every move they made. Still props to Zenith for trying multiple different angles of attack. They definitely showed that there's ways to sort of find openings, but unfortunately Rise did not really provide that many openings. They always responded quickly. They always provided quick backup for their teammates, and that led to this one-sided stomp, because we didn't see Rise lose too many members. They lost 58, which is, again, props to Zenith for being able to find this amount of kills, because we've seen guilds losing 1-2 members in total.
Well, yeah, 16 if I'm not mistaken, 16 or 28. And later, we will see the secondary battlefield match statistic. Here we go.
Yep, secondary match stats. 265 kills for the side of Zenith, while Rise had pretty much complete control, getting almost every single minion, as well as all the 5 bosses going towards their way as well. In terms of damage, they were it's not that far. I mean, we've seen bigger gaps in the secondary battlefield and main battlefield as well. So Zenith definitely had some plans, had some movement strategies planned out. It was just, in the end, the power difference might have been a bit too much. Even though they've tried multiple ways to play around that, it was still not enough for them to deal with this.
Yeah, and also the secondary battlefield dominance from Rise also important for Zenith, because I believe I saw Rise reach the first tier buff around 3 or 4 minutes.
Yeah, they got it pretty fast. Zenith wasn't able to get that early momentum in the secondary battlefield, which bled towards the way of the main battlefield as well, because that made a lot of Rise members harder to kill. And it becomes harder after that because it snowballs into points that you lose and map control that you lose as well.
Yeah, and let's take a look at the MVP of the match today. It's Tiki. As expected. I like Tiki also the MVP from the recent match, right?
I remember, I think Permanku was MVP for one match and it was Tiki on the other. So definitely one of the stronger players in their guild.
So he will receive 2 bots.
No, for round 32, the MVP doesn't get the bots. They get the ban, Huawei ban 6.
Oh yeah, the ban. Oh yeah. So he get the ban, and so he get the bots.
More accessories. He's getting the full set.
Yeah, he's getting the full set. And also Tiki become the highest player with the highest point, with 129 kills. 310 assisting. Wow.
That is a lot of assists.
A lot of assists.
Yeah, and a pretty high damage dealt as well by Tiki. So great job there for Rise for being able to respond to what Zenith was throwing at them, because Zenith wasn't playing one-dimensional. They didn't give up. You know, they tried multiple ways, they tried multiple strategies to try and break into what Rise was setting up, and Rise was responding appropriately. They were not being complacent. They made sure that they never put their foot off of the gas, and that's why, you know, Rise, even though they had this power lead, they had this huge lead at the start, but they made sure Zenith was not able to mount a comeback in any way at all.
Yeah, and also I love the way Rise spreads the players
Yeah,
alongside the map, and basically they hug Zenith to their arms and wouldn't let them go. I mean, like, it's a very tough position for Zenith.
Definitely, it was a chokehold. It wasn't like the spawn camping that we used to see. They had everyone everywhere so that they know where to respond to, what Zenith is coming up with, and with that they had them in a chokehold in a completely different way. They weren't spawn camping. Instead, they were making sure that even though they did manage to regroup, like we did see earlier on, Zenith was able to regroup multiple times. They were able to stop them from getting any meaningful pushes, and that was very important for Rise's victory.
Yeah, and also I would love to know about the battlefield reports. I would love to know the point distribution with each players from Rise. Would it be very even or not? I don't know.
I mean, it's getting over 100 kills still for one player is a lot, but we're not sure how evenly spread they are, like you said. But if they're playing this, you know, widely spread style, I expect, you know, a lot of players having a lot high kills for their side.
Yeah, but also I would love to know about the details about what Zenith actually tried to do on the first game. I mean, they tried to attack from different angles, and why every single strategy that they put on is always, you know, failed.
Yeah, I mean, we can dive into deeper analysis with the replays, and I can show you guys what Zenith tried to do and how Rise stopped that, and how other guilds will be able to learn from this as well. So let's jump into it.
Yeah, let's go.
Yep, the first part I want to talk about is a very strong sigil push coming here from the side of Zenith. Now, they are dropping these bubbles, these defensive bubbles on this side of the map. They dropped one and they will drop another in a second, which provides, like what MG said, damage reduction and healing, because this is the big bubble. This is the maxed up upgraded sigil that you can have defensively. Now they drop it at the entrance of the tablet, and that will allow them to stand there for longer. Now, this sort of strategy, if you're playing against someone slightly stronger or even on equal power, this will definitely allow you to push into the tablet and get full control. But they're facing up against Rise, who responds appropriately. Now let's play this a little further on. Let's see how the sigil push does come in. Now it allows them to control this area of the sigil, but look at what Rise is doing. They are getting around it. They're going for the backlines, making sure that these guys, if they're in the bubble, everyone else cannot get in to be to get the same amount of damage reduction as well. So they wrap around the back, make sure that the bubble isn't fully utilized, and that allowed them to overrun them from the back, and minimalizing the usage of the efficiency of this sigil. Now against against another guild which could be weaker, or it could be not as coordinated, then we'll see this sigil push becoming very useful. Now this is something that a lot of guilds can learn from, utilizing these defensive sigils. We see a lot of Oblivions, a lot of Terminal Wings. These things are flashy, these things are obvious, but these the Terminal Wings and Oblivions have very long cooldowns, while these defensive sigils, you can use them more sparingly, you can use them more often, and that will allow you to consistently push, and as well as capitalizing on the downtime that these the Oblivions and Terminal Wings have, because they are pretty long cooldown for those important statue skills. But for these sigils, they are much lower in cooldown, and I want to see more guilds utilizing them like how Zenith was trying to use them. Now, the second point I want to talk about is this push coming in from the side of Rise, from the side of Zenith. Now they're trying to go for a two-prong approach. You see players from the side of Zenith trying to attack from the south side, which is going to create an opening for the players who are respawning on the north of Moon to be able to move in. They are trying to create a diversion on the south side and then create a two-pronged attack from both angles. Now this is great to counteract the statue skills, to counteract the Oblivions as well. But let's take a look at how Rise actually deals with that. They deal with the members at the bottom side, but they also send a small group of players to hold off that push on the north side. They send a couple of the high power players. There's Kenbu there, there's Yenrong there, a lot of crowd control. Now these are alchemists and wizards, and they provide a lot of crowd control. With the damage they do in this area, they are able to hold off, they're able to stop the backup that Zenith was trying to do. They were trying to create diversion here and push from the north side. Now with the members that Rise actually put to stop that push, they actually was able to completely neuter this two-pronged attack, and that allowed Rise to not lose hold over this area. And Zenith, despite their best efforts, this was a very sound strategy that you can do against equal powered opponents. But if you're facing up against Rise and if you're not able to push in like that, then it's going to be very tough. But still, props to Zenith for coming up. These strategies were definitely rehearsed, they were definitely planned, and I hope to see other guilds learn from this and use it as well. Now, one final point I like to show as well in this game is a very well-coordinated group push. We were talking about, a lot of times when you are getting routed across the map, guilds need to try and coordinate a group respawn, an entire guild respawn on a single point to stop spawn campers and try and overpower them in a single tablet. Now, this is what Zenith was trying to do. This was actually a planned respawn that you can see here. A whole lot of members from the side of Zenith actually respawn on the side of the Sun tablet. Now that allows them to overpower whoever there was on the side of Rise, which you can see only 3 members there. That means that if they group respawn here and if they congress the rest of the members and go here, they can actually able to overpower the side of Rise on a single tablet. And that's where we see them starting to make a pushback, trying to make something happen. But the rotations from Rise came in really quickly. This is one of the benefits of spreading out your teammates, because that allows you to respond to these threats very quickly. And even though Rise did lose 5-6 members here who were sort of split up, they were able to rotate their members. They saw this push. You see, look at this push. Everybody was coming in here from the side of Zenith to try and overtake this Sun tablet. But because the information was provided, they were able to rotate very quickly, and Zenith was just not fast enough to get into the points and start threatening something to push back. And once the terminals came by, dropped on the back of side of Zenith, despite their best efforts, Rise was able to respond accordingly to the threats, and they were able to come up with a sound strategy to defend across these maps. Still, props to Zenith for coming up with all these strategies. They definitely had these in their books, ready to be used. It was just sad that who they were using against was Rise.
Well, to be honest, I found a lot of interesting points about what you just explained. I mean, like, the first one is Rise actually have a very good awareness. I mean, like, they're pretty aware on the details, and they pay a lot of attention to it. I mean, like, to every single spot. And also from your explanation, I can say that the movement that Rise actually did is just like the pinchers movement. Like, they want to push and lessen the space that Zenith have. But at the same time, it's pretty flexible. You can just spread it, you can rotate it, and you can widen your players and make Zenith in a tough position to retake every single tablet. And also from your explanation, from each tablet that Zenith wants to retake, it is just like they pretty understand how to counter with the basic mindset to counter or to avoid the oblivion. So they spread and they pinch, and they spread and they pinch, and it's really interesting.
Yeah, I mean, Rise definitely knows their strength, which is in their power, and they know that as long as I spread out my members, I'll be able to respond to any sort of mass push or threat that Zenith can come up with to deter them from taking any points. And still, I think a lot of strategy was shown here from the side of Zenith. They definitely have put a lot of thought into how they're able to move around the map, try and counterplay whatever Rise has. It's unfortunate that it was Rise that they're dealing with. If they were facing against any guild of equal power or even close to equal power, I think
might be different.
I think Zenith, in terms of strategy, have a lot of plans in motion, and I think there's something that a lot of guilds who do not have these strategies will fall to.
Yeah, but actually, in my opinion, it just feels like, well, Zenith do a good job, and they did a good job, but Rise just one step ahead above them. I mean, like, the way Rise always try to counterattack every single strategy that Zenith throw to them is really fascinating.
Definitely. They knew their strengths. They definitely used their strengths, and that that gave Rise a Game 1 victory. Let's see if Zenith has anything else planned for Game 2, because I don't think this is all they've came up with in this week.
I mean,
right?
they're pretty creative, right?
Yeah, they definitely have, a lot of. They talked about this. They discussed with their guildmates. What's the best way to deal with this? What's the best way to deal with that? How are we able to counteract this? What if we are being spawn camped? How do we deal with this? And that gives them a lot of moving room. They have different plans A to Z, and they just need to come up with how to implement them. And they definitely look like they have been practicing this, or at least talked about this on paper. And it's very a lot of things that we can learn from this.
And actually, both of these guilds actually pretty calculated to every single thing that they did. But sadly, the secondary battlefield is also important for each guild, right? I mean, like you can reach the first tier buff on the first 3 minutes is gave you the more advantage, right? But let's see what happened on the second game, because it's already happened. It's already set for us. So we will pass it to our caster Nikki and MG. Please take it away.
Thank you so much to our very insightful and wise host and analyst, Abigail and David. We're still here, Nikki and MG.
Yes, definitely a good job there coming from Zenith, and a very creative, I agree with that, strategy coming from Zenith as well. And we are actually on the second match between Zenith versus Rise. Can Zenith pull off one tablet flip on this match, or Rise will just prevail and protect the 3 tablets? That's the question that we're about to see and answered here.
Storylines are unfolding right now, MG.
Yeah.
Zenith versus Rise, 1-2 none. And yeah, of course, the veteran guild, the most experienced one, is actually kind of leading. They are leading indeed. Rise, the crowd's favorite. How will the underdogs of Zenith be able to bounce back and flip the table, flip the tablet in our match number 2 to actually prolong their stay in our tournament?
Yes, definitely. I really agree on the host earlier, and Abigail and Zero earlier, that they're very creative on their strategy, and they don't lose hope on this level, because again, you are actually seeing multiple attempts or multiple strategy attempts coming from Zenith. And yes, I agree with Zero. If they are actually facing a much equal DP or firepower on this one, Zenith can actually pull off those crazy strategies. And I believe these 2 guilds are they're actually like a veteran. They have a veteran strategist on their guild. Because imagine, there is no downtime on the strategy of Zenith as well for their guild. And on the side of Rise, they're very reactive. Like, they planned it from 0.1 to 100 for this match. So I'm really excited on the side of Zenith as well. If they can cap a tablet or 2 tablets or more tablets, and or even secured a minion or a boss here, I'm just very excited for Zenith for this match.
Let's find out. We still have 1 minute to go. And I just watched the interview before the matches, and I saw that the representative for Zenith is Blink Gaming. Is actually a colleague in an org. So yeah, shout out to Blink Gaming.
Okay.
And like what I heard about what he said is that no pressure, no expectations, but they're gonna give it their all. So that's really a heart of a player. We still, that's really, really nice to hear from him.
Yes, definitely. You need to enjoy the game for you to, to perform well on this match. But again, Rise right now is, everyone is watching Rise right now. Of course. If you are planning to take down this guild, you need to watch the movement of every core players of Rise right now to check their rotation and their priority targets as well. So this is actually a very educational video for the guilds that we still have here for our top 16.
Yes, and knowing that Rise has a lot of sigil skills, terminal, and also statue skills up their sleeves, it's quite expected to be having that. But yeah, let's go on to our game. And once again, we can see 3 tablets are being flipped right now. We are watching Rise here, and they're kind of dispersed at the right side, pushing towards this particular area. And we are seeing Zenith
Here we go.
here
Let's go,
trying to
Zenith.
combat
Zenith
against
secured.
Rice.
Yes. Yes, Zenith
Yay!
managed to secure
Yay!
a first tablet. Let's go, Zenith. And right now, Rice is answering back, guys. Slowly but surely, they're trying to go to the back lane. But again, good spacing here coming from Zenith. Trying to paddle back slowly on that one. So as you can see, the High Priests are trying to rescue majority of the Zenith players. But apparently, the firepower of Rice dominated that clash. And as you can see, Rice is actually pushing up to the respawn point on this one. And I really want to see if there is going to be a massive respawn strategy here coming from Zenith from Star to Sun on this one.
The Sun. I believe so, because the Sun tablet is actually moving right now. Like what you mentioned earlier, and this is what's happening.
Yes.
Zenith already knew what's gonna happen, and they're taking this. They have a really huge stack here, but look at the Paladins coming from Rice, just going towards the stack and just mowing them over. Basilica will be used as well as it demonstration. They're being pushed back here in the corner.
Yes, that's actually what I mentioned earlier. Force Rice to move from one tablet to another tablet. That's actually one of the best things that you can actually do. Force the fights that you have more numbers versus Rice. So I think right now, that's what Zenith is doing. So we have a few players on the side of Rice on the Star right now, and they're gonna put 40 players ready here for the Star tablet. So a massive responder or a massive push there coming from Zenith. Zenith is answering back on this push here, and Rice is sending 1 to 2.
They're doing it
on the side of the Star tablet, but Star tablet is flipping right now, and as you can see, majority of the Zenith is not backing up. Few players at the back lane on the side of Rice are being placed there, but again, it's too late on the side of Rice. So I think Zenith is gonna run again. They're trying to this is actually good. They're trying to cut the momentum on this one. They're trying to play mind games versus Rice on this one. They're trying to recap middle just to take out a bit of diversion on this Sun capture, because definitely Rice is aware that it's gonna be the Sun tablet right now.
The Sun, yes.
Yes, and Rice is still staying on the Sun tablet, but again, more players coming from Rice. They actually know what's gonna happen. So Zenith right now, I think they're gonna regroup and check for another option.
Yes, but I'm gonna give that moment to Zenith. They were able to at least dictate the game for at least like 2 tablet captures. But yeah, Rice is really, really well versed when it comes to Guild League and how it is being done. They've already, this is what you're doing, guys. Then we're gonna block you in this area. We know where you're gonna go next. We know they've already scattered their parties, and look at the movement and how they maneuver amongst these 3 tablets. And not to mention 1 minute 28 seconds before the mouse respawn, and also almost ready for the third. They already got the third tier buff for the morale, right? Am I right?
Yes. This is gonna be really tough now for Zenith.
And it only shows that Rice really experienced when it comes to Guild League, because they already blocked the movement of Zenith. But yeah, I have to give it to Zenith. Nicely done.
Yes. A very creative way to take out points versus a very high DP guild. And at the same time, it's, again, like I mentioned, it's going to be really hard now for Zenith, because again, having the tier 3 buff on the side of the main battlefield of Rice, they have, I believe that's 25% or 20% movement speed plus
25
plus 25% plus the wind walk. So that's going to be a much faster backup coming from Rice right now.
Yes, exactly. And Tiki already now killed 30 people, and he was our MVP previously. And we're just waiting for the mobs to respawn. Will it be Zenith to take it over, or will Rice be able to wipe all the mobs? And looking at the movement of Rice, right now, they are guarding outside of the tablet. They've learned their lessons, they've adjusted, and they've read the next strategy of Zenith. Now the question, how will Zenith readjust once again?
Yes. I think one of the best things that you can actually do here is on the 15-minute mark and 10-minute mark. Majority of the players of this guild Rise is gonna go to on the minion side, right?
Yes.
So meaning you are facing lesser numbers on the tablet. So if you want to really to capitalize on that, you can actually zerg up on one tablet, capture the tablet while Rise is going for the tablet to recapture. You can actually do the rotation again. You just need to break you just need to find a way where you can have that advantage number fights on the tablet.
Yes, and like what you mentioned, fewer people in capturing the tablet, but it's already done. They quickly wipe the mobs. But yeah, the moon tablet almost moving, but still not enough for Zenith. And I believe this is the moment wherein Rise is already blocking Zenith. Not respawn camping, but yeah, let me take it back. But blocking them because Rise has already taken a lot of morale boost. So yeah, it's just so hard for Zenith to camp back.
Yes, and as you can see, like they're actually distributing their members equally right now. At the middle, you are actually seeing two parties, and on both left and right tablets, they're distributing like 15 players each, mostly. So
And even high priests are also moving around.
Yeah,
Not just the DPS.
definitely. Majority of Rise right now are on red titles right now. So you're gonna face a red title, and if you're currently sitting still at the yellow title, that's gonna be something different. So as you can see, big damage there coming from Rise, but again, Zenith doesn't want to back down. A quick bubble there coming from Zenith, trying to lessen the damage there, but again, the firepower of Rise is too much for Zenith to handle, and a few backups here coming from Zenith. Yes, Zenith got wiped out, but again, can we see a quick respawn on a different tablet here? Just to take note as well, Nikki, the moment that you die, it will increase your cooldown for your respawn point. So you need to be careful on dying as well.
Exactly. Which explains there are a lot of bodies on the floor. They're waiting for their cooldown for them to revive. But yeah, going back to the game, and this is actually near the spawn area. Well, for Zenith, they shown us a different strategy from taking the star and the moon and then maneuvering once again, even taking the moon. I mean the star and the sun, and then taking the moon. And they were evading clashes. They were not actually inducing the clash, but they were invading in. They were moving around and around. But yeah, the quick response coming from Rise is that they scattered the parties, and those parties were managed to actually kill and wipe Zenith. And you also mentioned about the bubbles. It's the radius is really big.
Yes, I mean, for this timer right now, having like a tier 3 buff right now on the side of Rise, they can actually just go in on that bubble and trade damages. Again, you have 30% damage reduction if you have a tier 3 on your side, and you're just facing like 20%, I think 20 or 30% for that bubble. So you can have like a trade up on those damages. It's really hard for Zenith right now because you cannot outrun Rise right now because of the movement speed buff as well. Plus the damage.
The wind wolf,
earlier you can actually kill one player of Rise with like one party, but right now having that tier 3 buff from the second battlefield, it will take you 2 parties to 3 parties just to kill
you need
one
to gang up.
Yeah.
You really need to gang up on a single player from Rise, and that's just so hard. But let's give it to Zenith. At least this is a better game than the first one. At least they took off like 300, almost 299 HP from Rise as compared to the previous game. At least they learned, they adjusted, but still not enough. And like what you mentioned, these are red title holders, so yeah, it's really hard. But now we can see that the moon tablet is moving. That is because some of the players from Rise already positioned themselves here at the Owl Baron area.
Yes, definitely. So as you can see right now, Rise is stacking up on the south side here. They're just waiting for the minions to drop here And no stack there. Numas are up and running, and that's it. GG well played there, coming from Zenith and Rise. Wow.
Yes, and that is a 2-0 sweep coming from Rise, sealing the deal and advancing to our top 8. And we will be giving the microphones to our amazing host and analyst Abigail and David. Please explain what happened in our game number 2.
Thank you so much, Nikki and MG. I love the way Zenith still have another approach in this game, right? They decided to go in one full force to one tablet, and it actually happened.
Yeah.
It actually works.
And it wasn't really just a one-sided approach. They had multiple players playing as bait, trying to pressure a single tablet and then try and force Rise to overcommit, and it worked for a good 2 minutes until Rise realized that, hey, this is what they're doing, and the counter to that strategy is just to always stick your core members, your strong members on each tablet, so when they try to rotate this way, you can counteract that. So Zenith definitely had this planned once again, but Rise, being as experienced as they are, they read it almost immediately, and they were able to counteract that. Still, it was a very good try coming out from Zenith.
Yeah, and Rise actually almost fall for that, right?
Yeah.
But because Rise is a very quick-witted, well-calculated and experienced guild, that's why they realized quickly that this is not the tempo that we want to set in this game. We should dictate the tempo. It is not them to dictate us.
Exactly. I mean, it was a very good attempt there from Zenith, trying different strategies, and they definitely were able to capitalize early on until where the morale buffs became too huge. And not many guilds can say, hey, we took 300 points away from Rise. That is an achievement on its own.
Yeah. And also, as Rise reached the maximum buff, this is the moment when another problem comes to Zenith, right? They tried another different approach in the middle of the game. It's almost at the end of the game, if I'm not mistaken. But still, the lack of the buff, it make them
very hard.
Very hard to retake at least one tablet.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it reached a certain point where it just snowballed out of control, and whatever strategy that Zenith had planned, even the moment when they reached the max morale, it was really hard to execute on whatever strategy you have planned.
Yeah, and let's take a look at the main battlefield match stats. Let's check out. Well, I must say, if Zenith's buff was better, it can be a different.
Definitely.
It can be a different story. I mean, like they would have managed to secure tablets if the buff is even or neck to neck.
Even if not too much. Even if it's not such a big lead. Even if they, let's say, if they both reach 3k morale at the same time, that small of a difference could have led to a less snowbally effect here for the side of Rise. But the secondary battlefield from Rise was just way too strong. They didn't allow Zenith to get any space there and just get complete control over across the entire map. Rise was able to snowball very early on, despite Zenith's best efforts in the main battlefield, and it was all down to not having enough morale buffs in the secondary battlefield.
Yeah, because from the every single matches that we saw yesterday, a couple of weeks ago, every single guild that actually fall apart from the map pressure of their opponent, it's really hard for them to recover. But Zen actually finally get their grip. Almost at the end of the game. Yeah, but the buff, late. But it's too late because the buff diff is just another problem for Zenith.
Yeah, the secondary battlefield stats is gonna show you a clear picture of how stark the difference was. I mean, 23 minions compared to 217 there from the side of Rise, as well as all 5 bosses. Definitely a tough situation that they put the main battlefield in. Of course, it's not a jab at Zenith, because Rise is a tough opponent. Not just the main battlefield, but the secondary battlefield as well. They have very experienced players in there, controlling the pace, controlling the tempo and movement of all the players inside. And Rise is just too good for the side of Zenith. And I must say, whatever that Zenith has shown us today would have taken down a lot of other guilds. But not Rise. Rise was just too strong and too experienced to be able to adapt to whatever is thrown their way.
Yeah, let's take a look at the MVP of the match. Will it be Permencool. Oh, it's the first one is Tiki,
yeah.
and the last one is Permencool.
So 2 different players from the side of Rise will be walking away with a Huawei FreeBuds SE. So congratulations to Permancool as well as Tiki, of course. 2 different MVPs in 2 different matches means that they both get the FreeBuds SE.
And I'm curious who's the highest point member, and it's Kodok.
Featuring Kodok, another assassin. We've been seeing a lot of assassins come up, shining brightly recently. First, we have Ilongni Batman, and he was showcasing multiple different builds. Yesterday, it wasn't just him, it was Talon as well, being able to get in the spotlight, and now it's Kodok getting the highest amount of points in game number 2.
Yeah, Paladin slowly left behind.
Yeah, Paladins are expiring, guys. Get out as quickly as you can, because it's getting out of meta really soon.
And I would love to see the battlefield report, as I want to know how many points distributed in every single player on each guild. But still, I would love to raise a hat for Zenith.
Definitely.
I mean, like not many guilds can do this kind of thing in the top position, in low morals, without buff.
Yeah, like they came here with a plan. They had everything in motion. They had even early tempo control for the first 2 minutes of the game, and it was really good to see them not giving up. Trying all these different strategies. They showcased 4 different movement strategies in 2 games, and we've seen guilds run 1 single strategy for 2 games as well. I mean, this is definitely a good sign for Zenith. They definitely have a lot of ideas in their back pocket, and these ideas definitely do work. And I'm rooting for them to come back stronger in the next Odin Cup.
Me too. And this is the battlefield report. Let's check it out.
Yeah, let's see the main difference here. As Zenith was mostly running a very loose, a very fast movement sort of strategy, moving across the map really quickly, trying to bait.
I believe Tiki scored the highest battlefield report in this round of 16.
1900, almost 2000.
Yeah, almost 2000. The highest battlefield points yesterday is 1,800.
Okay, that's an achievement of its own, and Tiki will be the one to lead so far. We'll see at the end of the round of 16 who will be like the highest total score getter. But yeah, this was the battlefield report for game number 2. Very tough to kill these guys, because I mean, Rise is Rise. They're always going to be rising above the rest. And Zenith, as well as they tried, their road in the Odin Cup will end here in the top 16, while Rise will be moving on to the top 8.
Yeah, but still, we saw the potential, like a big potential from Zenith, and we expect Zenith will come again in Odin Cup, maybe next season, or maybe later on another Ragnarok tournament. We'll be rooting for you.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they've shown that they have a lot in their bag, and they should not give up. They should definitely keep trying.
Yeah, but I would love to know how Rise came up with an idea. No way, this is not how we play. This is the moment when we need to dictate this game, and this is not their turn to dictate us. Can you explain more?
I can show you guys right now on how Zenith executed their movement strategy across the map very well, and Rise, the moment they spotted that, the movement across the map was very obvious as well. And this all started at the 0-minute mark. The moment the game starts, look how they're going in. Look at what they did. Zenith baited out Terminal Wings from the side of Rise. So this is already 1 point for Zenith. Good job, 1 point they already got. They baited out the Terminal Wings with a single member. This poor guy, Inspector VJ, well done. You sacrificed yourself for the greater good. He baited out the Terminal Wings, and the moment Zenith saw that, where did they go? They rotated to the other side of the map. So that is a great start already for the entire plan of Zenith. Let's keep playing on and see what happens after that. They committed heavily on towards the Star Tablet, while Rise were still sending their members across the map. And yeah, with the amount of members they had, despite all the Terminal Wings being dropped down on them in this area, they were still able to hold on and capture the tablet. You were hearing the enthusiasm from Nikki as well as MG. Despite Rise's best efforts, Terminal Wings, Oblivions being dropped everywhere, they were able to hold on and capture the tablet. And that was this was something they didn't get to do in the first game. They had 0 tablets captured in the first game, but this is where they started, to start gaining momentum. This was where Rise, started to fluster a little bit. This was where they start to over rotate. As you can see, there's already a lot of members here from the side of Rise. Way too much for a tablet that has just recently been captured. This is almost 20 members from the side of Rise, and do you really need this many members to try and capture a tablet which your opponents are going to give up anyways? No, this is Rise playing into, like you said, the tempo of Zenith, and Zenith immediately rotated across the map, across somewhere else. They even sacrificed their lives just to make sure that they can respawn faster, and they hit across to the other side of the map. But I want you to see something very interesting as well. This was a good bait from the side of Zenith. They baited the rotations from the side of Rise that they then made them think that they were attacking another point. Now they rotate across the map. As you can see, let's go back a couple more seconds here to show you the movement where Rise was sort of playing into the tempo of Zenith. Now, heavy amount of members here from the side of Zenith on the Sun tablet. Where was the members of Rise? They were stuck here. They were stuck in the Moon tablet, stuck in the Star tablet, and they were not able to rotate in time. This was way too many members to try and recapture a point that was obvious that it was going to be given up anyway. So nicely done there by Zenith. Little miscommunication probably coming there for the side of Rise, not being able to spot this out very early on, and this was that was 100 points that Zenith was able to get on their way. And the moment they capture this, look what Zenith does. They get out of the point, spread out as loosely as possible so that they're not caught out in any sort of AoE, and they head across to the other side of the map, because 30 seconds is up. They can recapture the Star tablet, and they also send a couple of their members into the Moon tablet to sort of bait more movements towards the Moon, while their actual main target was the Star tablet. Now you'll see that in a couple of seconds where they try and bait out the movements from the side of Rise to split their focus a little bit.
Oh my god, Baiter got baited.
Yeah, great, map movement here coming in, and this is, in a few moments you'll see where this was actually spotted out there by Zenith for the side of Rise. They spotted out, they were trying to trade these tablets while also putting pressure on towards the Moon tablet, and that is where Rise started to say no. We're not playing on your tempo anymore. We're not giving you any more ground. This is where it stops. You took away 200 points from us. This is where it ends. This is where the entire process ends. Now you see members from the side of Zenith pressuring the Moon tablet. This was not their main target. This was sort of a bait to make Rise over-rotate to a tablet where it was not really heavily focused. Instead, they pressure on towards the Moon tablet. This is where rotations come in, and this was where a couple of members were also stuck here. Rise, thinking that the pressure will continue towards the Moon tablet, kept a few members here, while the actual target was once again the Sun tablet. And after this was where Rise realized, all right, this is where it stops. All right, no more movement, no more moving around. We're not playing into you anymore. And that's where they send anchors, side anchors to every single of these tablets, and they completely stopped these sort of rotations after that. Not to mention the morale buffs have already started to kick in here for the side of Rise, and with that they were able to control all 3 points in the map by just sticking their members in. Stop moving around the map, stick their members in all these tablets, and even with the numbers, Zenith was not able to hold on, and that was just Rise's game from this point on.
And if Rise were failed to realize this in a couple of moments,
this would have gone on.
This will be the Zenith moment.
Yeah, this would have been where Zenith would be one of the first guilds to say, hey, we took 1,000 points away from Rise. From the top 4 of the Odin Cup, we were able to take away 1,000 points from them. These guys can bleed, and yeah, I mean, great try from Zenith. Also great adaptation there from the side of Rise, from being able to spot that out and stop it.
Yeah, and this is a very interesting first match. So once again, congratulations to Rise, who already advanced to the top 8, and good game well played for Zenith. We will waiting for you to coming back in Odin Cup again. And this interesting match of Odin Cup 2023 is co-organized by ROO and also Huawei App Gallery. If you don't know what Huawei App Gallery is, this is a top 3 global app marketplace where Huawei supports both Huawei and non-Huawei Android phones. You can enjoy premium benefits by downloading games from Huawei App Gallery, and also Huawei App Gallery provides various benefits, discounts, promotion, and offers throughout the year. So just download the game from Huawei App Gallery and claim your rewards now.
Definitely, you want to check out Razer Gold as well. Go.razer.com, where you can get a lot of rebates, a lot of cool offers for your top-ups of the game as well.
Yeah, and in case you missed what happened on the first match, here's the highlight for you. Let's check it out. And that's the highlight of the first match. Interesting, right? I would love to see more interesting match as we have 3 more matches upcoming.
Yeah, next upcoming match. The next one you guys will be watching is Solaria going up against Outs, which is a different sort of interesting match because there's a lot of high-profile players that will be playing in the next match.
Yeah, and to prepare that match for you, we will take a break. So make sure you stay tuned with us until the breakdown.
It's the question that we're about to see and answered here.
Storylines are unfolding right now, MG.
Yeah.
Zenith versus Rise, 1-2 none. And yeah, of course, the veteran guild, the most experienced one, is actually kind of leading. They are leading indeed. Rise, the crowd's favorite. How will the underdogs of Zenith be able to bounce back and flip the table, flip the tablet in our match
Yes.
number 2 to actually prolong their stay in our tournament?
Yes, definitely. I really agree on the host earlier and Abigail and Zero earlier that they're very creative on their strategy and they don't lose hope on this level, because again you are actually seeing multiple attempts or multiple strategy attempts coming from Zenith. And yes, I agree with Zero. If they are actually facing a much equal DP or firepower on this one, Zenith can actually pull off those crazy strategies. And I believe these two guilds are they're actually like a veteran. They have a veteran strategist on their guild. Because imagine there is no downtime on the strategy of Zenith as well for their guild.
Yes.
And on the side of Rise, they're very reactive. Like they planned it from 0.1 to 100 for this match. So I'm really excited on the side of Zenith as well. If they can cap a tablet or 2 tablets or more tablets, and or even secured a minion or a boss here, I'm just very excited for Zenith for this match.
Let's find out. We still have 1 minute to go. And I just watched the interview before the matches, and I saw that the representative for Zenith is Blink Gaming. It's actually a colleague in an org. So yeah, shout out to Blink Gaming.
Okay.
And like what I heard about what he said is that no pressure, no expectations, but they're gonna give it their all. So that's really a heart of a player. We still, that's really, really nice to hear from him.
Yes, definitely. You need to enjoy the game for you to, to perform well on this match. But again, Rise right now is, everyone is watching Rise right now.
Of course.
If you are planning to take down this guild, you need to watch the movement of every core players of Rise right now to check their rotation and their priority targets as well. So this is actually a very educational video for the guilds that we still have here for our top 16.
Yes, and knowing that Rise has a lot of sigil skills, terminal, and also statue skills up their sleeves, it's quite expected to be having that. But yeah, let's go on to our game. And once again, we can see 3 tablets are being flipped right now. We are watching Rise here, and they're kind of dispersed at the right side, pushing towards this particular area. And we are seeing Zenith
Here we go, let's go,
trying
Zenith!
to combat against
Zenith, secure,
Rise.
yes! Yes, Zenith
Yay!
managed to secure
Yay!
a first tablet. Let's go, Zenith. And right now, Rise is answering back, guys. Slowly but surely, they're trying to go to the back lane. But again, good spacing here coming from Zenith, trying to paddle back slowly on that one. So as you can see, the High Priests are trying to rescue majority of the Zenith players, but apparently the firepower of Rise dominated that clash. And as you can see, Rise is actually pushing up to the respawn point on this one. And I really want to see if there is going to be a massive respawn strategy here coming from Zenith, from Star to Sun on this one.
To Sun. I believe so, because the Sun tablet is actually moving right now. Like what you mentioned earlier, and this is what's happening.
Yes.
Zenith already knew what's gonna happen, and they're taking this. They have a really huge stack here, but look at the Paladins coming from Rise, just going towards the stack and just mowing them over. Basilica will be used as well as it demonstration. They're being pushed back here in the corner.
Yes, that's actually what I mentioned earlier. Force Rise to move from one tablet to another tablet. That's actually one of the best things that you can actually do. Force the fights that you have more numbers versus Rise.
They're
so I think
moving.
right now, that's what Zenith is doing. So we have a few players on the side of Rise on the Star right now, and they're gonna put 40 players ready here for the Star tablet. So a massive responder or a massive push there coming from Zenith. Zenith is answering back on this push here, and Rise is sending 1 to 2.
They're doing it
on the side of the Star tablet, but Star tablet is flipping right now, and as you can see, majority of the Zenith is not backing up. Few players at the back lane on the side of Rise are being placed there, but again, it's too late on the side of Rise. So I think Zenith is gonna run again. They're trying to this is actually good. They're trying to cut the momentum on this one. They're trying to play mind games versus Rise on this one. They're trying to recap middle just to take out a bit of diversion on this Sun capture, because definitely Rise is aware that it's gonna be the Sun tablet right now.
The Sun, yes.
Yes, and Rise is still staying on the Sun tablet, but again, more players coming from Rise. They actually know what's gonna happen. So Zenith right now, I think they're gonna regroup and check for another option.
Yes, but I'm gonna give that moment to Zenith. They were able to at least dictate the game for at least like 2 tablet captures. But yeah, Rise is really, really well versed when it comes to Guild League and how it is being done. They've already, this is what you're doing, guys. Then we're gonna block you in this area. We know where you're gonna go next. We know they've already scattered their parties, and look at the movement and how they maneuver amongst these 3 tablets. And not to mention 1 minute 28 seconds before the mouse respawn, and also almost ready for the third. They already got the third tier buff for the morale, right? Am I right?
Yes. Yes, this is
Yeah,
gonna be
so
really tough now for
true.
Zenith.
And it only shows that Rice really experienced when it comes to Guild League because they already blocked the movement of Zenith. But yeah, I have to give it to Zenith. Nicely done.
Yes, a very creative way to take out points versus a very high DP guild, and at the same time, it's again like I mentioned, it's gonna be really hard now for Zenith because again, having the
Yeah.
tier 3 buff on the side of the main battlefield of Rice, they have I believe that's 25% or 20% movement speed plus
25.
25% plus the wind walk. So that's gonna be a much faster backup coming from Rice right now.
Yes, exactly. And Tiki already now killed 30 people, and he was our MVP previously. And we're just waiting for the mobs to respawn. Will it be Zenith to take it over, or will Rice be able to wipe all the mobs? And looking at the movement of Rice, right now, they are guarding outside of the tablet. They've learned their lessons, they've adjusted, and they've read the next strategy of Zenith. Now the question, how will Zenith readjust once again?
Yes. I think one of the best things that you can actually do here is on the 15-minute mark and 10-minute mark. Majority of the players of this guild Rise is gonna go to on the minion side, right?
Yes.
So meaning you are facing lesser numbers on the tablet. So if you want to really to capitalize on that, you can actually zerg up on one tablet, capture the tablet while Rice is going for the tablet to recapture. You can actually do the rotation again. You just need to break you just need to find a way where you can have that advantage number fights on the tablet.
Yes, and like what you mentioned, fewer people capturing the tablet, but it's already done. They quickly wipe the mobs. But yeah, the moon tablet almost moving, but still not enough for Zenith. And I believe this is the moment wherein Rice is already blocking Zenith. Not respawn camping, but yeah, let me take it back. But blocking them because Rice has already taken a lot of morale boost. So yeah, it's just so hard for Zenith to camp back.
Yes, and as you can see, like they're actually distributing their members equally right now. At the middle, you are actually seeing two parties, and on both left and right tablets, they're distributing like 15 players each, mostly. So
And even high priests are also moving around.
yeah,
Not just the DPS.
definitely. Majority of Rice right now are on red titles right now. So you're gonna face a red title, and if you're currently sitting still at the yellow title, that's gonna be something different. So as you can see, big damage there coming from Rice, but again, Zenith doesn't want to back down. A quick bubble there coming from Zenith, trying to lessen the damage there, but again, the firepower of Rice is too much for Zenith to handle, and a few backups here coming from Zenith. Yes, Zenith got wiped out, but again, can we see a quick respawn on a different tablet here? Just to take note as well, Nikki, the moment that you die, it will increase your cooldown for your respawn point. So you need to be careful on dying as well.
Exactly. Which explains there are a lot of bodies on the floor. They're waiting for their cooldown for them to revive. But yeah, going back to the game, and this is actually near the spawn area. Well, for Zenith, they shown us a different strategy from taking the star and the moon and then maneuvering once again, even taking the moon. I mean the star and the sun, and then taking the moon. And they were evading clashes. They were not actually inducing the clash, but they were invading in. They were moving around and around. But yeah, the quick response coming from Rice is that they scattered the parties, and those parties were managed to actually kill and wipe Zenith. And you also mentioned about the bubbles. It's the radius is really big.
Yes, I mean, for this timer right now, having like a tier 3 buff right now on the side of Rice, they can actually just go in on that bubble and trade damages. Again, you have 30% damage reduction if you have a tier 3 on your side, and you're just facing like 20%, I think 20 or 30% for that bubble. So you can have like a, trade up on those damages. It's really hard for Zenith right now because you cannot outrun Rice right now because of the movement speed buff as well. Plus the damage.
The
You need
Windwall,
to earlier you can actually kill one player of Rice with like one party, but right now having that tier 3 buff from the second battlefield, it will take you 2 parties to 3 parties just to kill
you need
one
to
or
gang
two.
up.
Yeah.
You really need to gang up on a single player from Rise, and that's just so hard. But let's give it to Zenith. At least this is a better game
definitely.
than the first one. At least they took off like 300, almost 299 HP from Rise as compared to the previous game. At least they learned, they adjusted, but still not enough. And like what you mentioned, these are red title holders, so yeah, it's really hard. But now we can see that the moon tablet is moving. That is because some of the players from Rise already positioned themselves here at the Owl Baron area.
Yes, definitely. So as you can see right now, Rice is stacking up on the south side here. They're just waiting for the minions to drop here. And no stack there. Numas are up and running, and that's it. GG well played there coming from Zenith and Rice. Wow.
Yes, and that is a 2.
Welcome back to the live broadcast of the Southeast Asia Odin Cup Online Tournament, round of 16. Back with me with Abigail as your host, and we still have Zero here as your analyst.
Yeah, definitely. We have been watching some couple of great games that have been happening today as well as yesterday. But we have another great match happening right after this, which is going to be Solaria going up against Outs in the round of 16.
Yeah, I remember these two teams actually swiped out their opponent by 2-0.
I think so.
And we don't know what will happen between these two.
Yeah, I think these are very evenly matched guilds as well. They're not too far apart in terms of power. So it's going to be very interesting to see. Not to mention these two guilds they have a couple of big names in their lineups as well.
Yeah, and also I would love to say thank you to our sponsor. And as for this Odin Cup 2023 is co-organized by ROO and also Huawei App Gallery. If you don't know what Huawei App Gallery is, this is a top 3 global app marketplace where you can download games and you can receive benefits, discounts, promotions and also it supports both Huawei and non-Huawei Android phones. So you can just download game from Huawei App Gallery and claim your rewards now.
Yeah, definitely do so. And not to mention, of course, Razer Gold, another great supporter of the Southeast Asian Odin Cup 2023. So shop gold.razer.com. Make sure you guys check that out. Check what's available for you to be able to use for your upcoming upgrades for your game.
And I believe this is the right time to send the code.
Oh yes,
Yeah.
it's almost
Yeah,
about
it's
time.
yeah,
Almost
it's
time.
almost
It's not
about
yet,
time,
guys.
yeah.
So make sure you guys stay tuned on the stream because we'll be giving out the first stream code very soon for the stream. It is gonna be, if I remember correctly, super pack coupons as well as Dead Branch and Bloody Branch. That's what the first code usually has.
And also, we would love to invite you to our Discord. So make sure you join our Discord. And this is your code. Let's redeem it.
There it is. The first code of the day will be redeemed. Will be reviewed right
No.
not yet.
This is the rewards that you will receive once you redeem the code, and around 5 minutes late 5 minutes we will send you the first code, and we will still have another codes. And make sure you support us and help us to reach our milestone, which is the 10,000 view, 2,000, 20,000 view, and 30,000 view. Because the more the view that we get, the more rewards that you will receive.
Yeah, I don't think we have seen a 30,000 milestone review. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. It might have been. I mean, I haven't been able to redeem any of it. I've been on the stream. But yeah, here you guys have it. This is the first code of the day. Odin Cup 2023.
Yeah, there. Get your phones now and redeem the code. And I would love to say thank you to every single good people on the live chat who spreads the code. I'm like they always try to help another people to spread the code, which is very interesting.
On the Discord as well. Make sure you guys are in the Discord community because even though you missed it on the stream, you can ask in the Discord. They have been very helpful in making sure everybody is able to get their hands on these rewards. So
not to mention another rewards that you can receive from joining our Discord, like you can get free in-game daily items, you can get get an access to a massive game guides. Also, you can find party mates, guilds to join, and you can watch this Odin Cup together in Discord. Not to mention, the most important thing is you can get the first access or maybe the first information about the next patch updates.
it's almost time. A couple more days, and we're gonna get a big game update.
Change. I mean, a big change, like the buff and nerfs, and also 2 jobs will coming.
2 new jobs,
Yeah, 2 new
exactly.
jobs, and I would love to know what will happen next week. I mean, like, this is going to be exciting, man.
It's gonna be a huge meta shift. I mean, we're gonna complete round of 16, take a break, as well as have the new jobs in time for the round of 8. That's gonna be exciting.
Exactly, and it is always, thrilling to see a lot of things happen during a tournament. And maybe we will need to know if that will be a shifting on the patch. I mean, like we also need to know whether the player will still use the old patch or maybe the new patch. That's the thing that we will confirm later.
Yeah, definitely. I think everybody will be playing as as what the game is currently on, but it's gonna be definitely a very interesting thing to see. People trying to adapt to the latest changes. I mean, 2 completely new jobs are going to shift the meta very heavily, especially when you have like a Sage or a Stalker in your team. Then suddenly your opponent has to play differently, and that's going to be signaling, heralding a completely new meta that I'm very excited to see.
Yeah, and what's your opinion about Solaria and LODZ? I mean, like, both of them secured 2-0 from their last match, and their performance is actually pretty well, but I'm not really sure. I mean, like, the odds still on the Solaria, but what's your perspective or maybe insights about AODZ?
I think both these guilds are very, very evenly matched in terms of power, not too far apart. And AODZ, as with most Thai-centric guilds, is that they are very well coordinated. They have always been able to showcase interesting strategies and play well together as a team. While Solaria, we've been seeing them have a more aggressive style of play as well that they've showcased in the round of 32. So it's going to be a clash of different strategies, different play styles, which makes this match very interesting to see. Will the ones that are more aggressive able to dictate the tempo of the game, or will the team with more strategic movement be able to take the lead early on?
Okay, so let's take a look at the guild introduction. Here we go. Okay, from your explanation before, the gap between Solaria and AODZ is not that big because they only, the gap is only 4 million, like Solaria almost 52 millions, while on the other hand, AODZ 55 millions. I mean, it is not a big.
Yeah, it's not like a huge gap. Like more importantly, it's more of the guild composition of the classes that really matter at this point. Because sure, you might be overpowering your opponent slightly or even a lot. But if your guild composition doesn't make sense, if there's a lot of classes that don't really impact the game in a good way, then that's just dead power that doesn't really amount to much. So it's going to be very interesting to see once we get to look at the compositions on how both these guilds have. And we're talking about how Lord Knights and Master Smiths, for any guild that are really trying to make it to the top 4, trying to make it to the offline finals in Bangkok, you won't see guilds having too many of those numbers. And AOD's outs has a number of 1 Master Smith and 0 Lord Knights, while Solaria having 3 Lord Knights and 6 Master Smiths.
Yeah, and also they less invest in Paladin. They shift it to snipers and also a High Wizard, which provides a solid DPS and as well as the crowd control, and also their support is pretty interesting. I mean, they brought High Priest 37.
37. That's a lot.
That's a lot, man. I mean, I expect their backline is going to be squishy, and once AOTZ can maximize and utilize that assassin, it will be a problem for Solaria.
Yeah, it's going to be a very important point that they have to watch out for, especially with having this many squishy backlines is going to be very important if they are able to keep them alive or not. High Wizard count on both sides look pretty even, it's not too far apart, but always there is only a 40-member limit in the main battlefield. So every single class you put in there has to make sense, has to impact the battlefield in a meaningful way, and it's going to be important to see how both these guilds will form their elite 40 to fight it out.
And from my perspective, Solaria need to allocate every single person in their guild effectively and efficiently to every single tablet if they want to take the map control, as AODC still have a lot of paladins, so which means they can make a barricade. Yeah,
they definitely can play like they have more room for error, especially if your members aren't falling that easily. And with the support, with the adequate amount of support that both these guilds do have, it's gonna be a clash of strategy as well as of playstyle to see how both these two guilds fare.
And let's see the top 5 from each guild. Let's go. I think we're going to start from AODZ. We have Taskwalker, and also the Thai words that I can't read. And Winza, another 2 Thai language that I can't read, but I would love to know how to, read this. So just drop it in the live comment.
Yeah. It's not often we see a champion in the top 5, and AODZ does have one of it.
Oh yeah.
This is the first one that we've seen, I think. First top 5 champion that we've seen in a lot of these guilds.
I would love to know if this person just changed his job or not.
Maybe. I mean, his Asura Strike is going to hurt for sure. I mean,
I mean, like a lot of players changed their job, right, for this round of 16.
Yeah. So let's take a look at what Solaria has in store for us in their top 5. Germani, the guild leader, X Series, Spark, Half-Boiled Egg, and
I remember
Wawa.
Half-Boiled Egg. Half-Boiled Egg. The other one is Angel Kid.
Angel Kid. Yeah.
Half-Boiled Egg, and is the Chinese proverb nickname? I remember those 3.
That was from, I don't remember from which guild, but
yeah, but the Chinese proverb is the best.
Yeah, something like that. Yes.
Yeah, something like that.
But yeah, this is Solaria's top 5. A lot of assassins in their top 5. I mean, across both sides, AODZ outs had 2, and while Solaria has 3 of them in the top 5.
I think having a lot of assassin in Solaria is one of the biggest chance that they can do, because expecting your opponent have a lot of high priests, although they have less snipers and high wizards, but still the support from the high wizard, high priest, I mean, it will be very important for the paladins. So once you can drop them down, it will be very easier. It will make the job from Solaria easier alongside the game.
Definitely, and both these teams definitely do have that option to be able to snipe off the backlines. As we take a look at the management team from the side of outs.
This is the cutest charisma baby.
Yeah, because excited for Marty as the charisma baby. Well, we also have Dollar as the commander, Easy Dude, as well as the rest for the Guildmaster and Fight Cube Master roles.
And we can take a look at Solaria guild masters or maybe guild leaders. We have Half Poet Act as the commanders, I Galaxy as the vice guild master, and the guild master itself is Germany, still the same with the last week.
Yeah.
And the other vice guild master is EU Tenasai. And last one, the Charisma Baby, is a Venus.
Venus, for you guys who do not know, is the Venus.
Yeah.
The
Oh My
professional
Venus.
Oh My
Yeah.
Venus, professional Mobile Legends player, previously from Blacklist International.
Yeah.
Yep. So he is part of Solaria, and he has been playing for a long time before Ragnarok Online Origins.
Yes, and I remember Venus actually one of the key players from Solaria.
The sniper.
Yeah, the sniper. As long as I remember, he scored a lot of kills back then when the match started, and also he became a monster inside that game. Like no one can touch him, and the damage that he dealt is unstoppable.
Yeah, that's one of the benefits, of being a professional gamer from a different game. Is that the map,
the map awareness, the map awareness, the
knowing where you
positioning.
can go exactly. Like you would make sure that you are not caught out in a bad position.
Exactly.
Because you're already used to that. You're already used to being able to hide out in different places,
Yeah.
and that's going to be very important in this match.
And you're pretty used to analyze
The whole-
the whole map, and you know the exact spot where you are safe, where you can drop your damage to your opponent. And this is the management team from AODZ. We have lots of players in here. Like 9 players as their management, the guild master, 2 vice guilds, officers, commanders, and a charisma baby.
Solaria definitely needs everything they have to face up against Outs, one of the strongest Thai guilds in the game at the moment. We do see Blee here as one of the officers. Marty, like you said,
Yeah, the
your
cutest
cutest
charisma baby ever in this Odin Cup. I mean, like, it's so cute.
Okay, so I have Tanapat gun, arm as well for the officers and commanders.
Yes, and here we go. This is the right time for you guys in this live streaming to drop your supports to each guild that will compete in the first game. As the first game already set for you guys, we will throw it to our casters, which is Nikki and MG. Please take it away.
Thank you so much to our lovely host, Abigail, and to our wise analyst, David, for introducing to us the second match of the day. We are still here. My name is Nikki, together with MG.
Yes, let's go. Definitely one of the matches that I really want to see right now is AODS versus Solaria. So this is going to be a really interesting match. Again, Zero mentioned earlier, we have one of the solid carries here on the side of Solaria. We have Germany, one of the key players on the side of Solaria, and of course Venus on the sniper. And on the side of AODS, it's gonna be Winza, one of the popular Thai players when it comes to playing melee class in the MMORPG scene.
Exactly, and not just this franchise, but also other franchise is definitely a name, and of course their guild too is a name to look out for. That's gonna be AODC. And as for Solaria, like what you mentioned a while ago, I also was able to witness and watch the live stream of Oh My Venus, and yeah, she really plays sniper. I'm quite surprised because I know that we all know that she plays MOBA, but to be playing MMORPG is quite a surprise. So yeah, it's really refreshing to see her here. Looking at the DPMG, it's a matter of 4 million difference. Like what Zero mentioned a while ago, it's gonna boils down to execution of strategy and the composition of the guild. What are your thoughts about that?
Yes, I agree with you on that one, Nikki. Definitely, it's more on the execution side. Again, it is actually expected on the side of Solaria that they're gonna have like a DP gap. Again, we're talking about like, I believe that's 4 million, what they mentioned earlier. And 4 million is a no joke for me. Because again, yes, having if you're gonna distribute that extra 4 million on the main battlefield, that's gonna be a really hard thing to deal with. But again, knowing knowing Solaria, they've been playing really wise when it terms of rotation, setting the tempo, and creating space as well. You have Germany there on the side of Solaria, who's very active at the back lane. So, but the question here, AOD also has the back lane, two high-ranked backlane players, which is the Assassin, that can actually also punish Solaria. So it's gonna be a battle of who has a better backlane on this one. So 5 more seconds on this one, Nikki.
Let's go. And here we go for our second match of the day. 2 tablets will be taken here by Solaria. Like what MG mentioned, they're really good when it comes to rotation and maneuvering, and even the sigil skills and status skills will be deployed even here in the early games.
Yes,
Giving
definitely. Yes, actually, as far as I can see, this is actually a perfect strategy. They managed to read on the first few minutes or a few seconds on the positioning that Ayods will be placing at the middle. So they actually reacted quickly and taking the two sides right now, the two side tablets. And as you can see right now, Star Tablet is being contested now on the side of Solaria. Same goes with Sun. So the question there is how they can actually react and protect this one. But again, a quick answer back there coming from Solaria at the middle. Solaria is attempting to get Ayods is attempting to get 3 tablets right now, but again, no answer there coming from Solaria. Solaria managed to hit them with the Oblivion connected to Ayods, but again, no punish there coming from Solaria. Solaria right now is having a hard time at the middle, and I think this is a full force of Ayods staying or maintaining the middle tablet here versus Solaria.
Yes, and Aos already has the damage reduction of 30%. That's why they even won the clash here in this particular tablet that we're showing in the viewers. Because we saw how heavy Solaria has a stack outside of that tablet. They were trying to push it, but yeah, they weren't able to do so because of the first tier of buffs will be given to AODC. And right now that is an exchange, a flip tablet for Solaria finally. But an easy retake coming from AODC. No exchange though. Solaria trying their best, throwing all the AoEs from the wizard and throwing in all that skills as well. But Soul Destroyer, we're seeing a lot of hefty amount of Saints High Priest here, but it's not really being converted to their tablet. It's just so hard for now they got that one, but still another flip by AODC. I don't know what's gonna happen or how will Solaria be able to set the pace now, especially AODC is now dictating the game.
Yes, and as we can see earlier, there's a attempt earlier on this tablet to be flipped. No pressure coming from Solaria at the back lane of Ayods here. So that's why Ayods managed to snowball quickly towards the stack of Solaria. And as you can see right now, an attempt here coming from Solaria going to the middle. They're trying to separate their numbers right now. We have few players on the north side, south side as well. Can we see a full push here coming from Solaria? I think right now, majority of the players right now is just scattered around at the tablet here. I think they are actually having a miscommunication here. I think the objective is different now. I think they're moving to a different tablet.
That tablet is going to be the Star tablet. We're currently watching. This one is better. But yeah, the Star tablet kind of moved, but it will be retaken here by AODC. And they are actually really good when it comes to retakes and exchange. They will be leaving this for a while because they already locked that. We're moving here at this particular area. Solaria has a good stock here, but they are being overpowered and outnumbered. Look at the numbers of AODC in this area. 3 tablets will be captured by AODC.
Yes. We are actually seeing a good connection there coming from Solaria when it comes to Oblivion. The Oblivion is getting, they're getting caught on that Oblivion on the side of Ayods for like 5 players. But on the side of Solaria, there's no follow-up damage on that Oblivion. That's why they cannot capitalize on that sigil skill that they are putting. And I think right now, one thing that they need to add on this is to put pressure at the backlane. Just create space, create attention out of the fights. And right now, as you can see, damage has been casted there, and majority of Solaria is just trying to do their best to sustain everything. But again, a failed attempt there on Solaria on this tablet, and right now, Ayods is showing dominance on this fight, and Solaria is having a hard time to answer back on this.
And 22 seconds away before the spawn of our mob. For Solaria, they need to scout every area, which side or which tablet has a few AODC in it. But I believe this is the perfect time for Solaria to get the mobs. Hopefully, they'll be able to do so. 4 seconds, and let's see what's gonna happen. Who's gonna get all the mobs? And no, I think it's going to be AODC still, because 2,700 against 1,261, and that's the fast depletion of HP coming from Solaria.
Yes. This is actually the opportunity that they have right now on the side of Solaria. They can actually recapture a few tablets right now. They just need to respond quickly, and those High Priest needs to resurrect those key players on time so they can take advantage of the tablet on that one. But apparently, it seems like Ayods right now is putting those hard carries on both tablets, between on the Sun tablet and on the Star tablet. That's why Solaria right now is having a hard time to contest.
And talking about contest, AODC already got the 3-tier buffs coming from the secondary field. So main field, secondary field, they are doing their job and their best here. A few strugglers coming from Solaria here at the lower side of our camera. Let's see if they'll be able to push and put pressure in this particular area. Seeing Milk, we're seeing the rest, but they ain't moving, they ain't coming or going or fully committing all their skills in this particular area. Oh, there you have it, finally, but a hefty amount of high wizards here and gypsy and performers as well just retook the Star tablet. They're really fast when it comes to retaking and exchange. AODC is actually doing it.
Yes, again, like I mentioned earlier, it's gonna be really painful if you don't have any anti-assassins on your lineup right now, because again, the core players or the top DP players on the side of Ayods are assassins. We saw earlier they are just going inside and spamming those Grim Tooth to the squishy ones on the side of Solaria. So they need to have that Ruach up and running, plus they need to put safety wall as well to protect themselves from these damages.
Yeah, those are really good insight and keys to victory, but hopefully Solaria will be able to adjust. They still have a few seconds, but we're already down to 627. It's just a matter of minutes. We have a chunk of Solaria people here taking the Star tablet, but look at how AODC responds. They've already committed their status skills over there, and it's just a wipeout coming from AODC. Solaria kind of pushed back a bit, just gonna go outside of the circle of the tablet, and it's just so hard for them to actually withstand all the punishment and aggression coming from AODC.
Yes. I think this is gonna be like a GG for Solaria,
Yeah, for
but
sure.
again, they need to get all of the information that they can get for this match, so they can actually react and counter for the second game. So as we can see earlier, we have a couple of Grimtooth's Red Cut players as well, coming from Ayods, that is one of the source of damage coming from Ayods here. And I really like how Solaria is putting those bubble up and running. But again, not enough stack of Gravity Fields, not enough stack of Quagmire, not enough stack of AoEs or aerial effect to delay some players. They need to have like 2 anchor players to protect the left and the right, or even the back lane as well. They need to be careful on that one.
Yeah, and look at that, Asura Strike. It's just so easy for AODC to kill Solaria right now. And Roll already has 45 kill streak. We're seeing a lot of kill streak here coming from AODC. We're just a matter of 156 points away before we actually conclude the winner of our first match here. Ringo trying his best, but he will still go down. A few Solaria people trying to take this tablet, but it's just so hard. And I think their north spawn has been camped as well. If we can look at that side, yeah, I believe it. That's why we cannot see other Solaria players going in this particular, and there you go. That is what I'm talking about.
Yes.
They can't even go near the tablets. Ugh. They just died there. Look at how strong the Soul Destroyer is.
Yes, and there you have it. AOD's taking the first win versus Solaria, and Solaria, I think they're gonna have a huge talk up after this to strategize on what tablets to be flipped and what characters to put in on those crucial skills that they can protect the back lane.
Yes, MG. And for now, AODC will take our first win of the series, but do not fret, everyone, because we still have one more game for this series, and Abigail and David will tell us more about how can Solaria come back for our game number 2. So please take it away.
Thank you, Nikki and MG. Wow, the first game is very interesting for me. I mean, like, Solaria actually had a good start on the early game. They captured 2 tablets and pushed AODC to over-rotating to every single tablet because they only get the Moon tablet. But the one thing that I love from AODC, they escalated their movement pretty quickly and took over the map control.
Yeah, it came down to a couple of key positionings that Solaria was able to get. For AO outs was able to get in defending the points, completely stopping the momentum that. Despite Solaria off to such a great start, they were not able to convert that into continuous tempo. Not to mention the secondary battlefield as well. We've been talking a lot about how important it is providing the morale buffs towards the main battlefield, and it was just a complete disaster, to say the least, from the side of Solaria in the secondary battlefield. So, a lot of guilds, have neglected the secondary battlefield. Not really putting a lot of emphasis on how important buffs are, and it cannot be stressed further that every single one of these buffs do help your main battlefield to snowball into a victory.
Yeah, and also to get the more movement speed, so you can rotate very quickly to every single tablets. Well, actually, Solaria divided their plays to 2 sides and almost get a chance, right, to take the control of the map again. But sadly, AODC is just too strong with 3 buffs, the maximum buff, and making Solaria in a hard position once again.
Yeah, definitely. It was a pretty decisive victory there for the side of outs, despite the difference not being that high. Let's look at the stats for match number 1 to see how far it was in terms of the overall stats, right, for game number 1.
Let's check it out. Okay, compared to the damage, I can't sign anything because AODC just outplayed them. Well, it's very interesting to see Solaria still had a close match on the early game, but they can't hold it until the end of the game.
It definitely didn't feel like, Solaria was this one-sided in terms of kills, right? They were moving a lot. They were trying to pressure different sides of the map, but whenever they tried to hold a tablet, that's when bulk of the kills came in. And not to mention the assassins from the side of outs definitely got a lot of kills. Like you said earlier on, before you even went to the game, you're talking about how important these assassins were to try and get the kills on the squishier backlines of Solaria, and also on AODZ on the other side as well. So definitely being showcased here. A lot of kills from the side of outs, and Solaria had no answer for them.
Yeah, and also that's something that I want to mention too about the AODZ assassins. I mean, like AODZ actually utilized their assassins pretty well and broke down the backline of Solaria, and even made Solaria have more jobs to do at the same time, and making them so stressful during the game. And for the secondary battlefield statistic, here we go. Let's check it out.
Secondary battlefield was
complete disaster too.
Absolutely, 26 minions only for the side of Solaria, and only 100 kills to go with their name. Not even being able to get the first tier of the damage reduction buff was huge for the primary battlefield, because Solaria wasn't able to withstand the damage that outs was able to push out.
Yeah, and suffering in less buff than AODC have, Solaria had a rough time during the game. And also AODC escalated the first buff pretty quick. So that's why that's the reason why AODC can take over the map control pretty quick as well. And let's take a look at the MVP of the game. Nong Pong Pong. Nong Pong Pong.
Pung Pung on the side of AODZ, getting the MVP of game number 1 with 65 million damage. We are seeing a lot more assassins than we're used to, at least compared to round 32.
No, I'm pretty curious what's the meaning of Nong Boom Boom.
I'll ask around.
Yeah.
Or if anyone in the chat knows, let us know what his name means.
Yeah. Please let us know what does it mean. I know what's the meaning of It Locked Me Batman, but I would love to know what is Nong Boom Boom as well.
Yeah, 114 kills and 153 assists. Pretty well done from him, and we did see a glimpse of him. And we'll be talking about him in a bit as well, Feature. I'm going to talk about him, how he was able to create impact in this first game, because he was pretty impressive in terms of the movement across the map and his targeting as well.
Of course, Phil, that's it for me.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about the entirety of the game, right? What AODZ did really well to completely stop the aggressive tempo that the side of Solaria was trying to do, and it all begins here. And we're gonna talk a little bit about defensive positioning first in tablets, because that has been we talked about that a lot yesterday, but let's talk about a little bit about it today, and the stark comparison between both these guilds on how they defend the tablet. Now, this is the point in time where Solaria was trying to capture the Moon Tablet, one of the most important points of the map. And look at how Outs was positioned across. Like, this is how they were positioned. They took control over half the tablet, and they were trying to push out the members of Solaria. Now, the moment they push out everyone in the tablet itself, look where they go afterwards. Look where they position themselves afterward in the tablet, and you can see the comparison after we compare it to what Solaria was doing now. After they recapture control over the tablet, they immediately took control over the edges. They always take control of the edges where opponents are going to move in from, and that is from the north side. That's where Solaria will respawn and try and capture it again, and that is where they're positioning themselves in. If you look at them right now, they are all congregated at the top side, at the north side of the tablet, and that's how they position themselves. Now we're going to skip a little bit and go towards the later part of the game, where we take a look at how Solaria was positioned in the defensive area when they're trying to capture this star tablet here. Now it's very important to note, because right now we pause right here. We take a look at where Solaria is. Despite having more members in the tablet, look at where they are. They are on the other half of the tablet. While if you compare it to what Outs was doing earlier, if this was Outs and they were trying to capture a tablet, they will be positioned on the other half, where it's facing the players that were going to move into the tablet themselves. Now, if you look at towards the backlines right now for the side of Outs, they were actually stuck in a Oblivion sigil. Now, these players could not move, but Solaria was not in a position to capitalize on these players being stuck. Now, if these guys were over here, they would have been able to deal damage to those stuck in the crowd control, and this would have been a completely different push. This might have been the opening where Solaria was able to capture a tablet, but instead they were positioned wrongly. They were positioned in the south side. They're not really being able to capture any ground, and once the Oblivion ended from the side of Outs, they were able to rush into the tablet and push everyone out. Now, this defensive positioning is something a lot of guilds were not really paying attention to, but something that I've noticed that the Thai guilds really emphasize on these defensive positionings in key important areas of the map. Now, this is something that a lot of people can learn from and utilize in their gameplay as well. Defend where people are going to come from, because if you're in that defensive positioning, you are going to be very tough to push out. Now, next, we're going to talk about, what was his name again? The assassin.
Nong Pung Pung.
Nong Pung Pung. Right, on his assassin. He's the Vice Guild Master of Outs, and we're going to showcase him a little bit here. As you can see, he is right here. He's playing a Soul Destroyer build, and he has been able to get into positions and get a lot of kills. Now look where he is. He's getting the backlines, getting the squishy targets, and he knows who to go for. He goes straight for the squishy supports, goes for the priests so that the paladins are not able to be revived, and he goes for the paladins after. Go for the squishy ones, go for the supports first, and then go for the tanky ones. Now, there's something very important that a lot of people are not playing well against assassins, is that they're not playing together as a group or even as a pair. A simple pairing of an assassin together with a paladin is actually enough to deal with the assassin, because the paladin is tough to kill for an assassin, and as long as the priest is alive, then the paladin will never die. So how you need to do that is that the paladin always needs to be protecting the priest. The moment that the assassin shows up and is starting to attack your priest, the paladin needs to charge attack on towards the assassin, stop him from continuing to deal damage on towards your priest, and that's how you protect each other. And it's not just those two classes. Every single class, as long as you have a buddy, you have a partner, you have a dive buddy, you're not that afraid of assassins, because assassins are great at small skirmishes, 1v1s, going for soft targets. But if you have someone protecting them, if you have a bouncer like a paladin or a lord knight, or even something like a sniper protecting you, then you would not be able to get those kills so easily. So that is a lot of guilds are not haven't had experience playing against an assassin, so this is one of the ways that you can deal with them.
And also regrouping become another problem for Solaria, right? As they divided their players to two tablets, and they wanted to jump into the moon tablet. They want to retake the moon tablet as well, because the more tablets that they have, actually the chance they win the game is also bigger. But apparently, in terms of the power, in terms of the buff, it make them easy. It is very hard for Solaria to manage to control every single player on the three tablets, and not to mention the player that going alone alongside the map and got picked off by the assassin, making it easier. Especially the one that got picked off is the priest, the high priest, and the high wizard. And I don't know. For me, the playstyle from AODC is pretty calculated with their assassin, but I can understand the concept of the idea, what Solaria wanted to do, but that's just I think there's just a lot of things to think inside their story.
Right?
It's too chaotic, and you can't just prioritize what things to do first before another.
Because the assassins and the monks are there, throwing a wrench in your plan. You're trying to regroup, and then when a group of your members are trying to join the main force, they get picked off halfway. They're not even making it there. Suddenly you're 20 against 30, and you don't have the numbers that you're supposed to. And that's where assassins thrive. That's where they are the strongest, is when they're not going head on with a 40 versus 40. Instead, they're split up, trying across the map, getting information everywhere, getting free kills. And remember, every kill is 1 point, and every member that they kill is one less person they have to deal with when they're trying to defend or attack into a tablet.
And also, based on your explanation, I can see the Solaria strategy to retake a tablet is pretty one-dimensional, and it's really easy to counter by one AoE. And if only Solaria try to do a approach like what Zenith did, I think it will be another story.
Yeah, definitely. I think like we said earlier, Zenith and their strategies and their movements, if they put it in a lot of different games against different opponents, they would have had a lot more success than they did against Rise. So unfortunately, Solaria does not have that many tricks in their books, at least that they've shown for the first game. So let's see, let's hope and see if Solaria is able to bring something completely new in the second.
Yeah, because I can say Solaria had a good start. I mean, like, this is the momentum. This is the early game momentum is the essential thing that you need to capture before anything else, I believe, because once you capture two tablets, you make your opponent slowly dying, and you just need to get a stronghold on it, and keep doing it until the end of the game, right?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that stronghold is usually that moon tablet, that middle tablet that AODZ has been able to almost never lose it. They never lost the middle tablet, which allowed them to rotate on whichever point very easily, and also have easier access to all the minion spots. And those objectives do stack up, not to mention the morale buffs as well. I mean, Out's secondary battlefield was just completely demolished the side of Solaria in the secondary battlefield, and it was just an uphill battle from that moment on.
And also, when you capture two tablets, actually you can drag your opponent's rotation to you and make them over rotating to you, and that's gonna be another chance for you to flip the table.
Yeah, exactly. Flipping the tablet is always very important. That's more time you buy for yourself. That's also more freedom in movement. That that one tablet, I don't have to care about it for the next 30 seconds. We'll deal with it later. That's the importance of it. We've seen a lot of guilds putting heavy emphasis on flipping these tablets. Making sure that it reaches the halfway point before recapturing it. Some guilds don't really care; they just try and overpower them regardless. So it's refreshing to see, how different guilds approach the Guild League meta and strategy very differently.
Yeah, well, at least we can still see the potential of Solaria win this game. I mean, like, there's still a change. I mean, like, they have a good start. They just can't manage to keep a hold on it until the end of the game. So maybe if they can improvise a little bit more, or maybe just make the strategy more perfect, I think Solaria can get at least score 1.
I think the most important part for Solaria to have a chance in this game is their secondary battlefield needs to be at least not that far behind, right?
At least neck to neck.
Yeah, neck to neck, at least for the first buff, because that's where the snowballing starts. That's where your opponent gets a lot of map control and a lot of tempo, is when they are able to capture the first secondary that commander buff. And if your team doesn't have the buff, suddenly you're dealing a lot less damage to your opponents. And that stacks up when you lose that first buff and then you start losing the map control. Then when they get the second, it becomes harder and harder. So you need to make sure that the secondary battlefield has a plan, and the players are positioned properly, and are able to at least get the objectives mainly, not lose too many kills, and keep the morale points close. Because if it was as one-sided as what we seen in game 1, it's going to be the same story all over again.
Yeah, because I noticed from this round of 16, every single team that already advanced to the top 8 is the team that escalated first buff pretty quick.
Way too quick.
Yeah, way too quick. I mean, like 2 minutes, 3 minutes, or 4 minutes. 4 minutes is the maximum they reach the first buff, and everything is just on their hands.
Yeah, it's obvious from that point.
It's obvious. Freaking obvious.
Yeah, that's why secondary battlefield is very important. We've seen, guilds having different strategies to make sure they win the secondary battlefield. Some of them send strong players into the secondary battlefield to ensure that, hey, we have a good start there, and then, that player rotates to the main battlefield afterwards to help out. So we haven't seen too much of that. To try and control both battlefields with a single player or even multiple players.
Yeah.
But that is something that guilds can consider as we are talking a lot about the importance of the secondary battlefield.
Yes, and we will look after what Solaria will do on the second game as the game is ready for you guys. So we will pass it to our caster, Nikki and MG. Please take it away.
Thank you so much, Abigail and David, for covering that for us. We're still here. My name is Nikki alongside with MG. And MG, I believe that AODC and Solaria has already strategized with that amount of time.
Yes, definitely. And I really agree as well on the second battlefield. Second battlefield is really important for this one. If you cannot cover the entire map of the second battlefield, just focus on the half of it, right? At least you can actually get a decent score, or you can actually prevent your enemy to get those tier 1, tier 2, or tier 3 buffs immediately. Because again, that's gonna be a game breaker for the main battlefield.
And let's find out if Solaria will be able to answer back, whether it be at the subfield and or the main field. Like what you mentioned, subfield definitely needs to step up because the main field of Solaria needs that buff, or just deny AODC. But I really doubt, because it's really hard knowing AODC is a guild that they have 4 million deficit. And not just that, as for the composition of the guild, they do have a lot of High Priest as well. Aside from the damage, they have a really good sustain and the sigil skills too, like what you mentioned, that can actually prevent and protect and sustain their members. So yeah, MG, it's really hard. I cannot think of a way how Solaria can outdo the strategy of AODC.
Yes. I think on the side of Solaria, what they can do is on the first few minutes, without any tier 1 buffs coming from the second battlefield, that's the point where you take advantage of with the pure DP fights without any damage reduction, right? And again, they need, on the side of Solaria, what I think is they need to have like that map awareness as well. They need to be sensitive that there is an assassin that can actually rotate at the back lane immediately. It's pretty obvious that there is like several assassins on the side of Ayods that will rotate to the backlane to pressure those high wizards. Yes, Zero mentioned this earlier that they're gonna focus first the squishies before
Squishy
the
ones.
tankers. Yes. Again, high priest is very vital for this fights because again you're gonna eliminate that respawn cooldown for that resurrection that the high priest can provide. So instead of waiting for the resurrection cooldown, you have respawn cooldown. You have the resurrection for you to bring your guildmate back to the battle.
But if you have assassins like that that's going after the backline and the squishy ones, it might be problematic for Solaria. But let's find out if they'll be able to prevent that coming in our second match of the evening, second game for the second match. It's now or never. It's do or die for Solaria. Will they be tying up the series, or will AODC be the one to finally advance? And this is it. Tablets are moving. AODC, again, what they did a while ago, they actually focused on the moon and then they got the sun as well. Good thing for Solaria, they got the star and they will be leaving that and probably rotating towards the moon because that's the first one who has been locked, or they can also rotate here at sun. And there you go, a lot of such skills being used here at the edge of the capture area, not inside of it.
Yes. Definitely, this is going to be a really tough match again coming from Solaria, considering that the second battlefield managed to secure a tier 1 buff already. So this is going to be a they will have a damage reduction now for Ayods, and on the side of Ayods right now, they're just pushing here. Ayods is trying to stay at the middle, and I keep on seeing this. They've been throwing those Oblivion on top of Ayods, but there's no follow-up coming from Solaria. I think they need to check as well, or they need to have those communications as well. If they're gonna drop those Oblivions, maybe they can actually follow up a thermal wing or gravity field after that, so they can lessen the numbers. Again, you need to decrease the numbers of players inside the battlefield in order for you to move that tablet to your side.
Yes, like what MG mentioned, it's a battle of numbers and it's not looking good for Solaria. And that was a really fast first tier morale boost coming from AODC. Like a less than a minute, they already given that buff towards their guild mates at the main field, which only explains that the secondary or subfield of Solaria has been wiped out. Even the mobs, even the players has been wiped out. That's why it was so fast for AODC to actually get that stuff. And now we're currently looking at this tablet and we're seeing Solaria trying to, they already got the bubbles like what you mentioned a while ago, and they're pushing here lower right side of the circle. Will they be able to capture though? I don't think so.
Yes. I mean, we earlier on this tablet, we actually saw like two players just roaming around without any without them hitting any players. So I'm not sure what's the purpose on that one on the side of Solaria. I think they should put pressure regardless of the damage that they can actually contribute on that one, just to get off like few players out of the main ball on that fight. And as you can see right now, Ayods is just staying at the middle, protecting everything on this one. And Spark right now is at the middle trying to create chaos there. One is almost down, but again, Spark is gonna fall back a bit on this one. They actually recognize there's a lot of Ayods ganking up on him. Spark right now is sustaining, trying to fight back on this one. Martyr has been casted, but again, that's gonna be a 5v1 scenario versus a one player of Solaria versus Ayods.
Though this is a different strategy coming for Solaria, at least they were able to manage at least prolong the game. 2-7 against 2-3, this is different. As for the first match, or the previous match, wherein their HP has been depleted really fast, this one is something they concentrated here at Star, and then I believe they're going to slow push towards the moon as they are converging here at the upper left side of this particular tablet. We're seeing some strugglers at their respawn area, probably waiting. I think it's going to be the regroup area here at the Star.
Yes.
Or are they waiting for the mobs at 15 minutes?
Yes, one player coming from Ayods creating chaos at the back lane there. And Solaria doesn't have any idea that that player is securing couple of high priests on their end. I think what Solaria can actually do here, while stacking on one area, they can actually just put Stormgust on top of them. just
Oh.
in case anyone can anyone gank them, the freeze can actually affect those players. And as you can see, guys, thermal wing has been casted, guys, connecting to 2, 3, 4 players there on the side of Solaria. And right now, I think Solaria is just maintaining here on the one tablet here. I think just this is actually a good plan, to be fair. Because again, we are currently having a almost 500 plus gap only. So that means they can actually clutch this with an Owl Baron push later.
Hopefully they'll be able to do that strategy, that plan. But yeah, they're doing good when it comes to holding on to the star. They're also waiting for some respawners coming from the respawn area. But we're seeing the High Wizard here and even the Assassin too coming from AODC, just trying to occupy them. But this is going to be the 15-minute mark wherein Solaria Germany has already scouted this area, but also someone from AODC is already here. Celester and Germany will be the ones to clear these rackers. Are these rackers?
Oh, the minions. Yes. Definitely, Germany managed to rock the world of those minions right now. And that's actually a good plan here on the side of Solaria. They don't want to overextend on this one. They just want to secure the south side and the tablet that they have right now, which is the star. And as you can see, they're just camping here. They're just turtling on this star tablet. They just want to make sure that they have a decent amount of like a short points gap versus Aeons. And yes, right now this is gonna be a clutch play. Like Aeons is not aware that there is gonna be an attempt, and right now majority of the players of Aeons right now is very low. As you can see, the Paladins right now is trying to fall back on this one. No answer back coming from Aeons. Aeons right now is trying to fire back, but again, the firepower of Solaria is still on top of this one. Oblivion has connected, guys. Can we see a punish there coming from Solaria? Solaria right now tried to punish that Oblivion, but no follow-up coming from Solaria. And right now, Aeons is back on control on this one. And few players right now on Solaria coming from the north side trying to fire back. It's not over yet for Solaria, and as you can see, they just need to push a bit at the backline. Majority of the players of Aeons are free hitting Solaria.
Yes. And that was a siege here at this particular tablet. That was a nice push coming from Solaria, but to no avail as AODC stood their ground, stand strong there, and even the High Priest just continuously healing them one after another. Not to mention, AODC already has the buff. So they actually has, their sustain coming from the High Priest and also being tanky enough with the damage reduction. So it's really it was a good idea, a strategy from Star going towards the moon. I believe that's moon because the moon was moving a while ago. But yeah, it's still a retake coming from AODC, and they were able to defend and fend off that huge chunk of Solaria players.
Yes, that's actually a good attempt coming from Solaria. And right now, I think Aeons right now won't even plan to attempt on taking the star right now. I mean, this is actually good on Aeons right now because they don't want to have that extra problem that they're gonna deal with on the late game. And right now, Solaria is actually attempting now to retake the middle. Can we see Oblivion again connecting? But no, Aeons managed to drop a surprise thermal wing at the south side, but few respawners now coming from the left side here, trying to pressure majority of the players of Aeons. But again, Aeons has a good sustain here at on their front sides.
The Wizards
from south side to north side defense now, and I think right now Solaria is just gonna paddle back or just gonna retreat. Oh, actually no, they're just gonna try to fight back on this one, try to reduce the numbers. And I think they're just trying to buy some time on this one. But they need to understand as well, or they need to remember that every player kill that Aeons secures, that's going to be a deduction on their points.
Yes, every player is equivalent to 1 point deducted to their HP. Still 2 tablets for AODC, like what you mentioned a while ago. Still keeping tab on those 2 tablets to actually just give the star to Solaria because you don't want to have any casualties. Like what you mentioned, every player is a point deducted to to your guild, and that's the discipline being employed here by AODC. Just 59 seconds away before the Owl Baron. This is a different strategy, and I must say, we must say that this is a better strategy than the first one for Solaria, because even though they didn't get that much of a morale boost coming from the secondary field, at least they got hold of the star and they focused all their parties there, and that became the tablet of their regroup. They have a regroup point now, a different strategy though.
Yes, that's actually this is actually a really better movement coming from Solaria. So this is going to be a really crucial push here coming from Solaria versus Aeons. And I just want to point this out, the beauty of the strategy of Solaria right now. They have several players right now on the Sun tablet. If you're going to check that on the left side, they have few players. They are actually holding the entire few players there from Aeons to join up the push here on the side of Solaria. So as you can see right now, Aeons is moving at the middle, but this is a slow push or slow punish on the Owl Baron right now, guys. But again, Solaria decided just to take the entire tablets on this one, but they need to be careful because the Owl Baron is down. They tried to steal that Owl Baron.
Yeah, almost.
Germany died on the last minute on that push. So right now, Aeons is leading around around 1.3K of score here versus Solaria, and Solaria right now is just paddling back on this one, making sure that they are having 2 tablets on this one, but Aeons answers back, securing the Sun tablet, and right now snowballing on the Moon tablet. And this is a very, very close, for me a close match for Solaria. It's just they have no buff at all for the second battlefield.
Very, very problematic for Solaria trying to get this one. I believe they're going to get this one. This tablet? No, they're being overpowered. It's going to be a 3-tablet clip now by AODC. We've seen Germany trying to last hit that Owl Baron, but to no avail. But you can see the heart of a player. No giving up. It's not yet over until it's over. That's what you can give to Solaria. You must give it to Solaria for trying their best. And, of course, for now, AODC is the better guild. But yeah, still, Solaria gave it all. Germany, and not just Germany, the rest of Solaria, they give their heart out and they fought their way here, but it's just so hard for them as they are just down to 46 HP. And look at how Taz Walker is just mowing one after another, looking for another victim here, going after Shampoo with that red cut. 2 hits, he's down. Grimtooth now, and it's just so hard. And there you have it. MG AODC will be getting this game.
Yes, a 2-0. Aeons preparing for this fight, and they just snowballed on every capture point that they have. And of course, Aeons will advance towards top 8. Niki.
Yes, MG, and that was a feast of the eyes. I believe everyone really had fun watching this and also supporting their favorite teams. But yes, let's give it to our host and analyst Abigail and David to tell us more about that second game between AODC and Solaria.
Thank you, Niki and MG. Well, I must say, I would love to give kudos to Solaria for what they did on the second game. They managed to hold the game very long time. Although the buff is diff, although they only captured 1 tablet, but still, it's a very freaking long game.
I think this was one of the longest matches that we've seen in the entire Odin Cup. I mean, it went down to the last 7 minutes. Even the Owl Baron kill didn't end the game straight away. Usually we see the game end the moment Owl Baron dies, but they were able to hold on despite that huge morale difference. Like you said, props to Solaria. They spotted out their weakness. They actually stopped Outs from being able to capitalize on their weakness, and it was actually a very close game. If their plan actually went all the way, it was really, really close and it could have gone to basically down to the Baron.
Yeah, and also I noticed that actually in the middle of the game, I mean, yeah, I believe it's in the middle
Yeah.
of the game, right? They start to move from the start to the moon tablet, but actually AODC is just too strong for them.
Yeah.
I think if that strategy worked, I mean, like, if that really worked to recapture the moon tablet, it will be a different story. I mean, like that's the only opening that they needed, right?
Yeah, but even if that push didn't work, it was the timing that was important.
Yeah.
I'll explain it later on
Nice.
during analysis because it was actually, I think even though it was in their plans that they try and attack the moon tablet, and even if their work, the timing was actually perfect for them to set up the real win condition. But we're gonna have a look at the stats to see how they did, both these guilds in game number 2.
Yeah, in terms of kill, I don't think there's any much difference between the first and the second game. But the only thing that we can see the difference between these two guilds, and especially on these two games, is the way Solaria tried to manage to get a hold along the game, and it's really interesting because they hold the start tablet for a long time. I mean, like it's more than 10 minutes. When they start the rally, it failed, but they managed to come back to the start tablet again. And for me, it's still a kudos because I don't think there's many girls that can do that back and forth.
Yeah.
I think, I mean, after you move from the start to the moon and you failed at
You lose
the
the
moon
ta-
tablet,
usually
you
you lose the tablet.
usually use the start tablet,
Yeah.
right?
Exactly, and Solaria did a great job, as you can see here in the stats. 41 minions killed, compared to only 19 from the side of Outs. Solaria had map control at a certain point of the game, which allowed them to get this many minions, and that kept them in the game for a very long time. Up towards the end, despite having that huge morale difference and the power difference as well, they actually managed to keep it up to like only a 300-400 difference, which, considering the amount of morale difference that both these guilds have, it was actually a very impressive strategy change from Solaria.
And then it's very interesting to see when every single player from AODZ camping the Baron, player from Solaria took over every single tablet that they could. And it's actually interesting because it slowed their dying.
Yeah, exactly. They knew that that was what Outs would be focusing on, and Solaria capitalized on that. They were just a little bit too slow on the rotation to try and get the last hit on the Baron, because if they managed to do that, they would have been neck and neck in terms of points, and that would have been a complete different outcome from what we've seen.
Yeah, and let's check out about the secondary battlefield statistic. Here we go.
Yeah, they didn't do too well either in the second game for sure. Not even able to provide a single commander buff or skill towards the primary battlefield, towards the main battlefield. So Solaria's secondary battlefield only got 22 kills and 82 minions for themselves. Not even 3,000 morale. That's always rough to play with. But considering all that, still kudos to Solaria for putting up a good fight, showing us that strategy can make a difference. It was just only a little bit more, and they would have made this to a game 3.
And this statistic shows us why
Yeah.
the rally from Star Tablet to Moon Tablet failed. I'm like, yeah.
If they had that one buff, that could have been the difference.
AODZ received 30% damage reduction,
Yeah,
as
and
well as the
movement
30% movement speed, and
Huge.
making them easier to move to every single tablet and send their backups to Moon Tablet once they know, oh my god, there's a rally incoming for us.
Yeah, that was a huge difference maker in this game, and definitely, despite all that, Outs was able to overcome this match, with that huge difference. Solaria definitely put up a good fight, but it will be Outs that will be moving on to the top 8 of the Southeast Asia Odin Cup 2023.
Yeah, and let's take a look on the MVP of the match.
MVP is a wizard.
A wizard. It is not Nong Pung Pung.
No, that's the assassin. This is the guild leader.
It isn't the guild leader. But I think I would need a help from our viewer.
Yes, let us know how do you pronounce his name. I see a KS.
Yeah, I see a K. Yeah.
KS something.
KS something. K.
But still, we don't see many high wizards. We didn't see any.
Raichohu.
That is pretty hard to pronounce. But,
Yeah, really hard to pronounce.
but yeah, great showing. We haven't seen too many high wizards. This is the second high wizard MVP we've seen in the entire Odin Cup tournament so far. First one was at Lean from yesterday from Rockpool getting the MVP, and today we're gonna have another one from the side of Out. 77 kills, 235 assists, and proving that crowd control is becoming more and more important. It's becoming meta.
Yeah, it's easier for you to, hold the tablets and also create a space when you have a lot of crowd control as well as a good backlines, which is a sniper.
Yep, exactly. Creates a lot of defensive ways you can play, and it's becoming more and more important as people do realize it more.
Yeah, and also this rifle two, also the player with highest points.
Yep, 235 assists is always great to see, and getting 77 kills is definitely huge here for the side of Outs. Let's take a look at the Battlefield report for match number 2, game number 2 of this matchup, and 0 deaths on their MVP, while Germani, despite his best efforts, couldn't do any more than 33 kills.
I don't see Venus.
Yep. Venus is not in the top 10 of the Battlefield report. Probably was not able to provide as much impact as he did in the first in the round of 32.
Or maybe he was chased down.
Maybe. I mean, snipers facing up against this many assassins on the opponent's side is very hard to play.
It is very hard. Is it tough for it?
Definitely. That's why you don't see any snipers in the top 10 for the side of Solaria, because they are constantly being hunted down. And Solaria did spot that out. They did spot out the weak point in their main battlefield composition. That's why they played that way in the second game, which proved that that change definitely helped them out a lot, kept the game in arm's length, but ultimately just a little bit of a difference could have been this game going towards the way of Solaria.
But still, it's still a good game from Solaria.
Oh, definitely.
I think despite the fact that they will lose 2-0 from AODC, I still give two kudos, at least 2 kudos for the fighting spirit, one kudos for the fighting spirit, and 1 kudos for the approach. I mean, they used a different approach, right?
Yeah.
And I would love to hear you explain in details about it. Come on, man.
Definitely, the adjustment made from the side of Solaria was really good. I would say if they were maybe 5 seconds ahead, and if they were a little bit luckier, they would have won this game. I'm not kidding. I'll show you guys right now what I mean, because the adjustments, once you realize the adjustments that Solaria did to try and keep this game close, it's actually pretty mind-blowing. Let's go right into it. Now, the first thing I want to talk about in this game is the defensive adjustments that Solaria has made. I'm going to play this clip a little bit because it's slightly behind this. Remember, during the first game, we were talking about defensive positioning and how Outs was able to position themselves defensively in their tablet. Look at what changed right now for the side of Solaria. They are positioning at where their opponents would come from. This was a huge change compared to what they did in game number 1, and that was one of the main reasons they were able to hold on to the star tablet for so long. Is because they were grouped up in defensive positions, and when their opponents come in from the star tablet, the moon tablet, or from the spawn, they will be faced with a lot of members, and being in this defensive position allowed them to be in a great spot that kept them alive and being able to keep this game close. Another thing I want to point out is at this point in time, during this point in time of the game, they are only 400 points apart. They have been reducing the amount of kills that they've been giving away to their opponent's side. Now, remember the first game, their opponents already had almost 50 kills at this point in time. Right now, these assassins, remember the assassins from the side of Outs, they were becoming a menace. They were becoming very hard to deal with because of the amount of kills that they were getting. But right now, Solaria, with their adjustments, was keeping everybody in the same spot. They were keeping most of their players in the same spot, respawning. The moment they respawn from their for the star tablet, they will rejoin the rest of the team in the star tablet. And these assassins that we can see here trying their best to get kills, they were not really being effective. They tried to dive in. I'm going to play the video a little bit. You're going to see the assassins trying to get into this stack to get kills, but because there's too many members, there's too much protection around these members, that they weren't really able to get a lot of kills, and that allowed Solaria to keep themselves in this game. Now I'm going to fast forward the game a little bit, and show where a key point of the key turning part of the game was this right now, 14 minutes mark, where they tried to test the moon tablet. This was what you're talking about when they're trying to attack the moon tablet. Now this timing is completely calculated here from the side of Solaria. Why? It's because in 4 minutes the Baron will spawn, and if they are able to force out any sort of terminal wings or oblivions from the side of outs, that means that their outs is gonna have less AoE skills to use to try and defend the Owl Baron. Now what they do is they try and attack, they try and strength test here. Now the plus side is that if they push through, they get 2 tablets. The worst thing that can happen is they do not get the tablet. But even if they do not get the tablet, they will have still forced out terminal wings from their opponent. Now let's see what happens. Terminal wings being dropped everywhere, right? Terminal wings drop here, here, here. If you can count, that's 2 more AoEs being used, and another one dropped as well as Oblivions being dropped as well. So 3 AoEs already being forced out from the side of outs in this one single push. Sure, they did not manage to get the kill, but they still managed to force out these AoEs. Now they did try it 2 minutes later as well. We're gonna fast forward that a little bit to find the next push. Right now they're gonna try and push again, force out more AoEs. And what this does is it creates an opening that when the moment Owl Baron spawns, there's going to be very limited amount of AoEs left on the side of outs. Now, this is the most important point in the game where it just became a timing issue. Now, Owl Baron is about to spawn in 5 seconds. Now, this is where you see a lot of the tablets are already under the control of Solaria. That gives them a lot of points. Now, if you look at the point difference right now, it is actually not too much compared to the previous game. Now, if the correct call right now would be to send minimal amount of players to capture all the different tablets and try and get the last hit on the Owl Baron. Now look at how close they were away from stealing the kill on the Owl Baron. Germani, right here, was probably 3 seconds too late to try and get the last hit on the Owl Baron. Now if he was slightly earlier and if he was a little bit lucky, this terminal wing right now dropped by him could have given him the last hit, and suddenly the points are very close. And because of this, despite having this huge of a morale lead, this strategy change, this plan came out from Solaria actually almost worked out. And if there was any better
timing
situation and timing for the side of Solaria, they could have won this game.
I got your point. So the idea of this strategy is you lurk at the utility from every single AoE player from AODC to come up, because the thermal and the oblivion cooldown is pretty long, and it puts them on the tough position. So they lower the chance AODC to get the Baron first before Solaria. And the Solaria plan is to capture the 3 tablets, and once AODC hit the Baron, almost die and almost make the Baron die, they will steal it. But sadly, 3 seconds matter a lot.
Definitely, 3 seconds definitely matter a lot. That would have been the do or die, and that was still a good showing from the side of Solaria. Like you said, they definitely did not give up. They tried their best. They came out with a plan. The plan almost worked. That would have been the biggest comeback we'd have seen in the entire Odin Cup.
Yeah, I agree about that. Oh my god. Looking at the details is just open my eyes to a bigger picture about what actually happened inside the game, and it is really interesting to talk about it and also discuss about it. So this game is also thank you to Odin Cup 2023 that is organized by ROO and Huawei App Gallery as a top 3 global app marketplace. Huawei App Gallery supports both Huawei and non-Huawei Android phones. You can enjoy premium benefits to downloading games from Huawei App Gallery. Also, Huawei App Gallery provides various benefits, discounts, offers, promotion throughout the year. So just download the game on Huawei App Gallery and claim your rewards now. In case you miss everything that just happened on the second match, we already provide you and prepare the highlight for you. So let's check it out. that's the highlight of the second match, and we still have 2 matches more upcoming, David.
Yep, definitely going to be very exciting. We have another fan favorite that's going to be playing right after this. Is going to be Home, and it's going to be another strong showing from them as they look to make themselves to the top 4.
Yes, and we will prepare the third game for you guys, so just make sure you guys stay tuned with us until the breakdown. So, see ya.
Subfield definitely needs to step up because the main field of Solaria needs to buff or just deny AODC, but I really doubt because it's really hard knowing AODC is a guild that they have 4 million deficit, and not just that. As for the composition of the guild, they do have a lot of High Priest as well. Aside from the damage, they have a really good sustain and the sigil skills too. Like what you mentioned, that can actually prevent and protect and sustain their members. So yeah, MG, it's really hard. I cannot think of a way how Solaria can outdo the strategy of AODC.
Yes. I think on the side of Solaria, what they can do is on the first few minutes without any tier 1 buffs coming from the second battlefield. That's the point where you take advantage of with the pure DP fights without any damage reduction, right? And again, they need on the side of Solaria, what I think is they need to have like that map awareness as well. They need to be sensitive that there is an assassin that can actually rotate at the back lane immediately. It's pretty obvious that there is like several assassins on the side of Ayods that will rotate to the back lane to pressure those high wizards. Yes, Zero mentioned this earlier that they're gonna focus first the squishies before the tankers. Yes, again, high priest is very vital for this fights because again you're gonna eliminate that respawn cooldown for that resurrection that the high priest can provide. So instead of waiting for the resurrection cooldown, you have respawn cooldown, you have the resurrection for you to bring your guildmate back to the battle.
But if you have assassins like that that's going after the backline and the squishy ones, it might be problematic for Solaria. But let's find out if they'll be able to prevent that coming in our second match of the evening, second game for the second match. It's now or never. It's do or die for Solaria. Will they be tying up the series, or will AODC be the one to finally advance? And this is it. Tablets are moving. AODC, again, what they did a while ago, they actually focused on the moon and then they got the sun as well. Good thing for Solaria, they got the star and they will be leaving that and probably rotating towards the moon because that's the first one who has been locked, or they can also rotate here at sun. And there you go, a lot of statue skills being used here at the edge of the capture area, not inside of it.
Yes, definitely this is going to be a really tough match again coming from Solaria, considering that the second battlefield managed to secure a tier 1 buff already. So this is going to be a they will have a damage reduction now for Ayods, and on the side of Ayods right now, they're just pushing here. Ayods is trying to stay at the middle, and I keep on seeing this. They've been throwing those Oblivion on top of Ayods, but there's no follow-up coming from Solaria. I think they need to check as well, or they need to have those communications as well. If they're gonna drop those Oblivions, maybe they can actually follow up a Thermal Wing or Gravity Field after that, so they can lessen the numbers. Again, you need to decrease the numbers of players inside the battlefield in order for you to move that tablet to your side.
Yes, like what MG mentioned, it's a battle of numbers and it's not looking good for Solaria. And that was a really fast first tier morale boost coming from AODC. Like a less than a minute, they already given that buff towards their guildmates at the main field, which only explains that the secondary or subfield of Solaria has been wiped out. Even the mobs, even the players has been wiped out. That's why it was so fast for AODC to actually get that buff. And now we're currently looking at this tablet and we're seeing Solaria trying to, they already got the bubbles like what you mentioned a while ago, and they're pushing here lower right side of the circle. Will they be able to capture though? I don't think so.
Yes. I mean, earlier on this tablet, we actually saw like 2 players just roaming around without anyone, without them hitting any players. So I'm not sure what's the purpose on that one on the side of Solaria. I think they should put pressure, regardless of the damage that they can actually contribute on that one, just to get off like few players out of the main ball on that fight. And as you can see right now, Aeos is just staying at the middle, protecting everything on this one. And Spark right now is at the middle trying to create chaos there. One is almost down, but again, Spark is gonna fall back a bit on this one. They actually recognize there's a lot of Aeons ganking up on him. Spark right now is sustaining, trying to fight back on this one. Martyr has been casted, but again, that's gonna be a 5v1 scenario versus a 1 player of Solaria versus Aeons.
Though this is a different strategy coming for Solaria, at least they were able to manage at least prolong the game. 2-7 against 2-3, this is different. As for the first match, or the previous match, wherein their HP has been depleted really, really fast. This one is something they concentrated here at Star. And then I believe they're going to slow push towards the moon as they are converging here at the upper left side of this particular tablet. We're seeing some strugglers at their respawn area, probably waiting. I think it's going to be the regroup area here at the Star.
Yes.
Or are they waiting for the mobs at 15 minutes?
Yes, 1 player coming from Aeons creating chaos at the back lane there. And Solaria doesn't have any idea that that player is securing couple of high priests on their end. I think what Solaria can actually do here, while stacking on one area, they can actually just put Stormgust on top of them. Just in case anyone can, anyone gank them, the freeze can actually affect those players. And as you can see, guys, Thermal Wing has been casted, guys, connecting to 2, 3, 4 players there on the side of Solaria. And right now, I think Solaria is just maintaining here on the 1 tablet here. I think just this is actually a good plan, to be fair. Because again, we are currently having a almost 500 plus gap only. So that means they can actually clutch this with an Owl Baron push later.
Hopefully they'll be able to do that strategy, that plan. But yeah, they're doing good when it comes to holding on to the Star. They're also waiting for some respawners coming from the respawn area. But we're seeing the High Wizard here and even the Assassin too coming from AODC, just trying to occupy them. But this is going to be the 15-minute mark wherein Solaria Germany has already scouted this area, but also someone from AODC is already here. Celester and Germany will be the ones to clear these Rackers. Are these Rackers?
Oh, the minions. Yes. Definitely, Germany managed to rock the world of those minions right now. And that's actually a good plan here on the side of Solaria. They don't want to overextend on this one. They just want to secure the south side and the tablet that they have right now, which is the Star. And as you can see, they're just camping here. They're just turtling on this Star tablet. They just want to make sure that they have a decent amount of like a short points gap versus Aeons. And yes, right now this is gonna be a clutch play. Like Aeons is not aware that there is gonna be an attempt, and right now majority of the players of Aeons right now is very low. As you can see, the Paladins right now is trying to fall back on this one. No answer back coming from Aeons. Aeons right now is trying to fire back, but again, the firepower of Solaria is still on top of this one. Oblivion has connected, guys. Can we see a punish there coming from Solaria? Solaria right now tried to punish that Oblivion, but no follow-up coming from Solaria. And right now, Aeons is back on control on this one. And few players right now on Solaria coming from the north side trying to fire back. It's not over yet for Solaria, and as you can see, they just need to push a bit at the back lane. Majority of the players of Aeons are free hitting Solaria.
Yes, and that was a siege here at this particular tablet. That was a nice push coming from Solaria, but to no avail as AODC stood their ground, stand strong there, and even the High Priest just continuously healing them one after another. Not to mention, AODC already has the buff. So they actually has, their sustain coming from the High Priest, and also being tanky enough with the damage reduction. So it's really, really it was a good idea, strategy from Star going towards the moon. I believe that's moon because the moon was moving a while ago. But yeah, it's still a retake coming from AODC, and they were able to defend and fend off that huge chunk of Solaria players.
Yes, that's actually a good attempt coming from Solaria. And right now, I think Aeons right now won't even like plan to attempt on taking the star right now. I mean, this is like actually good on Aeons right now because they don't want to have that extra problem that they're gonna deal with on the late game. And right now, Solaria is actually attempting now to retake the middle. Can we see Oblivion again connecting? But no, Aeons managed to drop a surprise thermal wing at the south side, but few respawners now coming from the left side here, trying to pressure majority of the players of Aeons. But again, Aeons has a good sustain here at on their front sides.
The Wizards
from south side to north side defense now, and I think right now Solaria is just gonna paddle back or just gonna retreat. Oh, actually no, they're just gonna try to fight back on this one, try to reduce the numbers. And I think they're just trying to buy some time on this one. But they need to understand as well, or they need to remember that every player kill that Aeons secures, that's going to be a deduction on their points.
Yes, every player is equivalent to 1 point deducted to their HP. Still 2 tablets for AODC, like what you mentioned a while ago. Still keeping tab on those 2 tablets to actually just give the star to Solaria because you don't want to have any casualties. Like what you mentioned, every player is a point deducted to your guild, and that's the discipline being employed here by AODC. Just 59 seconds away before the Owl Baron. This is a different strategy, and we must say that this is a better strategy than the first one for Solaria, because even though they didn't get that much of a morale boost coming from the secondary field, at least they got hold of the star and they focused all their parties there, and that became the tablet of their regroup. They have a regroup point now, a different strategy though.
Yes, that's actually this is actually a really better movement coming from Solaria. So this is going to be a really crucial push here coming from Solaria versus Aeons. And I just want to point this out, the beauty of the strategy of Solaria right now. They have several players right now on the Sun tablet. If you're going to check that on the left side, they have few players. They are actually holding the entire few players there from Aeons to join up the push here on the side of Solaria. So as you can see right now, Aeons is moving at the middle, but this is a slow push or slow punish on the Owl Baron right now, guys. But again, Solaria decided just to take the entire tablets on this one, but they need to be careful because the Owl Baron is down. They tried to kill steal that Owl Baron.
Yeah, almost.
Germany died on the last minute on that push. And so right now, Aeons is leading around 1.3K of score here versus Solaria. And Solaria right now is just paddling back on this one, making sure that they are having 2 tablets on this one. But Aeons answers back, securing the Sun tablet. And right now, snowballing on the Moon tablet. And this is a very, very close for me a close match for Solaria. It's just they have no buff at all for the second battlefield.
Very, very problematic for Solaria trying to get this one. I believe they're going to get this one. This tablet? No, they're being overpowered. There's going to be a 3 tablet clip now by AODC. We've seen Germany trying to last hit that Owl Baron, but to no avail. But you can see the heart of a player. No giving up. It's not yet over until it's over. That's what you can give to Solaria. You must give it to Solaria for trying their best. And, of course, for now, AODC is the better guild. But yeah, still, Solaria gave it all. Germany, and not just Germany, the rest of Solaria, they give their heart out and they fought their way here, but it's just so hard for them as they are just down to 46 HP And look at how Taz Walker is just mowing one after another, looking for another victim here. Going after Shampoo with that red cut. 2 hits, he's down. Grimtooth now. And it's
Hello everyone, welcome back to the live broadcast of Southeast Asia Odin Cup online tournament round of 16. Still with me, Abigail as your host, and we still have Ciro here as your analyst.
Yep, 2 more games left for the round of 16. 2 more guilds to be moving on to the top 8 of the Odin Cup, and we're going to find out who will be joining the 6 guilds already. Next up, we're going to have another big name, Home, going up against OnlyFans.
Yeah, and last one is Greedy Thailand against Radicals. I mean, like, this is the last 4 big names for today, and there's only 2 spots left for top 8.
Exactly, 2 last spots, and these 4 guilds will have to fight it out to find out who's going to be able to move on to the top 8 happening next week. And the next matchup, if it was a month ago, OnlyFans was a lot stronger than how they are right now, and they would have been a good matchup for Home, but unfortunately most members from the side of OnlyFans did move to out F4 to give them the best chance of winning, which means that right now Home will be facing up basically against the husk of what is left remaining there for the side of OnlyFans.
But despite the fact of that, I will still look forward to what will OnlyFans do for the first game, especially. I believe this is the biggest momentum for OnlyFans, as at least to boost their morale for the second game, right?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you have nothing to lose at this point, right? You give it all you have, all your strategies, all your plans, all your preparation, and see how far it gets you.
Yeah, and also I would love to invite you guys on this live streaming to visit the website of gold.razer.com, because this is our partner for this Odin Cup. So just take a look at their website and find various benefits such as discounts, promos, rebates, and everything else.
Yeah, definitely check them out. Check our great partners out that made the Odin Cup possible to happen. They have been great supporters, and yeah, they've brought to us all these exciting games.
Yeah, and also one thing to remember from Razer Gold is very convenient and easy to top up on that website.
Oh, very
too
easy.
Yeah,
it's scary.
Too easy, and not to mention the rebate that you can collect to exchange it to merchandise.
Yeah, mice, mouse pad, a lot of in-game credits as well. It is it's a very convenient platform to have, and definitely do check it out, guys.
Yeah, and this is the live stream rewards for you guys, our loyal supporter. So after this, I think on 2030 we will drop another gift code for you, but just give you information, what's inside the redeem code is these items, and make sure you spread this live stream to your friends, to families, to access, or maybe everyone that you met in person.
Yeah, or even people that you meet in Discord as well. Get in the official community Discord. Everyone watch the stream together. Get people who are not watching the Odin Cup right now. Jump on the stream, support your favorite guild, watch how these top players play, and you might learn a thing or two.
And especially if you join our Discord, there will be a massive guides for you to use, so you can improve the play, and also not to mention a lot of interesting news. And this is it. The code for you, bam! 10k viewers code is 0917 ROO OC is Odin Cup.
Yep. 0917. It's today's date. 0917.
Yes. 0917.
ROOSEAOC.
Yeah, it's a very easy code, so just type it on your phone and redeem the code and enjoy your rewards.
Yep, definitely. 10,000 viewers. So thank you all for supporting the Odin Cup stream so far. Thank you for supporting me and Abigail, Nikki, MG, Avil, and Ari,
and Evelyn, and our Thai casters as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for being with us for the Odin Cup for so long. And it's not over yet. We still have a lot of great matches happening today as well as next week as we head into the final top 8 to move on to the top 4.
Yes, and talking about the 2 spots left for top 8, we're going to discuss about the prospect between these 2 teams, but let's take a look at this introduction between the 2 guilds that will compete.
Yep, it is going to be Home going up against OnlyFan. 59 million power almost from the side of Home, while OnlyFan 51 million. And remember, this is not the strongest members from OnlyFan. A lot of their members did move to Alt F4,
yeah.
right, to give them the best chance of winning. So OnlyFan, despite not having their best players, also still has 51 million.
It's crazy, man.
Which, if you compare to the other guilds, like Solaria, that was their full guild. They had 50 million, I think, 52 million.
52 million. Yeah. And I can't imagine if the biggest the highest power members from Alt F4 moved to OnlyFan, especially the one that originated from OnlyFan, gathered in OnlyFan. Wow, that's gonna be scary.
Yep, still a 7.5 million difference separates both these 2 guilds. And let's take a look at the compositions for both sides. OnlyFan has 46 snipers. That is a lot of snipers.
A lot of snipers, but less buff that they can afford. I mean, like they only have 28 high priests, as well as a biochemist at 15.
And only 7 high wizards, which is going to be a problem.
Hey, but they invest a lot in assassin. I'm like taking 14 assassin is the highest rate of assassin today.
Yeah,
the highest amount
that we've seen so far, at least. On the side of Home, though, they have 2 assassins that can probably kill the 14 assassins on the side of OnlyFan. They have Mavis as well as VBP, and these 2 guys, these 2 top assassins, they're both over 600k power, and they're going to eat up all these snipers on the side of OnlyFan.
And the interesting thing to talk about between these 2 guilds is they not pay a good attention with their wizard. I mean, like the OnlyFan only had 7 high wizards, while on the other hand, Home bring 10 high wizards. So it means it's 18. It's 18. So it means less crowd control.
Yeah, they are definitely playing a different style than what we have been seeing for the past 2 days. That a lot of guilds have shifted heavily into getting more crowd control. Home definitely doesn't fully believe in that. They have less than 20, where throughout these 2 days, we've been seeing most guilds having 22, 25 high wizards. 18 definitely less compared to them, but OnlyFan is the one that has 7 single digit in terms of high wizards.
This is the first time I saw a single digit high wizard, but I can see OnlyFan thinking there will be a chance using 46 snipers to beat 37 paladin.
Yeah, that is gonna be tough, especially if you're facing. Not to mention also the 2 assassins, the 2 top assassins in the game right now, Mavis and VVP, is gonna be tough to deal with, and we're gonna be seeing them in a short bit as we look at the top 5 players from both these guilds. And OnlyFan, top Paladin 423k, Delise, TP2J, as well as CKD 7k is their top 5. 2 Alchemists in their top 5.
Yeah, 2 Alchemists in the top 5. And also the top players from Home is VBP, Mavis, PKing, Zybro, and Kim Nana. Kim Nana. I remember Kim Nana and Jemtangan changed their job. So he must be is not a sniper anymore.
Paladin.
But no.
Biochemist.
Kim Nana is supposed to be a biochemist now. Yeah, and Jemtangan is supposed to be a paladin now.
Okay, so changing their roles to try and adapt to their opponents is a really smart move, especially if they're trying to win here. OnlyFan guild management team here, Mango Sticky as their guild master, very aptly named for a Thai guild. And we have a
Mango Sticky!
Mango Sticky, Numu, KS, and
Fusangkup.
Fusangkup. That's their charisma baby.
I don't know if it's the right pronunciation, but I think Fusangkup. But please correct me if I'm wrong.
Yep.
I will be very happy to learn how to, pronounce every single Thai nickname.
Definitely. This is the 5 leading commanders, leading management team from the side of OnlyFan. While for the side of Home, Aganaya, Shu, Kibo, Noel, and Cute Jeans.
And Aganaya as the guild master.
Aganaya. That's a very, very nice name to pronounce.
Yeah, Aganaya. Oh my god, it sounds
So sophisticated.
It's sophisticated, mighty. The almighty Aganaya sounds very classic.
Yeah.
I mean, like it feels like I was dragged back to Japanese Edo Shogun era.
It's a very kingly name.
Yeah, it's a
King
very kingly
Aganaya
name.
from home, leading the charge on one of the strongest guilds in the Odin Cup right now. Accompanied with him is Shu as well as Kibo, the Vice Guild Masters, and the rest of his officers and commanders as well. We do have very big names of their own right. Atalia, Pang, Cute Jeans as the Charisma Baby. And yeah, they are going to be very, very strong. Midra, Cat, Spiley, as well as Kuku completing their 9 most important players.
Yeah, and on the other hand, we have the management team of OnlyFans, the guild from Thailand that actually lose a lot of members because most of them moved to Alt F4 to stand the winning chance for Thailand because they're going to be the one that hosted the grand final of Odin Cup itself.
Yeah, they're definitely trying to put up the best lineup with the best chance to win here. That's why a lot of them decided to move to the best possible outcome that they could have.
And for me, it's still scary to see. I mean, like there's still a lot of Thai guild in this top 16.
It's scary. It's scary. Like if you look at the amount of Thai guilds there, at least in the top 8, who do we have? We have Outs, we have Legends, we have Out at 4, maybe Greedy Thailand or Radicals, depending on the winner. And Rockpool is not.
It's almost half of the
It's
top
pretty
8.
much half of the top 8 is Thai guilds, and they have been a force to be reckoned with since the beginning of the entire Ragnarok franchise. Is that Thai guilds, they are known for their strategies. They're known for playing very well as a team, and it shows in the amount of representation that community has. They are very strong, and their opponents are always going to be afraid of them.
And one thing that I noticed from every single Thai guilds, especially in this Odin Cup, every single Thai guild is always aggressive from the early game.
Yeah,
They're
their
very
movements
aggressive
are
with the movement.
very good. Their team compositions always make sense, right? They know how to craft, whether it's 40 or 100 members or 7 members. They know how to make the most solid lineup, and that's why they're doing so well in the Odin Cup. It's because they have this experience. They know how to play the game and know how to play as a team, and the results are showing.
Not to mention, every time you face a Thai guild, it means you're facing a beast. I mean, like
definitely.
a very aggressive beast, and it's very frightening sometimes to see how they move very fast, so quickly taking over every single spot in the map.
Yeah, you blink. 1 second
You
you're not
lose.
there, and they're there right in front of you, and suddenly you're panicking. You don't know what to do, and things become very, very tough for you. I mean, this matchup might be completely different, as Out F4 took bulk of the best players, but OnlyFans definitely is still want to try their best against what home has to bring for them.
Yeah, and that's what these two guilds got on the first game because it's already set up for you guys. We will throw it to our casters, Nikki and MG. Please take it away.
Thank you so much to our dynamic duo, Abigail and David, for telling us the third match of the evening, OnlyFans versus Home. We're still here. My name is Nikki alongside with MG. Hello, MG.
Hello, Nikki, and hello, guys. And we are back for another match. It's going to be OnlyFans versus Home. Frontera 4 versus Frontera 8. So they mentioned earlier on the side of OnlyFans, they actually distributed their strong members to Alt F4. But despite of that distribution, they still have like 51 million. Oh my god.
Exactly. So, Alt F4 having 51.41 million and Home having 58.92 million. It's 7.51 million deficit. It's really big, actually. And actually, Home is a guild that you look out for in the tournament. And it's a guild that's really scary. It scares me. I mean, look at the power: 630, 612, the top 5 all has 600 DP. Wow.
Yes. Especially what majority of their high DPs are really really scary. We're talking about assassins.
Yeah.
Wherein they can one tap everyone on this one. So as you can see, guys, the match starts now, and Home is aggressively taking 2 objective points here. But again, I think they're gonna answer back for the third one. Good distribution there, as you can see. We are actually seeing those fireballs and especially those thermal wings drop from time to time, guys. And right now, 30 seconds cooldown on the tablet.
And that's really a complete disaster coming from OnlyFans. They're trying their best here. Once again, few strugglers are at the lower right side. We're seeing some respawners at the upper left of our view. And I believe they're being hindered now by Home. And 1920, we're already down to 300 deficit. And look at the morale. First boost and second, I believe, has already been given. The first tier of buff will be given to Home. That's just so fast, like 40 seconds or 30.
Yes, it's actually around 40 seconds. They managed to secure a quick tier 1 buff. And as you can see on the respawn point, I think they're just having a party right now. Like just standing and, Home is just punishing everyone. Wow.
Yeah, it's a party that you don't want to be invited, MG. I don't want to be invited in this kind of party. It kind of looks really painful to be in this kind of party. I mean, look at all the red titles ganging up on the people here from OnlyFans. And wow, this is just so hard for OnlyFans. They can actually regroup back towards the star or the sun, either of the two sides of tablets. But how can you even do that if you haven't even respawned yet? There's already someone from Home guarding you.
Yes, that's actually true. And right now, I think everyone is just having fun.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yes.
And they're not responding.
Yes.
I don't think that they're...
Yeah. And to be fair, it's 3,000 right now. So, but I think what you can get out of this one is the information. Yeah.
Okay.
You need to, if you're going to fight Home on the next match on the top 8, as much as possible, you need to identify as well the distribution that they have and the party setup that they have right now. As you can see on the first push there, they have few players distributed on Sun, Moon, and Star. So basically, if you want to get something out of this, you need to find out who's with regarding the party system. Is VPP is joined up with Mavis, or are they joined by Zybro? So I think that's one of the best things that you can get out of this, that information, and the rotation as well of these assassins.
Yeah, we're gonna look at the bright side, like what MG mentioned. Yeah, info for the next match, because this is just a complete onslaught, and I'm just at awe watching Mavis and the rest. It's like 3-party guarding the respawn of OnlyFans here at the north side of our map, and I believe the rest are also spawn camping. These are like a party of 1, which is consisting of Paladin, Sniper. Yeah, so yeah, that's an info they can relay for the next match. 1,900 against 3,000. Like what you mentioned, no one is dying from Home. And I believe all throughout the games that we've casted, this is the only game that we haven't seen anyone dying as far as 16-minute mark here at our timer. Wow.
Definitely. We are actually Home has like few like famous streamers as well. Zybro and VBP, these guys, they actually I actually saw them on one of the streams of Little Fatty last time. So definitely these guys are really prepared on the Odin Cup, and they're actually distributing a lot of like resources as well in terms of cards and all. Yeah.
So aside from the DP, they've also, and practice, they also, come up with a good strategy. But I believe they're actually not employing that right now. They're just using brute force in securing all the response. And Mavis already at 50 kill streak. and they're just waiting for the mobs. Will OnlyFan be able to secure one though? I don't think so. I'm not seeing any OnlyFan member in the mobs respawn areas here in our map.
Yes, I think I believe there is no contest coming from OnlyFan on this one, and yeah, wow, that is a high level thermal wing coming from.
Yes, it's a different color.
Oh, come on, OnlyFan, let's go. Come on, let's get one tablet. Let's go.
Let's look at what's happening at the secondary battlefield or the subfield, and this is a complete clash. Oh no, this is a stack of home.
Yes, I think that is the respawn point of
Ah.
OnlyFan on this one. So as you
I
can see,
believe
OnlyFan.
Are they respawning?
OnlyFan only secured 47 kills, 12 minions on the side of home. They managed to kill 148 minions. And take note, they secured 852 kills.
Make that 856 and counting, and imagine depleting the HP by 864. That is insane coming from the subfield. And if you're an OnlyFan member, you don't want to give away points, so I just lie down. I might just lie down like the others here. What do you think?
I mean, it is expected. Like, before we start this match, they actually mentioned that majority of the firepower of Alt F4 is acquired on the side of OnlyFans firepower members transferred over to went to Alt F4 for a better chance of winning this. So this is actually expected, but I'm not expecting that OnlyFan they cannot push a bit on the second floor. So I'm just kind of really surprised at this.
But these yellow title holders are also from home, so it's a fair distribution of red and yellow title holders. But yeah, OnlyFans still has yellow title holders at the main field, which explains what David and MG said a while ago regarding the members of OnlyFan transferring to Alt F4 to give up a really good fight for the top 8. And it's safe to say, MG, that this is an overwhelming match for OnlyFan against home. This is just a landslide, a one-sided match.
Definitely. I mean, like I said, it is expected. So home is just, they're just dominant for this match, and OnlyFan I think they're trying their best just to respond on this, and they managed to secure 2 points in this. So the points is down to 2,998.
I'm looking at Pato just doing Magic Crasher one after another.
Yeah, Pato is just doing Magic Crasher with this one. Wow, still OP using Magic Crasher. Pato, let's go.
What the heck? Even Mavis can't seem to find any more victim because no one is willing to respond. And putting my shoe on the shoe of OnlyFan members, I don't even want to respond anymore. This is just so hard. I'll be running like that and be dying over and over. And yeah. Oh, 2 members of home, MG, died.
Guys. But yeah, going back, we still have a few more minutes on our timer before the Owl Baron responds. And this is one of the things that I really want to see. Can we see the fastest Owl Baron kill for the entire Odin Cup? Or is it still, what guild is that? I forgot the 3 or the 10-second Owl Baron. I think Zero mentioned that last time. Okay, here we go. We still have like few seconds.
Was it last night? Was it last night? I can't recall. That was last night, right?
Yeah, I believe, yeah. The fastest Owl Baron kill is around like 10 seconds.
Was it from Legends or from Rugpool? I just can't recall between the two, but either of the two guilds.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. Hopefully we can see this because I'm really excited on how fast Home can destroy
show us,
Owl
guys.
Baron.
Show us your level 3.
The
Terminal
thermal wing. Yeah, the thermal wings. Here we go. 20 more seconds. And right now, OnlyFans is capitalizing this, managing securing 3 tablets
Yeah.
right now. And
At least they were able to.
Okay, here we go. 5 more
Like, 4
seconds,
seconds,
boys.
let's
go. I'm excited for this one. Timer starts now.
58,
Okay.
57. Boom.
57. Fastest.
54?
Oh!
6 seconds?
54?
Was it 6
54?
seconds? What?
I don't know. Is that
Don't worry.
54?
Don't worry, because David, he's a Boy Scout. He's definitely have a replay later on. But yeah, MG, home will take our first win for our 3rd match of the evening. And I believe they're all are also the crowd's favorite for the whole tournament. So let's see what Abigail and David has to say with this match. So we'll be giving it to our beautiful and handsome host and analyst, David and Abigail. Please take it away.
Wow. Well, I prepare a perfect sentence to what happened on the first game. You know, what belongs to home stays with home.
I have another
That's
one.
deep one. What is it? What is it? What is it? Give it.
They made their spawn camp their home. that was it. I mean, that was game 1. Home just asserted their dominance against OnlyFans. That was brutal to watch.
I'm afraid there will be a yellow dollar on this live stream because it's just very a painful massacre.
Definitely, it was one of the most one-sided matches. They only got 2 kills, I think.
After more than 10 minutes.
That was insanely tough matchup there for OnlyFans, and the Owl Baron died in 6 seconds.
6 seconds. That's the
new
shortest.
record.
A new record. And the recent record is 10 seconds, and now it's 6 seconds.
Yeah.
But let's take a look on the match statistic. Here we go.
Yeah, this is
2 kills.
This is the 2 kills that OnlyFans did get, and they didn't manage to capture the strongholds, but that was only after Home basically left the building.
For Baron.
Yeah, for the Owl Baron, wanting to set a new record on the Baron, and the secondary battlefield was no different as well. I mean, for the side of Home, they had absolute dominance. We had a glimpse of what happened in the secondary battlefield as well, where it was just Home spawn camping the side of OnlyFans, and there was no answer to what they could have done.
Yeah. I mean, like, the way you home play on the main battlefield and the second battlefield is just like a sugar daddy try to, oh, where are you, sweetie?
Yeah, they were
Where do you want to go, sweetie?
They were definitely too strong for this matchup. I mean, Home, this was the outcome we expected for sure. I mean, Home was definitely, they had their full power, they had their full strength. They were aiming for top 4 at least to be able to move on to the offline finals. OnlyFans, as expected, without their top powerhouses, they're definitely not going to be competing against what Home has to bring, but I didn't expect it to be this far apart. I mean, 2 kills and no minions. Secondary battlefield was in shambles. They did 20 million damage in total, and in the secondary battlefield as well. 51 kills compared to the 1,100 that Home managed to get.
Yeah, but still, we saw the glimpse of what happened in the secondary battlefield, and the same scenario also happened on the main battlefield. I mean, like, every single player from OnlyFans barely can lay their foot outside this spawn.
They couldn't leave their home at all.
They couldn't leave their home.
It's brutal. I mean,
you stay on your chair. I will watch you.
Don't get up. You lie down and you don't get up. I mean,
you sit there. I will watch you and make sure you didn't, lay your foot outside this line.
Yeah, I mean, this was Home just sending a message to everyone out there that, they are a force to be reckoned with. They are serious about winning this entire thing for Odin Cup, right? Sending a message to Rise, to Legends, as well as to Out F4 that, hey, we want to win this. We have the power, we have the strength, we have the members, we have the numbers. And yeah, this is just a very one-sided affair that, Home absolutely was in control from the start to the finish. And they didn't allow OnlyFans any ground. And OnlyFans could only do what Home allowed them to do.
And also, it's a statement to Home, to another, from Home to another guilds that they're not holding back.
No, they're not holding
They're
back
not
at all.
holding back. They don't even cover their face with a very organized play or sort of like that. They just show themselves like, yo, I'm the coolest guy in here.
I'm right here.
You better watch out.
Yeah, coolest kids on the block, and definitely did not review any formal strategy whatsoever in this game. They definitely just wanted to keep that for stronger matchups, wanting to keep all the interesting movements and strategies they have, and decided just to spawn camp their opponents. Only fan had no answers to what home had to bring for this game.
But I wonder who's the MVP of this game.
Who had the most kills?
Yeah, who had the most kills? And it's Mavis.
Mavis.
Yeah.
Mavis with an assassin, 35 million damage. You don't need that much.
You don't need
damage.
that much. you just spawn camping, bro. What do you expect?
Yeah, absolutely insane. There was I think I'm not sure if I told you or Ian a funny story about me and Mavis.
It's Ian.
It was Ian. Yeah, we're, in case you missed that, we were playing in Dimensional Drill. We played against Mavis. I'm playing a biochemist, so I broke both his weapons. Right. Then he chased me down with his fist and punched me to death. And I was like, okay.
Sorry, mate.
No, I couldn't play the game at all. And that was Mavis getting the MVP for the first game. Here it is peaking, getting the highest amount of points for game number 1. And yeah, Mavis will be able to walk home with a Huawei FreeBuds SE as the MVP of game number 1.
And I'll be like, we're 37 Paladin on home side. You just make a barricade to every single spawn camp.
Don't let them out.
Don't let them out. I mean, like, the barricade is tanky enough.
Yeah, definitely. 53 kills here for peaking, 218 assists. 1 minute and 1 boss. So he's the one that got the last hit on the Owl Baron.
No wonder, man. The name is PK.
Peking, yeah.
Yeah, Peking.
He's the king.
Yeah,
he's the king in these areas.
Yeah. No, it is not the king in these areas. I mean, like, he is PKing.
He's fighting.
Yeah, public
he's
killing.
Always fighting.
Public killing.
Yeah, that was really tough to watch, and also a tough match there for OnlyFan. Definitely out of their league here, facing up against home. And I'm not sure if any form of adjustments can really help them against someone a guild as strong as home.
Yeah. For most people might feel demoralized after receive that kind of treatment.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So but if OnlyFan can get through this and at least receive a good moral boost.
Yeah.
And actually even if they couldn't win this game, they still managed to deal some damage to home.
Yeah.
I will give 10 kudos to them. I mean, this is a very tough position. When I mean, like, it is not about strategy anymore. This is all about mentality.
Yeah, and a lot of times people just shut down or are not able to deal with these sort of things. But yeah, it has to go on. I mean, they have to be able to find a way out of this or accept defeat. Because home is not going to let them off easy in game number 2 as well.
Yeah, but let's check out what will happen on the second game, because this is already set up for you guys. So
not yet.
Oh, not yet?
Not yet. Game 2 hasn't started yet.
Oh, I see. We have to look at the cards first.
Yeah, we're gonna explain a little bit more since we are still waiting for the game to start here. We were explaining how, why Minoros and Stroff was this widely used in the main weapon, mainly because of the bosses even in the main and secondary battlefield. They are mostly large and demons. That's why you see such these cards being used primarily on the main weapon, allowing them to deal more damage to the Owl Baron or the Baphomet or the other different bosses in the secondary battlefield as well. Obviously, players are medium-sized. That's why we see Skeleton Worker being used a lot. And Hydra, of course, because players are also considered demi-humans. So this rounds up the top 5 used weapons. I'm expecting to see more support-based cards, especially if we show 6 to 10 as well. We're maybe going to see Magnolia or the Requiem cards as supportive crowd control cards.
And I remember the secondary weapon, the Megalodon and also Ancient Mummy is pretty widely used to every single player in Ragnarok because it's very cost effective.
Yeah.
It is pretty easy to get the material to upgrade it, right?
Yeah, and they give decent substats as well. I mean, Megalodon has freeze resistance, while Ancient Mummy auto-casts Signum Crisis, which increases the amount of damage you take from Holy Element damage. So that's why these, despite not being as comparable to Tarafrog cards, they still are pretty widely used because they have really good substats and also they provide HP.
Yeah, but the Tarafrog and Tarafrog Plus and also Tarafrog offers better effects, right?
Yeah, damage reduction from demi-humans, which is what all players are.
But these two cards is pretty hard to upgrade.
They are harder to upgrade compared to Megalodon and Ancient Mummy. That's why most people use the base version without upgrading it, and that's why you see both the upgraded version and the base version here in the top 5 used cards in the secondaries, because it is very hard to upgrade. That's why most people just stick with the vanilla Tarafrog card, which provides really good reduction already, and those who can upgrade it will upgrade it to the Tarafrog Plus.
And another top 5 card used for armor is Peko Peko Plus, Baby Desert Wolf Plus, Pasana, Cornutus, and Rocker.
Yeah, it's really interesting here because Rocker and Baby Desert Wolf both are green tier cards, which is the most common cards that you can get, the easiest to upgrade as well. And the reason they are here in the top 5 most used cards is because, again, they're easy to upgrade. They provide stats for your character. They provide int or dex, which allows you to do more damage. And sometimes for some classes like snipers or priests, they don't really care about having more HP. They just want to have more damage or more heal, and that's why they're so widely used here. Peko Peko is the go-to card for HP, and since tanking up is very important, that's why Peko Peko is ranked that high. Cornutus gives almost the same amount of HP as Peko Peko, but provides makes your armor unbreakable, which in the current meta with that many biochemists moving around, Cornutus has become more and more important for everyone to have at least one copy of it, just to switch in case your guild doesn't have enough biochemists and your equipment just keeps getting broken.
And all of these cards is just reference, right?
Yeah,
because I believe there are some other greater cards that actually you can use. I mean, like the rarest one would be perfect to use, but hardest to find, especially. But imagine if you are unfamiliar with how to use cards for every single accessories, like a cloak, shoes, or maybe helmet. This might be a good reference for you.
Yeah, good guideline.
As most of these cards is pretty cost-effective, easy to upgrade as well.
Yeah, a very good guideline for you to know how to build your character in terms of, hey, if you're in class, then you want Baby Desert Wolf. If you're a Dex class, then you'll be using Rocker. And for the cloak, it's pretty much the same as well. Fedora providing reduced variable cast time and providing extra int. That means more damage if you're a magic class. Eclipse is just a good raw HP and just a good card in general. Very easy to upgrade as well because of the availability in the various shops. That's why we see it so widely used here. Baphomet Jr. is one of those cards where pretty much only snipers use. We do see some paladins use that as well because it provides agility and crit, with both stats that snipers and paladins really need in their arsenal. That's why they use these in the garment cards, in the cloaks.
And last one is accessory. Shoes first, which is a Varied Plus, Sohi Plus, Marty Plus, Thief Bug Mail Plus, and Wild Rose Plus.
Yeah, Wild Rose does provide the least survivability. It gives Flee, which isn't really great in the current meta because a lot of people are running crit. That's why Flee isn't very important to have. If you guys don't know, crit does bypass Flee, and regardless of how much Flee you have, if your opponent is running high crit rate, then the Wild Rose becomes less efficient. That's why you don't see it used as much compared to things like Martyr or Verit or even Sohi, which provides a little bit more survivability. They don't have much useless stats. Having the P damage and M damage reduction on the upgraded stats becomes very important for the shoe cards as well.
And last one is accessory.
Helmet as well. We will talk about helmets.
Oh, why? I always remember the accessory because as long as I remember, there was one card that provides a good stats, especially I mean like the offensive stats.
It's greatest general.
Yeah, the general.
Yeah. And for the helmet, there's a very similar version of that greatest general as well. That's the cramp card. That's why it's ranked number 1, because regardless of whatever class you play, if you don't need any other effects, if you just need raw stats, then cramp is probably the best one to get, providing you M attack as well as physical attack. And that's why it's very widely used. It's one of the it used to be one of the rarest cards to get because we weren't able to kill the mobs in the early game, but it's reached a point where everyone's able to farm these mobs, and that's why cramp is still widely used here. Outer Below, the easier ones to get for int classes, they definitely use that just because of the variable cast time as well as int. And Lip Oh My, providing a lot of the fire resist and HP, is what we do see used widely on the paladins as well.
And finally, accessory.
Your favorite part.
My favorite part, accessory. The top 5 cards used for accessory. This is the number 1, the greatest general, the one that provides substats such as the offensive one, like a physical attack and a magic attack, right?
Yeah, exactly. That is like the cramp card. It's a very generic it's a very generic card that regardless of whatever job you play, if you don't know what to put in your accessory card, hey,
put it!
I'll just put a greatest general card and it will do just fine. Rave card, like we mentioned earlier, is more towards the magic class and supportive class because it provides M damage %, which is very hard to get, and also using that Rave card allows you to boost your heal to provide just more heals, more sustains.
Yeah.
Yep. Cobalt as well, we see it being used more and more often because it provides crit, and crit rate is very important if you're playing a paladin or a sniper.
Especially a sniper. I mean, like they are the one that will have a burden on their shoulder to beat down the paladin.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, with the new meta that is running the Smeldon that allows you to root your opponents, we definitely do see more and more people shifting out of paladins and playing the sniper because the crowd control that snipers are able to provide at a range is becoming very, very important. And that's why we're seeing more people shift towards the whole high wizard meta as well.
Okay. By the way, I'm a little bit curious about your opinion, or maybe the way you want to play this Odin Cup. Imagine that you are the leader. How will you manage or maybe compose the classes?
Well, I always would prioritize, a couple of things, especially in each team. You need a damage dealer, you need crowd control, you need a tank, you need a support, and then you have one flex. That flex is usually things like biochemists, which can play as a secondary DPS or as a support. You have your support, which is the priest usually. Some parties you can play them with a bard or a dancer, depending on whether it's a magic-based party or whether it's a physical-based party. So if it's a physical-based party, you want the dancer. But if it's a magic-based party, you want the bard to provide magic strings, which reduces the cast time of your skills.
Yeah. So how many paladins will you bring?
8 to 10 paladins.
8 to 10 paladins?
Yeah.
High wizards?
High wizards, probably 10. 8 to 10 as well.
8 to 10?
Yeah, and 8 to 10 priests.
Sniper?
8 priests. Snipers, probably 4 or 5, not too much.
Not too much.
Yeah.
Okay, and let's take a look at the second game after we know what will David do. At least we will know what will OnlyFan do on the second game. Let's throw it to our casters Nikki and MG. Please take it away.
Thank you so much, Abigail and David, for that comprehensive talk about the cars and also preview for the second match between OnlyFan and Home. We're still here, Nikki and MG. Hello, MG.
Let's go. Yes, definitely. Second match, OnlyFan versus Home. So there is a lot of like small things that they actually mentioned earlier, and I really like how they mentioned that they made the respawn point their home.
Oh yeah, I heard that. Even the
like
words of wisdom. How do you call those words of wisdom? They given such words.
Yes, definitely.
And hopefully OnlyFan will be able to at least prove themselves worthy. If not, the mere fact that they are here, that they are showing themselves, I mean, that's admirable enough, at least to show yourself here. Because some won't
Yes.
even bother, right? But to be here, to be playing, and to be included in the top 16 is still something. So, good game, well played still to OnlyFan. And of course, for home, they haven't even
Definitely.
shown us a bit of their strategy. I believe they
Yes.
still have a lot of things undiscovered, right, MG?
Yes, to be fair, this is actually working for them. Like, all of the strategies are being kept secret, before they fight a stronger guild that they can, you know, take. But I just want to talk about like the match earlier. I just really like how dominant home is. But enough with that. So right now we're checking the movement here on the side of home, and OnlyFan is trying to flip one tablet here, but again, a good push there, good damage there. Thermal Wing has been casted there, but Niki, OnlyFan securing one tablet. Let's go.
At least they
Let's
got the
go.
star tablet,
We
and
got
that
this,
is
boys.
a minus HP for home. At least they did that, and hopefully they'll be able to continue flipping other tablets. We're currently watching home here. This is like a two-party covering this particular area, and we're still close with one another, just 100 point deficit. And this is what home is doing. They're waiting for the respawners to actually respawn and gagging up on them. And I believe this person, Jusong, I'm not quite sure of the name. I believe he won't be respawning. If I am on his shoe, I'll definitely lie there. I won't respawn, bro.
Yes. And as you can see on the minimap right now,
Boom.
everyone is distributed on this one. I just want to see one High Wizard on the side of home doing a charge attack earlier. He equipped one of those cards that you can actually cast charge attack. Just imagine a High Wizard charging attack, using charge attack, and doing the Magic Crasher build. Oh
Yeah.
my god.
It doesn't have cooldown. Does it have cooldown? Because he's been spamming it.
Yeah,
I'm not quite-
definitely.
oh.
It doesn't have like it will
Wow.
depend on your I believe
Build.
attack speed as well.
But yeah, 3 tablets on to home. 2,500 against 2,900. And look at the morale. They instantly got the first boost. And Shobu now is currently, and Mavis as well, 10 kill streak. And these are the names that we've been seeing during the previous match. Look at the High Wizard there, just throwing in the gravity field. Dream Tooth coming from the Assassin. And yeah, it's just so hard for OnlyFan to actually move in our second game, especially they're dying even before they actually revived. I don't
Yes.
know. This is just so hard.
Definitely it. I mean, yes, definitely it's gonna be hard for OnlyFan. But again, remember, they managed to secure one tablet, and for me, that's actually a good thing already. Yeah?
Improvement. Yeah. Comparing
That's
to the
true.
previous match, yeah, it's an improvement. But it's just so hard. If you respawn in this area, and there's already like 3 parties waiting for you to actually revive. Look at Conquest. Is it Conquest? Conqueror. Conqueror just dying and dying. Jisung as well. How can they manage to escape this kind of aggression and punishment coming from home? It's just so hard.
Yes, and I think right now on the side of OnlyFan, they're just moving away from the respawn point. If you're going to we saw that earlier on the minimap. The red dots are actually OnlyFan. So as you can see, there is few people south side of the minion respawn point of Moon. So you have like 3 players there on the south side, and yeah.
If they manage to get past through this one, like Pikiman, go Pikiman! Oh no, Pikiman would go down. If they manage to be outside of the respawn area, they might be able to capture the moon. Because you mentioned there are just only 3 people, right?
Yes.
So this is just so hard.
Yeah. Again, yeah, shoutouts to Fato right now. Fato is running out the Magic Crasher build. Fato de la Cruz, they mentioned on the chat. Let's go, the Pinoy Pride. Fato
is he?
de la Cruz.
Where? Whoa, Fato de la really? Okay. I thought it was like pure Thai. Isn't it
Yeah.
a pure Thai guild?
I don't know. They mentioned Pato de la Cruz on the chat right now.
Oh, it's quite popular then.
So,
I believe
yeah,
there's a
he
lot of
is.
popular players coming from home.
Yep.
This is Mavis just running about with the Green Tooth build here and unscratched. Really, I'm out of words, honestly. 140 morale against 9,190 morale. 13 seconds away before the mob responds. We're seeing Jisung there and the rest. But will they be able to at least snatch mobs coming from home, which is really strong?
Yes. And right now, Thermal Wing has been casted. They managed to secure like majority of the mobs right now on the
Yeah.
side of home. And home is just moving and catching all of the players. We are actually seeing like few AFK players on the north side. And
course.
as you can see, the OnlyFans is trying to run. And
Is he hiding? Is he
Yeah,
hiding?
they're trying to hide.
They're hiding. Because I was wondering, why isn't he being attacked by home? So, which explains they are currently hiding at the corners. I'm also doing that. If facing a strong guild, I tend to hide at the bushes in guild guild events. Yeah, I tend to
Yes.
hide away.
Yep. And yes, that's Fato right now doing the Magic Rasher.
VBP here. What? They're just on a roll. They're just on a roll, killing one after. And yeah, it's really hard. They need to hide, honestly, for OnlyFans. They need to hide in order to survive. But
Yes.
these people coming from home, they also have sites and ruak.
Yes. So right now, they're just standing here on the respawn point. And as you can see, home right now is just putting like few or 1 to 2 players per tablet. Then majority of their members are on the respawn point right now.
Yes.
Yes.
So their priority is actually to kill members of OnlyFans. They are confident enough that the tablets are well taken care of. And yeah, you need to advance your offensive team in order to block the OnlyFans members from capturing tablets.
Yes. I think this is more on like just staring as well on those players right now, because again, majority of OnlyFans just want to get out of that respawn point right now, and it's really hard to escape, to be honest.
Honestly.
Yeah.
I can't imagine myself being in the shoes of Picky Man. He keeps on dying, even Conqueror as well. But you have to give it to him for constantly reviving and not giving up, because other players just gave up and not respond. Yeah. But Picky Man running away from PvP, holding onto his dear life, but it's gonna go down.
Wow.
PvP is on a roll there.
I think I would just do the same thing. Like if I'm gonna be playing against home, I'm just gonna make them, run or something. I'm gonna let them chase me or something.
Chase me. Chase
Yeah.
after me.
Yeah.
That's also a strategy, probably. That is if you can run. That is
Yeah,
if you can
if
run.
you can run,
If
yeah, that
you
is
can
the
survive. That's just so hard. Again, here with PvP. And he's using Judex, okay? This one is a high priest, bro. And he's killing.
Yes.
5-star red title high priest. I believe he was assassin before. He changed to high priest, was he? I can't recall, but yeah, this is Judex. He's killing
God,
people
just
using
one-hitting
Jude.
people using Judex. What? Oh my god! Like one-shotting a paladin.
Oh, this look like Purins. What the heck? What were you doing? That's insane.
Yeah, that's actually good. I mean,
So sorry.
just imagine like you can actually use multiple like PvE skills to take down
Mhm.
few players. That is really amazing. Considering, I mean, of course, because of the firepower that they have right now, and
Yes.
yes, I agree on what they mentioned earlier. They're making the respawn point their home. They're
Oh
just
yeah.
hugging the respawn point right now, plus the minion spawn area as well.
Picky man, the paladin, going after the high priest. But let's move on
Okay.
to the most important objective, which is the Owl Baron.
Yes. Earlier, they managed to secure a 6-second kill,
Oh,
or
let's
6 or
see.
7. Yeah, 6 or 7 seconds Owl Baron kill. So I want to see how fast or can they break their record.
The only people or guild that can oh, that was fast.
Whoa.
50
How many?
50 to 54? 6 seconds?
Still
54?
6 seconds.
I'm not quite
Wow.
sure, but of course, we still have David and Abby to explain that. But yeah, MG.
Yes, definitely home advances for our top 8, and a very, very, very dominant way to end the match. And yes, Nikki, let's go.
Let's hear what inspiring words will Abby and David get from this match number 2. So Abby, David, please take it away.
Nikki, and MG, thank you for the inspiring words, though. But still, oh, I have another sentence. This time I would not give a sentence to home, but I will give them a middle name.
Okay.
Domination is the middle name. Domination.
Yeah, that's exactly what home showed in both these games. I mean, it was just absolute domination. Second Baron did not break the record. It was 7 seconds. I was counting. I had a stopwatch ready. So it was 7 seconds. They did not break their own record, but still 6 and 7 seconds, and that was all she wrote. That is the end of the road here for the side of OnlyFan. They will not be moving further in the Odin Cup, as we have to congratulate home for moving on to the top 8.
Yes, and still not holding back.
Not holding back at all. I mean,
So-
spawn camping.
So cruel.
Yeah.
One camping.
OnlyFan was trying to spread out. You see a lot of their members using smoky cards, hiding across the map, hoping that they're not found out.
And actually, it is not that they're trying to spread their members. They're
It is-
trying to save their lives
Yeah.
because they're being hunted here and there.
Trying to hide in different corners. We did see PVB walking around with Ruak using Judex, just one-tapping everybody, and that was basically the entire game. Both these games in a nutshell was just home, like you said, absolutely dominating the side of OnlyFan.
Yeah, and I must say, VPP, has a keen nose.
Yeah, he knows
Yeah,
where they're
he
hiding.
knows where they're hiding.
Exactly.
He can smell every single people and every single corner. And let's take a look at the main field statistic of
Is
the
this
second
the
game.
first time we'll be seeing 0 kills? It is 0 kills.
0 kills.
7 million damage, 0
million
kills being gotten here from the side of OnlyFan. And they did capture one stronghold at the start.
least.
They had one hero, they had one guy
Yeah, at
who
least.
captured one stronghold from their side. So we won't have a perfect game from home, but 0 kills and only 7 million damage being dealt from the side of home.
I would love to send flower bucket to that person.
Yeah, he's their hero.
He's the hero. I mean, like the real hero. When everyone is spawn capped by home, there's one person that finally captured the tablet for the first time to OnlyFan.
Yeah, they took 70 points away from home, which is a record on its own.
It's a record.
It's a tough matchup.
Yeah, because they only got 2 on their first game.
Yeah, 2 kills on the first game, 0 kills for the second, and the secondary battlefield stats will not show a different story as well. It was just absolute domination. 690 morale only being gotten here from the side of OnlyFan, while home just had that absolute field day. Everywhere they went was just bodies left behind after that.
I wonder how does it smell. Well, let's take a look at the secondary battlefield. I mean, like, you killed a lot of people.
Yeah, leave the
on
bodies
one spot.
there.
Leave the bodies there, and you watch them respawn, and you kill them again. Imagine how smelly the spawnman.
19 kills in the secondary battlefield, a total of 27 million damage dealt only, and only 690 morale points being gotten here from OnlyFan, while home just had everything that they asked for. They got all the minions, They got all the bosses, they got all the kills, they got all the morales, and that just led them to be getting a easy 2-0 victory over OnlyFan.
Yeah, I believe this kind of playstyle is directed by my friend that I
Okay.
actually played in this guild.
Okay.
He's junior.
He's part of home.
Yeah, he's part of home.
It's an absolute dominant showing, and they home with playing such loosely without really.
No, I'm being sarcastic.
You're being sarcastic. I was taking you seriously.
No, I'm being sarcastic because I feel like this kind of playstyle suits very well to my friend's personality. Cruel.
Crew. Absolutely crew here from home, and let's see who is the leader of this crew guild. The MVP of game number 2 is going to be our first High Priest MVP ever in the Odin Cup. First High Priest MVP, and he or she will be walking away with a Huawei FreeBuds SE.
Yeah. Man, this is so mind-blowing. Every single thing that happened on this third match.
Yeah.
A VBP as a High Priest become the MVP.
Most
kills. Two kills on the first game, and
zero kills
on the second game. And a High Priest become the highest point.
And the MVP.
And the MVP as well.
It's a lot of firsts. And the fastest Baron kill as well. 6 seconds is the fastest we've ever seen in the entire Odin Cup so far. And it's just been an absolute story here for home as they will breeze their way to the top 8. And who's there to stop them?
No one.
Yeah,
only the internet problem.
Internet.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's take a look at the battlefield statistics to see. No one died there from the side of home, so everyone has 0 kills.
But at least we know who's the MVP.
Zhuge Liang.
Zhuge Liang. It is expected from his name, Zhuge Liang, the smartest people in 3 kingdoms.
Yeah.
The most wise man, the wisest
Spotted
man.
the opening to ensure that home had no perfect game. And despite not having kills, he managed to capture 1 tablet, and that allowed them to take away 70 points away from home. And yeah, it's a tough way to go from the Odin Cup. I mean,
but still, it's sad that Zhuge Liang stands alone in the war because Zhuge Liang technically needs 3 kings.
Oh, he needs the brothers together.
Yeah, he needs Liu Bei.
Yeah.
And I forgot the 2 other.
Guan Yu.
Oh yeah, Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Wu Wushang.
I can't remember.
I can't remember as well. I'm like the fat one, right? Yeah, they did the tall one, the green one, the fat one, and last one is the long bird one.
Not Cao Cao, no.
No, Cao Cao is the general.
It's the other kingdom.
Yeah, he is on the other kingdom.
Zhang Fei,
yes. Zhang Fei.
Thank you, producer.
Thank you, producer. Love you so much, 帅哥.
But yeah, it's a sad way to go there for the side of OnlyFan, as their road in the Odin Cup will end right here in the top 16. They still managed to get themselves 3,000 yens as well as diamonds and a bunch of other rewards as well. Well, home is going to be moving on to the top 8.
And if in case you missed what happened on the first and second game, here's a highlight video for you. Let's check it out. And that's the highlight of the third match in case you missed it. And these good matches from game 1, game 2, and game 3 is provided by our organized. It is ROO and also Huawei App Gallery for their strong support. As a top 3 global app marketplace, Huawei App Gallery supports both Huawei and non-Huawei Android phones, just for you know. And you also can enjoy premium benefits by downloading games from Huawei App Gallery, and also you can enjoy premium benefits, various offers, discounts, promotions throughout the year. So make sure you download every single game from Huawei App Gallery so you can claim your rewards.
Yeah, definitely great supporters of the Odin Cup so far. And Abigail, we are down to our last game of the night, the last game of the top 16.
Yes. Greedy Thailand will face Radicals. This is going to be our closing match, but we will prepare it first for you guys. So we will take a break and see you guys after the break.
Ragnarok Origin Odin Cup Top 32 Elimination Stage winners.
One after another, he's hungry for blood, he's taking blood, he's running in. It's just an onslaught.
Yep, Zenith is a social guild. So one of our motivating factors is we are like building friendships inside or within the guild. And also, especially our whales, technically speaking, the most players with the higher DP. That is Pepero and Yen. They are also friendly. And they're like the ones who's more socializing on our guild. Don't close your doors for your competitors within your server. We have this competitor on our server. There will always come a time that you will be needing their help as well.
It's like ROO Phoenix failed once again to do something on second battlefield.
In terms of power, yes, it's like 6, 7, but of course I have to show a 10 in front of my guild members to give them at least a light of the hope. But I kind of warned them a little bit that whatever comes out, top 16 is still a great feat compared to thousands of guilds out there. So just keep their head high and just do our best.
For the conclusion of this game number 1 for match number 4 between Edo, DC, and Crowds.
แล้วคู่ต่อสู้ที่เจอมามันยังไม่ได้รู้สึกความกดดันเท่าไหร่ครับน่าจะการแข่งขันที่จะถึงวันที่จะถึงเนี่ยแหละครับต้องแบบรู้สึกเตรียมตัวกันมานิดนึงเพราะคู่ต่อสู้พลังพอๆกันครับประมาณ 90% ครับผมไม่แน่ใจว่าเดี๋ยวอาจจะมีปัญหาหน้างานอีกทีก็ได้ครับผมก็ไม่ชัวร์เหมือนกันว่าจะเกิดปัญหาตรงนั้นไหมผมจะคำนี้ว่าเล่นตามแผนครับมันไม่ได้มีอะไรกดดันมากคือเล่นเท่าที่ไหวครับไม่ได้อยากให้รู้สึกว่ากดดันว่าเราต้องชนะเท่านั้นหรือเราทำพลาดอะไรไม่ได้เลยเล่นตามเท่าที่ตัวเองไหวแล้วก็อะไรที่ผิดพลาดก็เก็บไว้แก้ไขในรอบหน้าก็ได้แบบเราสามารถแบบเกมมันมี3เกมมันแข่งกันหมด3รอบเราแพ้1รอบไม่เป็นไรครับเราสามารถแก้ไขได้ในเกม2หรือเกม3ผมไม่อยากให้รู้สึกคนในทีมเล่นแล้วไปกดดันไปด้วยมันจะรู้สึกไม่สนุกผมอยากให้ทุกคนเล่นสนุกมากกว่า
very very quickly
Yeah, very, very quick. Although they try to catch up with the morale, but still.
Actually, the preparations that we made, we actually trained with mana from the normal guild league, and we lost a lot to them actually. By losing a lot, we gain a lot of experiences every time we do. We review our videos and everything. We always discuss about what can we do better in our next match. We are somewhat satisfied, but I think there are a few aspects that we could have done better. Most of it comes from our nerve as well. We're actually pretty nervous from our first match, and I can tell that by our movement and our commanders. Big props to our opponent as well, Mark 1. They are one hell of a fighter. They're able to make the best out of the worst situations, and I'd like to give them a lot of credit for that as well. Yeah, we do actually. Most of us becomes friends on this journey together. And because of that, we often have a gathering in real life. Like maybe every weekend, every Friday, Saturday, we'll just go out, grab some bites, drinks together. we built trust between each other and a lot of mutual respect, and we encourage each other whenever someone's feeling down. Hey, I'm not playing well today and everything. We just support them, give them a lot of support and love, like a family.
No, they're not
Few more
conserving it.
points. Last
They're
2%.
confident.
Oh,
ตอนที่แข่งแทบจะไม่มีเลยครับก็คือถ้าทุกคนดูจากแมตช์แรกนะครับทุกคนจะประเมินว่าในการวิ่งเสาอะไรอย่างเงี้ยครับของโอลิแฟนต้นเกมจะไม่ค่อยดีเพราะว่าโดนโยกเนาะแต่ทีเนี้ยครับเรามองจุดบอดของเราตรงนั้นนะครับคือการทำให้เสาที่เขาวิ่งอยู่มันเกิดการเหลื่อมของเวลาแล้วมันทำให้โอลิแฟนเวลาวิ่งไปยึดอีกธงหนึ่งมันจะทำให้การกลับมาอีกธงหนึ่งทันครับเขาก็เลยต้องซอฟในเรื่องแรกๆหน่อยก็คือให้เขายึดไปเลยประมาณนี้ครับแล้วค่อยตีกลับในเรื่องการสั่งหรือการเดินของโอลิแฟนนะครับค่อนข้างที่จะสามัคคีแล้วก็ทุกคนฟังกันนะครับไม่มีแบบคนนอกกรอบหรือว่าคนไม่ปฏิบัติตามทำให้ทีมมันเขวอะไรมาเนี้ย
side of Radicals, which might have given them an opening to try and fight back, but no Future does not have the firepower to
So starting from the eliminations, we tried to adjust our strategy towards the different kinds of guilds. For example, there are whaler guilds and there's casual guilds like us. So we tried to do different kinds of strategy, prepare the groundwork, and practice those strategies in our matches that we had encountered the previous elimination matches. Radicals, on the other hand, means a strong conviction or a reform or someone who believes in their ideologies and sticks with them. So as part of Radicals, we believe that our spirit in competitive gaming, despite the different problems, will prove us worthy of the top 16.
Are being wiped here by greedy Thailand. We are seeing a lot of owners coming back.
ดีใจครับก็น่าจะเกินความคาดหมายครับเพราะว่ากิลผมเป็นกิลเล็กๆเองครับพลังพูดง่ายๆคือพลังก็น่าจะต่ำสุดและใน32ทีมติดไม่ต่ำสุดก็ได้เป็นติด1ใน5ที่ต่ำที่สุดแล้วกันที่จริงเราก็ซ้อมจากไอ้รอบคัดเลือกนั่นแหละครับก็คือเราลองแผนเพราะว่าเอาพูดง่ายๆเลยในเซิร์ฟไม่ได้การแข่งขันสูงมากครับก็เราสามารถลองแผนได้หลายแผนก็เลยพอมาแข่งจริงมันก็แบบมีความเข้มข้นขึ้นได้ใช้แผนที่ลองครับมาใช้มันก็ถือว่าได้ผลดีครับก็อาจจะสับสนเล็กน้อยครับเพราะว่าซ้ายกับขวาแต่ละคนไม่เหมือนกันครับคือถ้ามุมมองเราซ้ายก็คือฝั่งพระอาทิตย์ใช่ไหมครับแต่บางคนเขาก็มองเป็นซ้ายของเขาคือดาวก็คืออยู่ที่ว่าเราจะมองจากล่างขึ้นบนหรือบนลงล่างก็มีแบบเลยกันนิดนึงครับในจุดนี้ก็คือด้วยดูตัวก็พลังกิลผมกับพลังกิลเรดิคอลเนาะก็ต่างกันเยอะอยู่ครับเอาเป็น30-70แล้วกันครับเผื่อฝั่งเรา30ฝั่งเขา70ครับ
Ragnarok Origin Odin Cup Top 32 Elimination Stage winners.
Oh, that is a lot of people, a lot of red names. That's going to be the Wonderland side, and they are controlling.
Yeah, maybe the only thing that I can advise is the competitive mindset. If stick with those people who have competitive mindset, or stick with the players who have competitive instinct, you get a hang of it along the way. I know there are some guilds that are been trying to be competitive as they can be. Don't stop. And the number one thing is you just need to enjoy the game with your friends. Eventually, you'll be friends with the top tier peoples that they can carry you, or maybe you'll be merged with the top tier teams, and eventually you can be able to participate these prestigious events just stick with the right people and stick with that competitive mindset. I think that's what I can give them as advice.
Because it gets the kill and they find themselves with a 50-point lead right now, so it's all tied up at the moment.
My guilds, other guilds have many fans, but not my guild. My guild is many haters. That's number one. Number two, yeah, Kirking. And our mentality is, wow, winner mentality, you know. We never scare who is our enemy. Just if you have a brain and if you have try to make some meta and you have research, you can counter them.
Constantly having less tablet control is able to get those points back with kills.
Before we even merge, we have that relationship built in. So we have the open communication, okay, will this work and whatnot. But the first battle that we had, it was shaky. Because when you go through rankings, right, before you even get qualified to the Odin Cup, you were at, I think, rank 9 before the last week. And then we were up against a big opponent who got merged too. So, but before that, we were lucky that we had the first trial we fought against another guild where we made mistakes. So mistakes makes you better, right, in gaming? So we learned about our mistakes. We got a meeting. The leaders are very attentive, and I thank them for their time. And then on the second part where we need to qualify, we won. So we secured the 7th slot for our division, right? And then that's it.
Because it gets the kill and they find themselves with a 50-point lead right now, so it's all tied up at the moment.
รอบต่อไปผมเจอกับไวฟ์เอาก่อนจริงๆก็น่าจะเล่นแผนประมาณเดิมไปก่อนนะครับแล้วเดี๋ยวด้วยความที่แผนมันยังไม่เข้าเนาะแล้วเดี๋ยวรอบต่อไปถ้าชนะนะก็น่าจะใช้แผนใหม่กับอาชีพใหม่คอมใหม่ด้วยครับเอาไป99เลยครับ เอาไว้แตกกันแตกครับก็แบบออก 1% อะไรเงี้ย 100 มากไม่ดีก็ดูมั่นเกินนะทายเหรอจริงๆคือประเมินไว้ว่าอย่างที่บอกไปของคู่ของวูมารุกับเซโคเต็งเนี่ยน่าจะเป็นรอบที่ลุ้นที่สุดแล้วนะครับเพราะว่าถ้าเกิดสมมติว่าเราชนะไวฟ์เอาเข้าไปเจอกับ1ใน2ของคู่นี้สมมติว่าเจอเซโคเต็งแล้วกันนะครับก็เขาเป็นกิลที่เหมือนเตรียมตัวมาดีมากๆแล้วก็ด้วยพวกสกิลรูนต่างๆเช่น Frozen World เนี่ยเขามีเยอะนะครับเราก็พยายามจะหาอัปเกรดตัวละครแล้วก็รับมือในแผนของเขาพยายามดูย้อนแข่งบ้างอะไรบ้างทุกอย่างถูกวางแผนมาอย่างดีไม่ใช่แค่แบบออโต้แล้วชนะไม่ใช่อย่างนั้นนะครับฉะนั้นเนี่ยอยากให้ทุกคนมาเสพความมันตรงนี้ด้วยกันจนถึงรอบชิงแล้วก็หวังว่าจะมีทีมจากบ้านเราเนาะประเทศไทยนะครับเข้าไปถึงรอบสุดท้ายเลยเป็นความภูมิใจของพวกเราเนาะใน
เข้าหมดเลยทุกทีม
ในที่ไปให้หมดเลยครับ
This is just a complete one-sided matchup from the side of Legends. They're way too far behind right now.
เอารักษาน้ำใจหรือเอาความจริง
เอาความจริงเลย
ค่อนข้างขาดครับเพราะว่าของค่อนข้างต่างกันเยอะเซิร์ฟเขาเปิดที่หลังครับก็เลยกลายเป็นว่าเซิร์ฟเขาจะเสียเปรียบทางด้านพลังค่อนข้างเยอะเลยครับที่อยากเจอล่ะครับอยากลองเจอ Animate F4 ครับแล้วก็ทางโฮมครับเพราะว่าโฮมก็มีคนมาบอกอยู่ตลอดว่าโฮมเขาเป็นที่1ในตอนนี้ครับก็เลยแบบอยากลองอยากท้าทายดูว่าถ้าเจอกันจริงๆแล้วจะเป็นยังไงบ้างครับ
Stop camping spawn zones, it says. They're gonna run in towards the star tablet right away, stopping the capture.
ชื่อโดฟามิงโกนะคะจากกิลน็อกเซิร์ฟจิปเป็น1ค่ะการเตรียมตัวของเราก็คือเป็นการเชียร์อัพคนในกิลเอางี้ดีกว่าเชียร์อัพคนในกิลก็คือเล่นเต็มที่ถึงจะรู้ว่าบางทีเราสู้ไม่ไหวหรืออะไรคือเราก็จะสู้เต็มที่แล้วก็ยินดีกับทีมที่ชนะเราไปด้วยแต่คือใจเต็มร้อยมากใจเต็มร้อยจริงๆบอกเลยเชียร์อัพกันในกิลอบอุ่นค่ะความสัมพันธ์กับคนในกิลค่อนข้างดีค่ะเพราะว่าเรามาเล่นเกมเนี้ยเราได้รู้จักกับเพื่อนใหม่ๆแล้วทีนี้เราก็มีการแบบไปทานข้าวไปเที่ยวไปแฮงเอาท์อะไรอย่างนี้ด้วยกันแล้วก็คิดว่าความสัมพันธ์กับคนในกิล หรือว่าคนที่เรารู้จักใหม่ๆในกลุ่มค่อนข้างดีด้วยแล้วบวกกับมีต่างชาติความสัมพันธ์ก็ค่อนข้างดีเพราะว่าเราจะได้ฝึกภาษาไปในตัวนึกออกป่ะก็ค่อนข้างดีเขามาไทยเขาก็พิมพ์ว่าโอเค I'm going to Bangkok นะอะไรอย่างเงี้ย
They are just chasing down everyone on their own, knowing that they do have that power advantage.
Well, basically the first match was kind of like a mental battle for us. So we will improve on our communications for the next match. Because what we need right now is mental aptitude. Yeah, because the mental pressure, like going against other guilds and the pressure of bannering are, well, basically our country is like, so we have to train ourselves for that. Can I say thank you for supporting Rugpool despite all the dramas as I running out through the guild. We hope at one point in ROO Global we made a difference by either inspiring you guys to be the best out of your guild and maybe I hope more guilds will come out and be inspired with the type of desire and passion that our guild has shown, regardless of whatever circumstance they have. I hope it does make a difference for a while.
They are just chasing down everyone on their own, knowing that they do have that power advantage.
Yeah, so we are facing Rugpool for our next match, and we know that they are a very formidable guild. So most of the players we have already known from different iterations of Ragnarok. They have played almost every Ragnarok game that we know. And since we already know them so well, we know that they are a very strong opponent. So from our end, we just said that we will just continue what we have done ever since. So we just stick to what works best for us. Just making sure that everyone listens to our commands, and actually we're already happy that we get passed by top 32. So anything else moving forward is just a bonus for us.
welcome back again to the live broadcast of the Southeast Asia Odin Cup Online Tournament, round of 16. Back with me with Abigail as your host, and we still have Zero here as your analyst.
One last game to end the night, and what better match to end it with Radicals going up against Greedy Thailand for our closing match of the round of 16.
Yeah. Greedy Thailand versus Radicals is supposed to be a very close match. A lot of people expect 2-1 score at least.
Yeah,
especially you.
We haven't seen 2-1 score in a very long time.
No, man, it's Abigail buff, man.
The Abigail buff, the 2-0 buff.
It's 2-0 buff. Every time I stand here, every time I sit here, the score will always become 2-0.
I mean, we'll see. Greedy Thailand played really well in the round of 32, and Radicals is a very strong guild as well. So these two guilds are definitely very evenly matched, and I can't wait to see what both these guilds have prepared in store for us in this game.
Yeah, and Greedy Thailand, as long as I know, as long as I remember too, they're pretty aggressive in their playstyle since their early game. On the other hand, Radicals is pretty organized, well organized, well communicated, and well allocated their players to distribute to every single tablets. So it's really nice to see it.
So I guess you can say Greedy Thailand plays very greedily. Yeah, going with their name.
Yeah.
That's
Manifesting in their name.
Manifesting in their name. I mean, definitely making it this far to round of 16 definitely is a huge achievement. But they are looking to go one step further, to go to the top 8 and compete against all the best guilds out there.
Yes, and the upcoming interesting match is provided by our organizer, which is ROO and Huawei App Gallery with their strong support. It's just in case if you don't know what Huawei App Gallery is. This is a top 3 global app marketplace. Well, Huawei App Gallery supports both Huawei and non-Huawei Android phones. You can enjoy premium benefits by downloading games from Huawei App Gallery. Also, it offers a lot of discounts, promotions, offers everything.
Yeah.
Everything good inside Huawei App Gallery. So just download games from Huawei App Gallery and claim your rewards now.
Yeah, definitely. Claim your rewards there, as well as check out gold.razer.com. They offer a lot of great rebates as well as merchandise that you can redeem when you spend there on gold.razer.com, right? Yep. You get to stack up all your Razer Silvers, which you can convert to different sort of goodies such as merchandise, game credits, mice, keyboard, different sort of peripherals as well. Definitely do check them out. They've been great supporters of the Odin Cup as well.
Yep, and for all of our loyal viewers in this live streaming, we also provide you with rewards as well. Every single item that you can use inside your game, and this is the items that you can receive after you redeem the code that will shown after this.
Yeah, we've already given away two codes today, right? So help us get more people into the stream to get to the next milestone. 20k viewers is what we want to achieve. That is a lot of wager tokens that you can get for yourself, for your guildmates, for all the viewers watching at home as well. So invite everyone you know to watch this. Share the link from YouTube, share it to your friends, get them on there, enjoy. Let us enjoy the last game of the day together.
Yeah, and also don't forget to join our Discord community, because if you already redeem this codes like Odin Cup 2023 Top 16, make sure you claim more rewards in our Discord, because we also have the daily in-game items for you guys.
Yep, and if you guys miss out on this code, you can always ask in the Discord. They are very friendly. They like to share things like this, right? Making sure that everybody is able to participate in the festivities and yeah, enjoy the Odin Cup along with everyone else. You can join new guilds, find your party mates, as well as get access to a massive collection of game guides and get the upcoming patch updates first before anyone else.
Yeah, because next week will be very interesting.
Absolute
the newest
game changer.
But yeah, an absolutely game changer, and the newest patch updates will bring us to a different meta as well.
Yeah, definitely. Two new upcoming classes, definitely looking to shake things up, right? High Wizards are strong, but are they going to be strong once the new classes come in, right? Paladins are strong, but will they be strong once Stalker comes in? It's all going to be a question mark until we see the round of the top 8 of the Odin Cup.
Exactly.
But before we get there, one last match.
Yeah.
One last top 16 match separates us from finding out who will be the last team to join. The rest of them in the top 8 is going to be Radicals, or will it be Greedy Thailand?
Because we only have one spot for them.
Yeah, unfortunately, it is a tournament. Somebody has to go home, but these two guilds, they have a chance. They have a chance to find out who is the better among both of these guilds.
Yeah, but how do you think about these two guilds? I think I will give the odds to Radicals because I prefer the team that maximize the early game momentum, which is what Greedy Thailand actually did on the last recent matches.
Yeah, I've been a fan of Greedy Thailand because of their play style, the way they play as a team, the strategy. You know, I'm a big fan of strategy and how guilds play together. You know, as a team, small team, big team, as a 40 man in the main battlefield. We've seen strategies being created, being used out, and a lot of times they give a lot of impact in the main battlefield. You force your opponents to make mistakes or make them rotate across the map, making inefficient movement. And yeah, like we've seen a couple of times where it almost works, you know, like especially where in the second game of the day where Solaria almost won just by pure strategy alone, despite being that super underpowered. So Greedy Thailand going up against Radicals, they're not that far apart compared to what we've seen like in the previous game where home against OnlyFan. They're not that far apart. They are slightly underpowered, but if they can come up with a strategy and abuse the weaknesses of your opponents, then maybe we're gonna have a very interesting game.
Yeah, because we still have a variety choices that you can do inside the game.
Oh yeah, it's not one-dimensional.
Yeah, it's not one-dimensional. I mean, like there's a lot of factors that you need to consider, that you need to achieve as well as the objectives.
Yep.
Like you need to maximize your players on the secondary battlefield. You need to maximize your tablet. Even if you only just have one tablet, you still can maximize it. And we already get the example of it, and it is proven by Solaria.
Yeah, I hope that, you know, Greedy Thailand has a couple of these plans ready in their pocket, ready to bring out whenever they need, because this is their last chance. This is the last chance for both these guilds to move on to the top 8, where when they go to the top 8, they'll be facing up against Home, which is a tough matchup. But getting there, get there first, right? Get to the top 8 before you prepare to face the beast.
Okay, and let's welcome our two guilds that will compete later. Here we go.
Greedy Thailand against Radicals. I like that name. Radicals in the top 8, top 16, right? Facing up, getting a great result in the round of 32, making it this far. But who will beat the other? 47.3 million power for the side of Greedy Thailand against 50.5 from the side of Radicals.
Yeah.
Not very far.
Not very far. I mean, like we've seen the farthest one is almost 9 million.
8 million, 9 million, yeah.
8 million, 9 million, and actually they still can do something. But between this 3 million gap, I believe there will be something more interesting to watch rather than just, you know, spawn camping, creating a barricade and make sure your opponent cannot get out from the spawn camp. I wish to see more, man.
Yeah. It's not a big difference. Kenkor leading, Radicals hailing from Morocco 3, while it's going to be Greedy Thailand representing Geffen 3. And yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what sort of guild what sort of class composition they have in their entire guild. What sort of we've been seeing a lot of high wizards recently, as well as a lot of assassins.
Yeah.
To be honest, there's a lot of assassins that a lot of these guilds are running.
And finally, High Priest becoming an MVP.
First ever.
First ever.
First ever High Priest MVP. You've seen it here
highest
first.
score.
With highest score.
With highest score
highest
as well.
kills, highest score.
Oh
Absolutely
my
crazy.
god. And let's take a look at the classes composition between these two guilds. As we can see, the Greedy Thailand invested to 24 paladins, but they invest a lot in 34 snipers, 22 high wizards, and 32 high priests. Pretty squishy.
Yeah, not too many support, but they do have, instead of high priests, they do have minstrels and gypsies. They have the performers there to help out with the heals and the sustainability, so they have that going for them. While for the side of Radicals, they've gone more heavily in towards high priests, 39 high priests, a lot less biochemists, only 2 biochemists on their side. So that's going to be a huge factor in the main battlefield when the biochemists can become a huge factor in destroying equipment. Not to mention, the Radicals only have 15 high wizards, so that's going to be crowd control lacking from their side.
Yeah, not only lack of crowd control, but also they invested too much in paladins and also high priests. I think they want to create some barricades and get a stronghold and 2 tablets at the early of the game. That's just assumption.
Yeah, definitely. It is. It's going to be a battle of control. We've been seeing a lot of aerial control being very important. The terminal wings, the Oblivions, really making a difference in seeing whether a tablet is being able to be captured or recaptured, or if the minions that spawn are able to be controlled by a single guild. So the High Wizards definitely playing a very important part for them. And interestingly enough, for the side of Radicals, they have 8 champions compared to the 1 from the side of Greedy Thailand.
Yeah, and also the assassin in each guild, I think is pretty decent. Can be utilized and maximized to both sides. So it's actually still 50-50 for me, looking at the class compositions, because the different objective between these two guilds is the Greedy Talent needs to maximize their snipers as well as the High Wizard to prevent the attack from the Paladins from Radicals. And for Radicals, they need to be aware with their High Priest. If only the Greedy Thailand Assassin can get across their backline, it will be ruined. But the top players from Greedy Thailand, as you can see, there's 4 names that I couldn't read.
It's only
But
not
not Mumu.
Not a cute name.
Any
Mu Meow
cute
Wolf's
name?
brother, not Mumu.
The Mumu. Not Mumu.
One High
But
Priest.
still, the cutest one is Sunshine.
Sunshine as the
Sunshine
charisma
and the
baby.
charisma baby.
Yeah, that was the top 5 from the side of Greedy Thailand. While for Radicals, they do have Demon, Wix, Eloy, Jun Bangis, Waira.
Waira or Ira?
Ira.
Ira.
Maybe probably
Maybe
Ira.
probably Ira. Yeah.
So something interesting I saw from Radicals when they were playing last week in the round of, in the
Top
in
32?
top 32 was that they sent Demon to the secondary battlefield to start the game, so that he's able to start killing a lot of people, give the secondary battlefield momentum,
And go back to the
and then go back to the main battlefield. So it's going to be interesting to see if he does that in this game as well, because we've been talking about how important the secondary battlefield is in terms of morale, and yeah, it's going to be very important.
Well, at least if you can manage to reach the first buff and you go back to the main battlefield, it will
that'll be enough.
Yeah, it will be enough and make a big difference, especially when your opponent kind of get neck to you.
Yeah, definitely. And these are the leaders from the side of Radicals: Kenkor, Slidey, Michaela, and Curvinos.
Baby. Oh my god, this one is even cuter.
Sunshine.
I imagine the charisma baby is, a very pretty girl, sweet one, cute one,
that
elegant one. and now and yesterday we saw
Paladin.
a charisma baby,
Killer
a paladin,
queen.
a killer queen. Oh my god! In just one day we saw a lot.
Yeah, definitely. It's very interesting to see, how these the 5 most important members of a guild, the management team is comprised of, and what sort of role they play in their guild, whether it's player management or who comes up with the strategy. It's all very important work in trying to manage a guild, and that's why we're gonna give a shout out of support to everyone, all the guild management, for making this happen.
But I'm sorry for being out of topic this time, but if you are a guild leader, what's your consideration to give someone a title charisma baby?
I don't think there's a consideration. Like, if you want to be charisma baby, you fight for it, right? Do you want to be charisma baby? Okay, yes. Do you want to be a charisma baby? Yes. All right, you two go 1v1, and then whoever wins becomes charisma baby. Easy.
Easy, very easy, simple and pragmatic.
Yes, you gotta be practical.
David, very practical. And let's take a look on the Radical side, and especially their, the management team. The charisma baby is Michaela, and as well as the officer, and the another officer and commander is Bianca, Jumbangis, and also Siegfried.
Yeah. Here is the lineup for the side of Greedy Thailand, who played really well in around 32. Let's see if their strategy and movement and team play will help them move on from the round of 16 and reach the top 8. And the management team, the top 9 players here, always very important to keep everyone in check. Make sure your strategies are sound, make sure everybody follows your instructions, and hopefully that will be able to help you lead your guild into victory. And yeah, Pearl, you see that as a vice guild master, and the rest of the players as well. Venti Cypher as the officer.
And also the Charisma Baby is the name that I couldn't read, as well as the officer. But the other officers, I think I can read it. I mean, like we
Dark
have Dark Moon, and oh no, I can't
The
read.
ooh, that's ooh.
Ooh.
Ooh as their commander.
Ooh. Like that?
Like that. Two W's. That's two W's. Yeah.
Ooh, 2W, ooh. What? Do you want me to pronounce it again?
Nah, it's alright. It's alright. I mean, yeah, these two guilds, they are going for one of the most important matches of their life.
Yep.
Round of 16. Winner moves on to the top 8. Loser goes home with only 3,000 diamonds, Nyan berries, and a bunch of other goodies as well.
And despite of the fact that the odds is in Greedy Thailand because the lack of powers from radicals, but still I'm willing to know what they cooking for the first game, because this is a very big momentum for them. If they manage to win the first game, it will be give them the moral boost.
Yeah,
The
exactly.
moral boost especially is a very essential component in tournament, right?
It's not the morale buff. We're talking about the actual morale in the guild. You know, you
The
just beat
mentality
someone.
buff.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's like you see the odds. You know your guild is unfavored. You're the underdog in this match. Then you win the first game. You give everybody confidence, and that's gonna be helping you get the second win as well.
Yeah, and we are going to watch the first game, and now we are going to pass it to our caster. So Nikki and MG, please take it away.
Thank you so much to our very own Charisma babies, Abigail and David, for introducing the last match of the evening, Radicals versus Greedy Thailand. It's still us, Nikki and MG.
Yes, Radicals versus Greedy Thailand. One of the matches that I really want to see. As we can see earlier, Greedy Thailand has a bit of short DP versus Radicals. But again, speaking of firepower, Greedy Thailand is very, very famous for their secondary battlefield because they managed to secure a quick buff for Tier 1 and Tier 2 in few minutes. So I'm really excited to see if they can still perform, or can they still provide that buff for the main field.
Exactly, MG. And that is one thing that I remembered from Greedy Thailand as well. Having the quick buff coming from the secondary field, and another question, like what you mentioned a while ago, is how will Radicals answer to that? Because I believe that these members, these guilds, already studied their opponents. So let's see if they are also gonna employ the same strategy, like put a high DPS on the subfield. Let's find out. But let's move on for now with the guild composition. Radicals is quite heavy when it comes to sustain and DPS, with 39 high priests and 32 paladins. Quite low when it comes to the magic damage, 15 high wizards, as compared to Greedy Thailand here. Quite balanced when it comes to paladin 24, high priest 32, high wizard 23. What can you say about that?
Yes, I think with this one, I think Greedy Thailand will still use the melee meta for this one. It's really effective on the rotation that they are trying to do for the matches that they have, and definitely they're gonna stick with it right now. And on the side of Radicals, they have the upper hand on this one since they have a bit more firepower versus Greedy Thailand. They need to capitalize on that one. They need to take advantage as well on the side of secondary battlefield. They need to acquire the Tier 1 buff immediately in few minutes, because if not, Greedy Thailand can actually overtake them when it comes to tablet flipping, especially with the buff coming from the secondary field.
And this is it. Here we go. 2 tablets will be taken here by Greedy Thailand. Nice move coming from them. And status skills will be also used in Terminal Wings as well. It's actually connecting towards Greedy Thailand, and few people from Greedy Thailand are actually dying. And they are currently regrouping here in this area. And nice capture coming from Radicals, giving them 2 tablets, securing them points.
Yes, and speaking of secondary field, this is what I really want to see. An equal points in terms of secondary battlefield. And right now, it's technically almost even right now. Radicals is just leading for a few points here. And as you can see at the middle, guys, majority of Greedy Thailand is just setting their tempo at the middle. and they're just checking the Sun tablet. I think they're just gonna go for the neutral flip so they can actually cap or catch up with the points that Radicals has right now. So as you can see, Radicals is just fully committing right now on the Sun. No answer there coming from Greedy Thailand, and as you can see, middle is being flipped right now by Greedy Thailand and Radicals. Can we see them on the push? No reaction there coming from Radicals at the middle tablet.
Wow, this is really close, but a bit of lead coming from Radicals as they were able to secure 2 tablets and even recapturing the star. And we're currently watching the stack of Greedy Thailand just pushing Radicals here. I believe this is the Moon tablet because they have they are acquiring it right now, and yeah, Radicals is having a hard time. Though they push from the north side, and will that be enough for Radicals to get this tablet? Let's find out.
It's gonna be really tough for Greedy Thailand because again, they're trying to acquire the Star tablet, but majority of the players of Radical right now is at the middle, and they need to step on that tablet ASAP. But again, Greedy Thailand is kinda late on the rotation for the middle tablet, and as you can see, 2 tablets is being owned again by the side of Radicals. Few players on the side of Greedy Thailand is trying to flank in on the Sun tablet. Sun tablet is almost on the flip. Are we gonna see a backup there coming from Radicals? Radicals? Yes, there is a backup. And few flankers or counter initiation there coming from Radicals, trying to flip the Star tablet. But again, Greedy Thailand is invested already on the side of Sun tablet, and few players on the side of Greedy Thailand is just securing as well the Moon tablet. If they manage to secure this on time, this is gonna be a good push here. Right now, they're done with the Sun tablet now. Everyone is rushing in on the middle tablet now. Can we see a massive damage there? And they need to drop those statues right now if they want to take the lead. But again, Radicals right now is just putting those Storm Guns up and running. Those vacuums coming from the Paladins as well, and Greedy Thailand answers back, but no Radicals answers again. They don't want to give this middle out of the hands of Greedy Thailand, and Greedy Thailand is just responding from time to time. This is a good fight versus between these 2 guilds, and as you can see, they are actually putting 2 flankers on both teams, trying to steal on their opponent's tablet. Radicals is sending players on the side of Sun, and few Greedy Thailand are sending players as well on the Star tablet. And wow, Nikki, this is the fight that we're waiting for. The intensity, and right now Radicals is still holding, and they're holding everything right now. Wow.
And while MG is casting, I was also holding my breath because I believe that MG actually is catching his breath with that kind of siege and rally from one tablet to another, where Radicals will take this tablet. Greedy Thailand will answer back, but for now it's gonna be 3 tablets onto the Radicals sleeves because partner MG, the morale has already reached the 2nd tier, giving a lot of boost towards Radicals. It's just a matter of 400 points, but that is still big. Now we can see here that there is a flip here at the Sun tablet, and the Star will be not contested and will be retaken here by Radicals. Nice play coming from Radicals, but let's still give it to Greedy Thailand for still maneuvering around. Like what you mentioned a while ago, they are kind of late when it comes to response. They need to timing their response when it comes to the trade-off.
Yes, I think they should leave at least like few players behind, and they need to charge at the middle of the flip on the other tablet so they can actually reposition properly. So as you can see right now at the middle, they're trying to dominate the placement there on the Moon tablet, and no response there coming from Radicals because Radical is preparing for the mobs there, and they're just trying to kill those minions just in time. And there is no answer, or there is no response there coming from Greedy Thailand, and definitely they will be having a hard time on catching up on those points again. But again, they can actually do a clutch Owl Baron push later for this clash.
Of course, there's still hope, but this matchup only shows to us how important the buffs of the secondary field gives to the main field. Look at that. Just how many points before Radicals gets it? Oh, they already got their 3rd buff, I believe. And now, looking at the tablets, and look at how Greedy Thailand is occupying this area. I believe they're just dying here. And it's just about time before the clash that we're waiting for. Look at all the skills being thrown against them. And I believe they were able to fend off Radicals. Nice defend. Will they be able to defend this any longer? I don't think so. The Sun tablet is flipping.
Yes, they're actually running away from the middle tablet. But again, Radicals can just recapture the star tablet on this one. This is gonna be minus 50 again on the side of Greedy Thailand. They need to focus one tablet or one side tablet and middle tablet here for Greedy Thailand, and they need to capture the minions as well for the 10-minute mark.
Jun Bangis. but this one got 145 kills. No joke to that. Okay, so we're currently watching Greedy Thailand taking over this tablet. They're gonna take 2, but will this be the preparation time for Radicals? It's quite early, 13:13. Oh, this is gonna be the retake. MG, I'm waiting for the retake coming from Radicals. Yeah, it's just so easy for them to retake. Even though Greedy Thailand is holding on to the sand tablet, we can see that the moon is going under Radicals' possession.
Yes, they need to check the backlane as well on the side of Greedy Thailand. They need to put like several players as well to create chaos there on the backline of Radicals, because again, Radicals is actually free hitting everyone, and that's really good anticipation coming from Radicals, because they know Greedy Thailand cannot answer back on that one, and multiple Gloria Domini has been casted. Those vacuums are really on point, plus the gravity field connection was really, really nice coming from those Paladins and High Wizards.
Yes, and looking at this certain area, we can see a few amounts of Radicals, and they are quite scattered at the north, at the east side, but we can see that they are converging towards the north side of our map, and that is it. Nicely done. And I believe that the moon or the sun tablet will be taken, and that's the exchange for the moon and the star. Or will this be the proper preparation time, 1 minute or so before the Owl Baron? What do you think, MG?
I think Radicals right now is on the lead, so they need to wait the movement of Greedy Thailand, and from that movement they can actually react properly. They don't want to overextend on any actions that they can actually do here, because again, they can dictate anything that they want for this match. But again, I think the majority of the Radicals right now are moving out. I think this is a very, very early regroup coming from Radicals, and as you can see, few clashes here on the side.
It's the name of that Paladin.
Yeah, Greedy Thailand right now is dominating on 2 capture points here, and right now middle, they need to run on the middle. You need to stop hitting anything, and you need to save middle. Okay, right now middle is being rescued here by Greedy Thailand, and they need to spread out, because again, few punishers on the side of Radicals are being placed here at the back lane of Greedy Thailand, and right now that's a failed rescue again coming from Greedy Thailand. Bubbles has been popped, gravity fields are being thrown out everywhere, plus those sanctuaries just to have a backup heals. And right now 35 seconds on our timer before the Owl Baron respawn. Can we see a steal here coming from Greedy Thailand, or Radicals can do the last hit on this one? What do you think about that, Nikki?
Let's find out, as we can see a swarm of Radicals going after this 3-man party of Greedy Thailand. Will they be able to fend off themselves? I don't think so. There is always strength in numbers, and they will be outnumbered here. And it is so safe to say that it's going to be Radicals to be taking over this area. 4 seconds, MG, before the Owl Baron spawns. And here we go. Let's see what's gonna happen. Especially they have one champ. Only one champ for Radicals. So, I don't know what's gonna happen when it comes to the last hit.
It's actually good. Like they're sending few players to recap the tablets, and by doing that, they managed to close the gap here between Radicals. And right now, majority of the players inside the battlefield of Owl Baron, they're just focusing the players. That's the right call. If you're here, you don't want to hit Owl Baron immediately, because they can actually steal it from you. So instead of hitting the Owl Baron, just hit the players for the meantime, and for the last 5%, you can have your champions to do the Asuras, or even the Thermal Wing. On top of the
Yes.
Owl Baron.
Exactly. So they are really disciplined, but while doing so, while they are prolonging this, Greedy Thailand is actually locking all the tablets. So let's see what's gonna happen. But yeah, it's kind of safe to say at almost 60% HP here from Owl Baron, just 400 points deficit. I am quite nervous.
Yes.
I don't know what's gonna happen, but hopefully
Yeah,
they'll
this
be
is
able
really
to
bad.
finish
This
it
is-
strong.
yes.
Really, really bad.
This
Not
is really
that
bad
big of
for
a gap.
Radicals. Radicals right now is on full control, almost full control on the All Baron right now. If they last hit this one, they can actually take the lead. Can we see the last hit coming from Greedy Thailand? No last hit coming from no last hit from Greedy Thailand. Radicals managed to steal the Owl Baron on their side. So that's gonna be minus 500 on the side of Greedy Thailand. That is an almost steal.
Because there were a lot of Greedy Thailand people or players at the Owl Baron at the last 20%. So
Wow.
I was kind of nervous that will there be a steal? But yeah, still Radicals was able to secure that Owl Baron, and they are now moving towards this area. Whereas Greedy Thailand is actually securing this one, but I believe MG, the Moon will be taken in now. Moon and Star. Moon will be taken here by Radicals. And it's just a matter of time before we conclude our first match.
Yes, this is a good, really good match. Like
Nice.
almost even fight. And as you can see right now, Greedy Thailand, despite of the lead of Radicals, they don't want to give up on this one. This is one of the fights that we are actually looking. Greedy Thailand doesn't want to, throw this game. They just want to fight until the end of this match. And as you can see, multiple flips right now on the side of Radical, which is the best thing that they actually did here. But again, Greedy Thailand is answering back left and right. They're trying to cap now the Sun tablet, and I'm assuming that I'm not sure if they have more people on the Star tablet. Maybe the Sun
they're
is
still
just
fighting.
a diversion. Yeah.
Yeah, they're still fighting. They're still giving up a fight. They're still punching
God.
and quite alive in our match. Let's see what's
Here
gonna
we go.
happen. I'm on the edge of my seat. We
Here we
have
go.
Greedy Thailand going inside this tablet. Will they be able to capture?
They're
And
going to the
yes,
back
they
lane now.
will. And they can actually go towards the Star.
Yeah, this is the thing that they need to do. They need to put pressure at the back lane of Radicals, creating space right now. But that Paladin on the right side, he needs to go in on that tablet. But apparently, Radicals managed to secure the middle tablet, and we are on the last 25 points on the side of Greedy Thailand. Wow.
Yeah, same expression, Angie. I feel you, bro. Wow, because out of all the matches tonight, I believe this is the best one. I mean, not because we're biased about it, but it's the closest. And
yeah.
neck and neck, they are both at par. I'm out of words.
That one of the best, definitely. One of the best.
And I believe our host and analyst Abby and David is also excited to share their thoughts with that and share some insight for the next game. So we won't keep you guys waiting. Let's give it to our host and analyst Abigail and David.
Thank you, Nikki, and MG. You guys always know what we wanted. I mean, it's very hot, man.
That was
that
was
was
a close game.
Close. I mean, a real close. The closest game ever.
Ever. Like it went down to 500 points. Both sides, like if whichever guild got the Owl Baron, that would have been the difference maker. And wow, there's so much to talk about in this game. There was just so many minor differences.
Chill.
Don't worry about it. We'll save it for later. But
Yeah,
there's
yeah.
so many small differences that Greedy Thailand, if they just rotated a bit faster or move a bit faster or move a little bit differently, that could have been the difference maker. And wow, there's just so much to learn from both these guilds.
Exactly, and the brief explanation about what happened on the first game is, this is actually what Solaria did on the second game, right?
Yeah.
And from my perspective, these two guilds also have the same problem. First, the secondary battlefield, and the first one is, and the other one is the timing. The timing is a little bit off, but Greedy Thailand actually did a better job than Solaria did. I mean, they still managed to capture tablets from time to time, making them stronger by the time the game's still on, and also trying their best to make radicals dying.
Yeah, there was
slowly dying. And the Baron momentum is also very important for each guild, right?
Exactly. Like there was a point in time where Greedy Thailand, they lost control, they lost tempo earlier on because they were not able to get the first tier of the Baron buff, of the Commander buff. But the moment they got it, you could see them being able to control the map very efficiently, and that closed the gap between both these guilds. And it was down to the Baron where Greedy Thailand was able to overpower Radicals there, but they were not fast enough to bring down the Baron. And then Radicals was able to rotate there, get back in there in time, and that just went down to the wire.
Yeah, and let's take a look at the first game, also Man Battlefield match statistic. Here we go.
Both these kills very close. Look at the amount of kills. 570 against 580. And this was with Greedy Thailand having less morale. That much less morale.
It's pretty obvious this guild is crazy.
Absolutely.
I mean, like, they're pretty good on brutally invade radicals. And radicals defense lineup is actually almost broken by Greedy Thailand.
Yeah. Like if not for the one radicals player, they had a wizard, which had 300 kill streak. If not for that one player from the side of radicals, Greedy Thailand would have been able to just run over radicals. But that one player, that wizard, with a Thai name, I can't really pronounce it, but he did absolutely crazy damage. And let's take a look at the core problem from the side of Greedy Thailand, which is the secondary battlefield. Like MG and like Nikki said, they were even at the start. They both had the same amount of morale, pretty much up to the 2000 point, where suddenly out of nowhere, Radicals just shot up to 5000 and Greedy Thailand couldn't really get anything else.
Yeah, and also, despite the fact that the morale buff from Greedy Thailand is less than what Radicals have, I'm like, the repositioning and the mana from Greedy Thailand is actually pretty fast.
Yeah.
That's also the moment when Radicals getting tired following their tempo.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, like it's absolutely crazy how close these two guilds are in terms of firepower, damage. It was 10 kill difference and 2 million damage difference separates both these guilds. So Greedy Thailand, the secondary battlefield needs to have a little bit of switch because they lost every single boss in the secondary battlefield despite having very similar minion count. So maybe something they want to look at heading towards game number 2 because this was one of the closest matches we've seen so far.
And also, Demon is on the man battlefield from the start, right?
Yeah.
It's pretty different with what they did on the recent match.
Yeah, absolutely. He was not starting in the secondary battlefield. He just joined the main battlefield from the start. So that might have been a difference maker. But let's take a look at the MVP.
Yes. Here we go. The MVP is Demon. I mean, like, ain't no way Demon not become an MVP. I mean, he scored 100, if I'm not mistaken, 100 or 200. I forgot which player scored 300 kills. I believe it's the Thai nickname one, but Demon also scored a lot of kills.
Yeah, 106 kills here for Demon. He has been the MVP every single game that Radicals has won. He has been the MVP and definitely well deserving of it.
He's the core.
He is what keeps them together.
Yeah.
And I won't be surprised if, he's the one leading the commands as well because he has been the most impactful player of the team and very important for them and a well-deserved MVP as well.
And let's take a look at the battlefield report because I would like to know how close the score in each guild. But I think maybe we can start to talk about the details in this game. I believe you have lots to talk about, especially how Greedy Thailand can manage make Radicals slowly dying.
Yeah, like definitely a lot to talk about in this game, and that I won't be able to cover everything. So I'll just talk about the important parts and the turning points of the game, where Greedy Thailand was able to come back after what seemed to be a terrible start. Now, this is the first important point in the game. 18 minutes into the game, morale is pretty much neck and neck at this point. So the game hasn't ran away from the side of Greedy Thailand yet. They still had very close kills. They did not have any sort of control over the tablets, but let's play this along and wait and see because when they are trying to hold on, this is where Radicals having 2 points right now. They just able to hold on. Now first thing I want to talk about, the defensive positions. This has been something that I've been repeating over and over again, is the defensive positions of the guilds. Now, we have Greedy Thailand in the middle of the map, right? In the middle of the tablet. Now, where Radicals is attacking from is from the, if I remember correctly, is from the bottom as well as the right side. So let's play this video a little bit and see where they're attacking from. Now, look at the defensive positions. Once again, they are holding the center, the most important area of the tablet. And this is where, Radicals is trying to push in. They got pushed out because of the positioning, the superior positioning that Greedy Thailand had in the tablets, and they were not able to put in the numbers of their members inside to try and contest. But what Greedy Thailand failed to do after this was, when they tried to contest the side tablets, they moved out a little bit too early. They could not, they were not in a good position to trade the tablets at this moment, and as you can see, they over-rotated. They rotated too many members. These guys should have been in the Moon tablet. But now, they were trying to capture the Star tablet, trying to regain tempo for themselves. And these guys were rotating back. But these players were a little bit too late to the rotation, despite having already control over the Star tablet. And they're starting to rotate back. And this is when they gave up defensive positionings. They gave up this area to Radicals. This was the area that they were in earlier on, but they gave it up to try and capture the side tablet. Now, the rotation back in was very crucial because they almost held on. They almost held on to this point. And if they were able to hold on to this area, they would have been able to regain the tempo. But because they were just a little bit too late in terms of the rotations of the respawns, they lost this tablet, and that began the spiraling in the main battlefield. Now, going to the second point in time where it was very close to, very similar to this as well. This is where they had control over the middle. They tried to capture the Star tablet, and this is where the rotations were slow once again. Now they do have control. They have control over the Star tablet once again, but the rotations were a bit too slow. They could not rotate back towards the Moon tablet in time to stop the capture, and right now they're still behind. And if you look at the morale right now, they haven't reached the first tier of the morale buff. Well, the side of Radicals already have the maxed out damage reduction as Moon was meet. So the rotation speed was very important. They should have, they were at equal at the start, but because of this, they were just falling behind way too much. Now, one final point in time was pretty much the most crucial point in the game. This was where the wizard from the side of Greedy Thailand was going absolutely crazy. Look at the kills right now. 200 kills streak. No one's dealing with him. He's doing a lot of damage. He's being able to do a lot of DPS. And this wizard was the one person keeping Greedy Thailand alive, giving them the AoE damage, as well as providing them with the crowd control to be able to hold on to these points. Now, this wizard was also very important to try and capture the Baron. Now, I want you guys to continue looking at this wizard from the side of Greedy Thailand, because he actually dies in this point. He gets overpowered, he gets caught out of position, and he dies. He loses his streak right here, and that's when Radicals was able to maintain control right after this. Where was the support for this wizard? Now, thankfully, the wizard did not need to respawn. He got resurrected, and he's back in the fight, and that is why Greedy Thailand was able to continue getting the control over the Owl Baron area. Now, I want to fast forward a little bit here as well, because I want to showcase something that is very important. Now, even though Greedy Thailand, as you can see right here, Greedy Thailand actually had control over the Owl Baron spawn, and there's not too many members left from the side of Radicals. They have very minimal amount of members. Now, this is where you actually want to focus down the Owl Baron as quickly as possible before the respawn and the backup comes in, because as you can see here, the backup is already coming in from the side of Radicals. So once they had control, they needed to start focusing down the Baron, but they did not have enough single target damage, and that is when the rotations coming in from the side of Radicals was coming in. And if you can see in a few more seconds, it's a very important part where Demon came in and was able to just create havoc onto the backlines, and that created too much of a space where Greedy Thailand was not able to finish off the boss. Now, if you pause right here, once again, it is still Greedy Thailand having control over the boss, but why weren't they able to finish it off in time? They were just way too late. And the moment they lost control over this area, the Owl Baron, if they got this Owl Baron, if you look at the points, if they got this Owl Baron, they would have been in the lead. But here comes this man right here, Kencor, guild leader from the side of Radicals. He comes in and look at what he does towards the backline. Look at what he does towards the backlines. He goes straight in to the middle of everybody. He gets, helps his guild get the last hit. And that spelled the doom right here for the side of Radicals. For the side of Greedy Thailand. Radicals had no answer after this, and it was just a one-sided affair.
Yeah, and also after this, Greedy Thailand actually tried their best to get neck to neck again once again with Radicals, but apparently this kind of slow when it comes to the Moon Tablet. I don't know what happened with the Moon Tablet, but every single momentum that actually can be an opening, a big opening for Greedy Thailand, is thrown away because they kind of slow to move or rotate to the Moon Tablet. One is just because they're over-rotated from the moon to the star, and the second one is they are too late to protect the Moon Tablet.
Yeah, there was a lot of over-rotations as well as late rotations coming from South Greedy Thailand. Maybe some of that was because of the lack of buffs that they didn't get for the Commander buff. So definitely they need to fix the secondary battlefield problem that they have.
Yeah, but still, Greedy Thailand might have a chance to make it even with score. And the game 2 is ready now, so without any further, we're going to pass it to our caster. So, Nikki and MG, my charisma babies, please take it away.
Thank you so much to the very charming host and analyst Abigail and David for passing the mic. Yeah, we are your charisma babies, but for now, it's going to be Greedy Thailand and Radicals' turn to give you guys a good fight. And it's still me, Nikki, together with MG. Hello, MG.
Yes, hello. Yes, finally, I'm a charisma baby now. Let's go. So yes, going back, we have a fight, a big fight right now, Greedy Thailand versus Radicals. And before that, I just want to comment one of the Whitesmith earlier. He's actually messaged me like he's actually playing right now, Bogsmeister. So shout out to Bogsmeister. Awesome job there on your Whitesmith. So yeah, again, this is gonna be one of the best fights that we saw on this league right now. So Greedy Thailand, definitely they know the adjustment. They managed to, regroup at the middle part of the game, and from there they just snowballed, perfecting the timing left and right. It's just they have few points remaining on their side. That's why they lost on the side of Radicals. And definitely we're gonna see an adjustment from Greedy Thailand and Radicals. Oh my god, Nikki, what's your opinion about their strategy right now?
Well, of course, like what Abigail and David mentioned a while ago, when it comes to misplays, of course, Greedy Thailand did have some Radicals too. But I believe that given the perfect amount of time, they can now re-strategize and adjust for our game number 2, especially when it comes to the subfield. And I also want to mention, MG, there's this one person, the highest DP coming from Greedy Thailand, just racking 300 plus kills. And I don't know how will Radicals shut him down, but it's also a good thing that they did not bother shutting him down and just focused on the objectives, which is flipping on timing and getting the mobs, and of course getting the Owl Baron. I was so nervous. What are your feelings during the Owl Baron fight?
I'm actually thinking that Greedy Thailand can actually flip the match earlier, because considering the number of players that they have currently on that specific area, they have more numbers versus Radicals. But again, what Zero pointed out earlier, that Paladin managed to secure the backlane. There is no more resurrection that the High Priest can actually provide to those players who died on that fight. And right now, we're actually starting the match. Radicals on the Sun tablet, Greedy Thailand securing 2 tablets right now. And as you can see, a quick statue drop there coming from Greedy Thailand, making sure that they want to secure the tablet at the middle. And definitely, this is going to be another move on the Star Tablet. A few players on the side of Radicals are trying to contest right now the Star Tablet, but no. Greedy Thailand is prepared to capture the 2 tablets for the second round.
surely enough, they've prepared well as 2 tablets will fall onto their hands. And looking at the morale, it's quite close with one another as well. We're currently looking and spectating this area, and we're seeing a hefty amount of radicals going up against Greedy Thailand. But will Greedy Thailand be able to take this one? I don't think so. I believe this is the perfect time for radicals to push Greedy Thailand away from this stable tablet rather and get another tablet. And talking about that, we can see that the star tablet is actually moving, and I believe that it's going up under radicals.
Yes. Again, let's go ahead and check if Greedy Thailand can back up on the side of Star Tablet. I think they're just gonna ignore it and they're just gonna flip the Sun Tablet. I think that is more easier. But the question here is, can they afford leave the middle and have radicals recapture the middle? So as you can see, a quick capture there coming from Greedy Thailand on the side of Star, but then quick stop there coming from Greedy Thailand, but they failed to fully cap or fully lock the Sun Tablet. And right now, majority of the players on the side of radicals are trying to push and punish right now. But again, a quick backup there on the side of Greedy Thailand. Despite of the Oblivion skill there that they got hit, they can still fire back on this one. I think right now it's a very crucial fight right now for Greedy Thailand, because they're trying to hold 2 tablets, but apparently the Sun Tablet is now locked on the side of radicals. They need to focus on 1 tablet right now, and radicals has 40 members available right now to push the side of Moon.
And talking about Greedy Thailand, they are more synchronized when it comes to their push and the proper usage of their skills, and it's showing right now. Especially the scores are quite close with one another. It's just 2 minutes away before the mobs respawn. And what I mentioned a while ago, Demon here already has 20 kill streak, LA as well. On the other hand, that player coming from Greedy Thailand already has how many kills? I believe he has a lot right now, and even securing the star. Radicals needs to re-strategize or probably put more scout in order for them to time well their rotations and maneuver their way in order for them to capture the tablets. And look at that. They will be trading off the star for the Moon tablet. Will it be enough though?
Yes, I think this is the time that they need to fix their rotation right now. And as you can see, guys, a massive respawn there coming from Greedy Thailand. Greedy Thailand is going to flip now the Moon tablet, but in exchange of that one, they failed to recap the Sun tablet. I think that is a bad call there on the Sun tablet. That's minus 50 points on their side. And despite of that, they managed to secure the middle. So I think massive SGs on the floor right now. Vacuums there coming from the Paladins right now. Bubbles up on the side of Radicals. Radicals right now is trying to push out a Greedy Thailand. But again, Greedy Thailand is very safe. They still have a 30 seconds cooldown for that tablet. I think we might see a 1-1 score for the first time on this one. So
Of course, we love that.
Yes, right now they're just charging in right now. I think they don't want to commit right now. They're just waiting for that slight flip on the side of Radicals to get that minus 50 points. But again, they need to be careful of this one. They need to separate their numbers right now because the statues are available on the side of Radicals. Radicals right now is trying to answer back on this one. Few players on the side of Radicals are moving on the south side, and few players on the respawners on the north side. And again, Greedy Thailand is kinda stuck here at the middle point. They need to put flankers. So few flankers right now on the side of Greedy Thailand, having those skirmishes on the back, distracting the back lane. But again, they don't have enough numbers to stand on the middle tablet. And in exchange of that, they lost 2 tablets.
Exactly. And now, it's Radicals who's currently leading. But late a while ago, rather, Greedy Thailand was the one who was leading for like a couple of hundred scores. But yeah, 16 seconds away before the mobs respawn. No one is actually here. Let's see how they're gonna prepare on that. Probably Radicals will be giving their Sun tablet in exchange for mobs here. No, it's gonna be Greedy Thailand to be the first one. Here, we have Dark Moon and the rest. Will that affect the score? No, because MG, I believe that the other areas of mob respawn will be taken by Radicals. And even the morale has a really good boost towards Radicals. But our score is not really that far from one another. But what I can see here is that Radicals was able to get their momentum back when it comes to rhythm and synchronization of flipping the tablets and recapturing it and actually guarding and fending it off
There we go.
against Green Thailand.
Yes, few damages there coming from the Radical side. Radical side is actually trying to split up, so you can see left and right pressure there. They're actually stacking a few gravity fields on the floor, preventing that Greedy Thailand rush coming from the north side. And right now, there is like a cooldown for the middle. And right now, Greedy Thailand is kind of off for their tempo on this one. They've been trying to attempt capturing different tablets on this one, but apparently Radical managed to read the position or what tablet are they gonna cap. So they've been following Greedy Thailand on every tablets.
Sorry, I have goosebumps right now. I'm having goosebumps because of what I'm seeing. And what you mentioned, they're kind of off. They were doing so well. Greedy Thailand was doing so well when it comes to the early to mid of our game. But Radicals were able to adjust to that and to regain their tempo and their pacing. But let's see what's gonna happen right now. We can see Gloria Domini being casted in the middle by Radicals as well. And they're now leaving this particular area because this has been locked already. So that is a nice call coming from Radicals.
Yes, this is the tempo that I'm talking about. The moment that you cap a certain tablet, you need to move ASAP. Because if you're gonna have like a 10 seconds delay, it's gonna be GG for you. And right now, Greedy Thailand managed to come back on this one. A good regroup immediately here coming from Greedy Thailand. And as you can see, Radicals are trying to flip down the middle. But Greedy Thailand is not entering yet. They know that they need to have that like a bit of flip on the side of Radicals. And right now, few players on the side of Greedy Thailand is entering the circle now, but not enough. Oblivion has connected to on the side of Greedy Thailand, and they are stuck there at that one point, and full damage there, full bombs there has been dropped there on the side of Radicals, and Greedy Thailand is just eating those gravity fields, those MS on top of that stack. Oh my god.
They're just taking it. They're just taking it, and they're not even evading it. That's how greedy Thailand is. But it's not really working towards their favor. But for now, it's still a good rotation coming from Greedy Thailand taking the star. But it's gonna be an exchange and trade-off for the Sun tablet. And looking at that, it's just a matter of 500 points. It's just a matter of 500 points. It's not that far. It's still manageable to tie up the series, MG.
Yes, this is what I'm talking about. As you can see, the moment that Greedy Thailand managed to capture that tablet, majority of the Radicals went out of that tablet because it's no point for you to fight on a 30 seconds cooldown tablet.
True.
And right now, Greedy Thailand is on the move here. Majority of the side of Greedy Thailand is moving at the back lane right now. They're pretty scattered here. Majority of them are trying to switch on the right side right now. And a few players of Radical is answering back. They managed to cap, and Radicals is just following Greedy Thailand on one tablet to another. Gloria Domini has been casted. Quick Vacuums there has been casted. And as you can see on the floor, that is a really, really hot gravity field coming from Radicals. But again, Greedy Thailand managed to secure good backlane positioning here on the side of Greedy Thailand. They have a few players who can actually support every side of their position. And right now we are down to the last 40 seconds of our timer before the Owl Baron fight. We are seeing around like 300-ish lead coming from our Radicals for this fight.
Yes, MG, and actually, I believe that Radicals won't be prioritizing the Old Baron because it's already 10:24 and just 22 seconds before the Owl Baron. Oh no, they will be prioritizing it, and they are now positioning themselves here at the middle of their spawn area. And I think this is gonna be a game changer.
Yes.
This is gonna be a game changer. Hold on to your seats, everyone, because the Baron is about to respawn, and this is going to dictate who's gonna win or at least have an edge in this fight. Will it be a fast Owl Baron kill, or will it be the same as before? I believe it's just the same as before. But doing so, the tablet is being taken over by Greedy Thailand.
Yes, and as you can see as well, majority of the High Wizards right now are switching up
from a gravity field casting to a utility casting. So there you can actually see multiple storm gas has been placed on the floor right now. Gravity fields are shifting now from utility to a DPS type of approach. And right now, Greedy Thailand is going for it. No damage yet, or few damage yet on the side of Albaron. Albaron is still ignored by this on this fight. And this is actually good on the side of Greedy Thailand. While the fight is still ongoing, they're actually catching up on the score.
Oh, yes!
It's 949 versus the 971. Albaron is still healthy on this. But again, Greedy Thailand is losing some grip here on the side of Albaron, but it's still good because they still have like those 3 tablets right now. Albaron is around 60%. They still can still come back on this one. And as you can see, damage are being shifted now on the side of the High Wizard. They want to do and push for the kill, guys. And majority of the Radicals right now are paddling back on this one. This is a dead end for them if they're gonna paddle back because this is a hard wall if they're gonna paddle.
20%.
So as you can see, 20% on the side of the Albaron, guys, is Greedy Thailand will can they last it on this one? Few seconds, guys. 1% and Greedy Thailand managed to secure the Albaron, shifting the tides to their side with a 3 tablet secured. OMG! Let's go, Greedy Thailand!
Wow, Greedy Thailand is doing it, securing that Baron kill and also capping all the tablets here.
Wow.
And not to mention that player who keeps on killing the players of Radicals. That High Wizard who has this one, I can't read his name, but he killed 320 people. That's 320 points for his guild. So
Yes.
Radicals need to shut him down, or else it's really problematic like this. And this is what we're looking at. Game number 3. What can you say about
Yes.
that, MG?
Again, I mean, the fight is still not over. Greedy Thailand needs to secure 1 tablet only. They just need to burn the time if they want to secure the win. But I think Greedy Thailand is just being greedy right now. They just want the push and they want to have that confidence to be placed on their enemies right now. They're just putting pressure right now. So again, guys, there is a big trade right now. Star versus the Sun. If Greedy Thailand manages to secure this is going to be a minus 50 on Radicals. And this is a good trade, actually, for Greedy Thailand and Radicals. Radicals right now is trying to answer back, but few players only on the Radicals can regroup on this tablet. And as you can see, a full charge there, a full 40-man charge here coming from Sun to Moon. They just want to end this fight. They want to finish off Radicals, and Radicals right now is crumbling down. But again, the confidence on the side of Radical, they just want to punish the backlane, but it's pretty secured. Oblivion has been connected to the backlane of Greedy Thailand, and that's it! Wow! Our first 1-1, and Greedy Thailand managed to secure a good tie versus Radicals. Niki. Wow.
That's it. And I'm loving it. And I see that Greedy Thailand definitely learned their lesson from the previous match. And as for Radicals, they did well. No doubt. Both of these guilds, they did well. It's just that during the fight in the All Baron, they kind of crumbled and they kind of left the tablets. But MG, this is not my job, so let's give it to the professionals.
Yes.
Let's give it to the professionals. Host and analyst Abby and David, go.
Thank you, Nikki and MG. Yeah, you're a professional. Yeah, I'm an amateur here. By the way, I mean, like, this is the prime example that the underpowered guild can actually score 1 point and get the game is neck to neck to the team that actually overpowered them.
Absolutely. It felt like Radicals was too panicky, right? They over-rotated a lot of times, not just once, not just twice, but a couple of times that gave the tempo away towards the side of Greedy Thailand. And remember, both games, Greedy Thailand starts really slow. They don't have the morale buff. They don't have anything to keep them alive longer. So the later the game goes, the more space you give Greedy Thailand to get to that late game, that's when they're the scariest. And because of those early game mismovements from the side of Radicals, they gave Greedy Thailand a huge opening to stabilize the game, and then we saw at a point when the Baron started to spawn, that's when Greedy Thailand took control of every single tablet, and then also the Owl Baron as well.
And one most important thing is Greedy Thailand only need the first tier buff
Exactly.
to become more aggressive and
Exactly.
push Radicals to the corner. But let's take a look at the match statistic, especially on the man battlefield.
Yeah.
I mean, like, well, to be honest, the early game in these two games is actually pretty same. I mean, early game is a neck to neck between these two guilds, but Greedy Thailand slipped a little bit. Especially in the timing, the secondary battlefield still become a problem with them.
Yeah.
But they managed to get the first buff, and that's the moment you unlocked the beast.
Exactly. There was just too much mistakes made by Radicals. Like during the Owl Baron spawn, that is when the game completely flipped them for them. They had a 400-point lead before the Owl Baron spawn, but when the Owl Baron spawned, they committed too many members towards the Owl Baron. They lost every single other minion spawn on the sides, and then they lost all the 3 strongholds as well, which created a lot of problems, a lot of pressure for them, and that created a lot more panicky moments for them. And let's take a look at the secondary stats once again. Yeah, like once again, Radicals got everything they wanted, everything they needed, the kills, the minions, the bosses, and they still somehow fumbled the ball.
Well, in my opinion, it's because Greedy Thailand had more energy than Radicals. I mentioned it on the first game. I mean, like the Radicals getting tired of following the tempo of Greedy Thailand. They move really fast. I mean, like the Greedy Thailand rotated back and forth to every single tile, but pushing every single spot that where's the players of Radicals there, and it's slowly make Radicals tired by the time the game is still on, and finally the momentum, the opening that Greedy Thailand needed the most is already opened inside in front of their eyes, and they abused it.
Absolutely, they absolutely abused it. They got to the point where they wanted to be in. Remember, even in the first game, they were low in morale as well in terms of the morale buff, but somehow because Radicals did not tighten the chokehold, they gave them the opening. They almost lost the first game. Radicals did still manage to get the Owl Baron through luck, right? They had one member going in for the last hit, they got the last hit, and that's why they won the first game. Second game, they did not have control over the Baron, and then also losing every single point after that. That was just absolute mayhem from the side of Radicals, and they need to address this because they cannot lose this tempo once again.
Yeah, and let's take a look at the MVP of the game. Whoa, low. Yeah.
That's the name.
Yeah, that's the name. Low.
300 million damage.
300 million. Oh my god. I mean, the producers keep saying his name and it's very funny. Low.
It's hard to pronounce the name for sure, but this is the highest amount of damage we've seen from a single player. 300 million.
300 million by High Wizard. I mean, like 300 kills. Ain't no way.
Almost 4,000 points.
Almost 4,000 points.
We were saying how 2,000 was the highest
and
we've seen.
400, man.
Yeah.
Almost 400 points, and the assist still pretty high, 153. 300 million damage.
Crazy.
12 minions. 10 strongholds captured. 10 tablets captured by this person.
This wizard was the main reason that Greedy Thailand was able to control these strongholds. Too much AoE damage, and there was just no answer. There was no high-powered sniper. Remember, when we look at the lineups, the top 5 members, there was no high-powered sniper from the side of Radicals to really deal with this wizard. So this wizard was absolutely had a free reign to do whatever he or she wants, and that showed. The first game as well, he got 200, 300 kills as well. It was not enough to win the game. The second game, absolutely everything on this person. MVP, well-deserved.
Radicals need to find something to work out, to handle this person, this low. If they have no idea how to beat this person, basically this game will be over to Greedy Thailand. But we will see what will happen on the third game, because the game is on for you guys, and we will pass it back. No, not yet. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm too excited, man. I want to see the third game. Okay. Let's explain.
Yeah, let me explain a little bit more of how Greedy Thailand was able to get the momentum early and actually bait Radicals to over-rotate quite a bit. Now, we're going to take a look at the 17-minute mark of the game. At this point in time, Radicals already got the first tier morale buff. So they had the first damage reduction. But now look at where they are. Right now, Greedy Thailand has control over 2 points for tablets in the game. But look at where Radicals is. They are trying to rotate in to a tablet that was just recently recaptured. So they're wasting a lot of time while Greedy Thailand is rotating back towards the moon tablet to try and defend. These guys were still stuck in the middle. They were too late to try and rotate and hold on to this moon tablet. And Greedy Thailand, because of this timing, because they slowed them down quite a bit, they were able to hold on towards the moon tablet and stop the recapture on this moon tablet. And that lost Radicals a lot of tempo. They burned a lot of time from the side of Radicals, and they barely made it in time. They couldn't make it in time to try and start the recapture. And despite the Frozen World sigil to try and stop them from rotating towards the Star Tablet, which was being captured as well, this was where Radicals lost too much tempo. They just over-rotated. They got stuck in the middle. They got caught by the Earth Lord. Something I want to point out as well is that Greedy Thailand is running a lot of Earth Lords in their lineup to slow the rotation, slow the tempo. And because of that slow rotation, Radicals lost a lot of tempo. And that is despite having tier 2 morale buff versus no morale buff from the side of Greedy Thailand, they were still able to control multiple areas of the map, and that just was the beginning of the end here for the side of Radicals. Now, fast forward a little bit towards the game as well. This was where we need to applaud the side of Radicals for getting better map control. Now, minions are about to spawn. Minimap is up here, a very convenient point because I want to showcase the 3 minion spawns here. Radicals was able to pull themselves back into the game by controlling more than 1 minion point. Here, we only had Greedy Thailand, the only persons here. But look at the top two the top 2 minion spawns. Both were in control of Radicals, so they were able to get actually more minions from this point in the game, and that kept them in the game for slightly longer. But even though they had this little advantage at this point, even though right now Radicals had all 3 tablets with a slight lead, they failed towards the way where the Owl Baron was about to spawn. Now at this point in time, before the Owl Baron spawned, they were not able to control any tablets, and they gave up way too much trying to get this Owl Baron. Now, right now, they have control over 1 tablet at the moment. 2 tablets were in control of the side of Greedy Thailand, and they were still trying to contest the Owl Baron area. Radicals had control over 1 area while Greedy Thailand had the over control of the other. But remember, Greedy Thailand had the superior AoE damage. They had that high-powered wizard that was dealing way too much damage, and they could not clear this stack. They could not clear this area in time. And I'm gonna play this video. They dropped Frozen Worlds they dropped the Oblivion Sigils on them, but they did not clear them out. They did not clear out this area where you know, Radicals was lacking control. Greedy Thailand was able to continue dealing damage from that top area, and despite right now they have control over the Owl Baron, but they did not have enough damage to bring it down really quickly, and that allowed the side of Greedy Thailand to control all 3 of the tablets. And when all these 3 tablets were controlled by the side of Greedy Thailand, it created a lot of pressure. Now focus on the points. Look at how much points they were slowly losing. They were ahead by 300, and right now, while they're trying to get this Owl Baron, they were losing points. Every second they're losing 30 points, 30 points, 30 points. They're dropping points, they're bleeding points over and over again, and they're not pressuring these tablets with more members. So they allowed Greedy Thailand to catch up. Despite having a 200 point lead, they allowed them to catch up, and they were not able to secure the Owl Baron, which was the end of it all. Again, no control over this area. They were clumped up. Radicals was clumped up, and what class loves clumped up opponents?
AoE.
AoE. And what has huge AoE? Wizards. And that was a field day for this guy right here. This guy had absolute crazy amount of kills, stacking up 270 kills, and it kept going. Look at the kill counter, keep jumping. He's getting kills over and over again, slowly bleeding Radicals to death, and that was the end. That spelled the end here for the side of Radicals. They were not able to control the Baron. They gave up too much trying to get the Baron, and they find themselves facing probable elimination in game number 3.
Well, the second game is actually Greedy Thailand using the same strategy with that they use on the first game, but it is more calculated. But sadly for Radicals, I think they're kind of run out of gas during especially in the middle of the game, because I can see they become slower and slower by the time the game's still on. And also, not to mention about the Baron side, especially the last Baron, is also very crucial to Radicals. If we throw back to what happened on the first game, especially the last Baron, actually, Greedy Talent did a good job.
Yeah.
But on the apparently one player from Radicals managed to slay the Baron, and get the minus 500 points for Greedy Talent, but it doesn't happen twice because, well, at first, every single time Greedy Talent reaches the Baron's spawn, they always take over the control, and that's something that Radicals cannot handle.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there was just way too much AoE damage, too much AoE control. There was a lot of single target focused damage coming from the side of the side Radicals, so they cannot take those prolonged fights in an area. They will definitely lose out.
Yeah, and now this is the right time for the game free. I believe my charisma babies Nikki and MG is not very excited to see what will happen next. So we will throw it to them. Nikki and MG, please take it away.
Thank you so much, Abigail and David. We've learned a lot, especially how David pointed out things. But yeah, it's still us, Nikki and MG.
Yes, let's go. I think they heard Abigail's buff, or they managed to receive Abigail's buff earlier. So that's why we have a 1-1 score right now.
Abby buff.
Abby buff, yes. Let's go for an Abby buff and secure the 1-1 score. Let's go. So as you can see right now, secondary battlefield, it's very obvious that Radicals managed to dominate this one. But again, it all boils down on the main battlefield if they can secure multiple tablets. So what do you think about this, Nikki? Are they gonna have maybe a shift of strategy on the side of Radicals?
They should, but first of all, both of these guilds, whether it is Greedy Thailand or Radicals, both of them deserves to be here. And whoever wins, MG, whoever wins deserves it, honestly speaking. They've shown us enough. They do not need to show us anything more. But yeah, there's going to be a shift, definitely, because they need to change the things that did not work during the first and second matches, and now this is a very crucial match, and to be shoutcasting this alongside with MG is an honor. Honestly, it's an honor.
Yes,
how about you, MG?
Definitely. Yeah, same. Definitely one of the best matches to be casted here in Odin Cup. And right now, to be honest, it's really hard to predict who's gonna win the matches, because again, you have Radicals. They have a very consistent rotation when it comes to the tablets. They have the firepower to answer back any situation that they can encounter. While on the side of Greedy Thailand, you have the consistency of rotation, no downtime on aggression, plus they almost perfect the defense on the Baron. I think the only reason they lost the Baron is I think they just miscalculated the backlane that they have earlier.
Possibly. But your thoughts regarding to the High Wizard of Greedy Thailand, it needs to be shut down. He contributed 350 plus kills. Your thoughts regarding this High Wizard?
Well, for the High Wizard, definitely it's going to be a really a problem for Radicals. But again, if you really wanted to take down or eliminate the High Wizard, you need to remove as well the support of this wizard, because if you can kill it one shot, yes, you can kill it, yes, by definitely you can eliminate it. But again, you have a resurrection on the High Priest that she has on this one. So as you can see right now, we're starting. Greedy Thailand advances on the two tablets right now. Sun and Moon tablet is being capped here and both of the tablets has been locked already by Greedy
Wow.
Thailand. So 30 seconds, and as you can see, statues has been dropped there on the side of Greedy Thailand, and right now Radicals is just waiting, and I think Radicals needs to put like few players on every direction to pressure Greedy Thailand on this one.
Greedy Thailand holding on to this particular area. Kenkor trying his best to actually kill that one, but won't be enough. We are seeing a bit of Radicals trying to push, but it's not actually paying something. But probably the Sun Tablet will be taken here by Radicals as well. No counter attack coming from Greedy Thailand. But
go.
as for the morale, it's quite neck and neck. And looking at how the tablets are turning, it might be another flip for the Star and the Moon. They're doing their best here. Radicals definitely holding on to their rotation, but looking at this particular area, it is being outnumbered and not dominated by Greedy Thailand.
Yes, they lost the grip on the side of middle. At the same time, they gave away 50 points again on the side of Greedy Thailand. So I think right now Greedy Thailand is back and back to recapture and back to set their tempo again. And as you can see right now, Radicals is trying to block Greedy Thailand on moving at the middle. But again, Sun is ready to be capped. The cooldown of 30 seconds is up right now. Greedy Thailand is dominating the middle. Can we see a backup? If Radicals is waiting for the neutral flip on this one, they might have a problem on this. But again, Greedy Thailand putting pressure. The aggression coming from this guild is non-stop. They want to flip as well the Star. But again, Greedy Thailand managed to secure. They understand the movement of Radical. So that's why they managed to reposition again on the other side. Wow. Greedy Thailand.
And let me just shout out to this person, this High Wizard from Greedy Thailand, giving his best. He's actually carrying the whole guild, no doubt about it. Killed already 60 people in just a couple of minutes, just 2 minutes or so. And looking at the morale, I believe that it's a different strategy coming from Radicals. It's a different because it's quite longer for them. It takes them longer to acquire the buffs from the secondary field. Probably they took some DPS from the subfield going to the main field. What are your thoughts?
Yes, and right now, Greedy Thailand doesn't care about if Radicals can cap the Star right now, because again, they're doing 2 tablets rotation only. If there is a massive force on the other side, they're gonna take the opposite side for them to avoid those 40 versus 40 clashes. As you can see, right now, Greedy Thailand is on the save right now for their tablet. Tablets right now is being contested by multiple players. So as you can see, massive AoE is there. Gravity Field has been casted. Few players of the Radicals is joining in, trying to remove that green from our rotation. And as you can see, no statues yet. I think this is the best time that you can drop the statue. Stormguest has been casted just to delay few players, but Radicals is still dominant on the middle. But again, Greedy Thailand will answer back. We will take your Star. Wow.
In exchange, they will be taking the Star. But here we go. The Sun is also moving, and we're currently watching Scarlet going up against Holy Land, and they're doing their job, their best as well. This is the last match of the evening, and to finally complete our top 8. This is so crucial, and I'm very much excited. 3 tablets will go on the Radicals, but not quite enough for them to actually secure the Sun Tablet. And this is the rotation coming from Greedy Thailand, throwing on that Gravity Field, Card Revo. They are actually doing it. Oh, nice. What's that skill? That just vacuumed them all.
Yes, and right now, I think Radicals is trying to answer back. They're putting a lot of members right now on the Sun Tablet. But I think majority of the Radicals, if you're going to check the right side, there is few players are trying to run there. They're trying to run to the other side, making sure that they can recap or they can ninja cap other tablets. And few players on the side of Greedy Thailand is still respawning on the north side of Moon.
But they need to get the mobs.
Yes, they need to get the mobs right now. 10-minute last 9 seconds. And this is the time that they need to reposition their characters. There is only 120, around 130 difference between the score of Greedy Thailand and Radicals. And as you can see, Greedy Thailand prioritizing. This is actually good. They're prioritizing the mobs right now, because every minions that you're gonna kill, that's gonna be minus 10 points on your opponent. But for the tablet, that's gonna be minus maximum maximum points that you can get is like 10 if it's consistent on your side.
Every second counts, and this is a very crucial game because it's already tied. And we're currently watching Greedy Thailand outside and going in smoothly in this area, but they are overpowered by Radicals. Though it's moving, the star will be going under Radicals. On the other hand, 2 tablets will be going under Greedy Thailand's possession. Let's see how Radicals will be able to answer back. They just instantly went inside, straightly, without hesitation, throwing in all the skills, all the terminal wings there. And like what you mentioned, if they want to commit, they have to give it their 101%. 2 tablets against 1. And Eloy, 450 kills.
Yes, right now, Radicals managed to overtake the lead here. 1773 versus 1826 on the favor of Radicals. Radicals is on, they're actually gaining confidence bit by bit on this one, and the rotation again is the rotation of Radicals is very objective on this one. They just want to move one point to another, and they don't want to fight outside of any tablets that they have right now. Greedy Thailand is trying to conquer the side of Star, but while they're doing that, Radicals is securing the Sun side on the other on the left side. Wow.
True. And it's just a matter of 100 points. This is very crucial. I love what I'm seeing. Greedy Thailand for that forward push, just instantly taking this Moon tablet. What would be the trade-off? Will Radicals be able to retake this one? I think this is going to be a retake coming from Radicals. Oh, no. Let me hold that thought. And this is it's going up and down, up and down.
This is good.
This is insane.
Yes, this is good. Like putting pressure on the opponent's tablet as well is really good. And again, Greedy Thailand doesn't want to give up on the pressure and the aggression as well for their side. If they're gonna flip our side, we're gonna flip your side as well. That's that is the style of Greedy Thailand. They just want to put aggression on this one. Middle has been captured on the side of Greedy Thailand, and right now they're gonna be snowballing on the Sun tablet using that wind walk from the snipers. And as you can see, massive gravity field on the floor, and you need to avoid those gravity field because again, it's gonna be really painful if you're gonna just step in on that one. So as you can see, multiple sanctuaries has been placed on the floor, so just in case that there is any fights on that one, you can actually gain HP. And right now, the devotion coming from the paladins as well, and this is a good reaction coming from Radicals. They're just moving out from one objective to another objective, and they're actually leading by around 200 now on the side of Radicals. Wow.
But it's just 200, and we're about to witness another Owl Baron fight later on. Just a minute and 40 seconds. We're currently watching this part, whereas Greedy Thailand is emerging from the right side, moving towards the north side of this area, since they've already captured that. Like what you mentioned a while ago, they are evading fights. They're actually just going on to the objectives. And look at that, 200 kills. Somebody stop this person. Somebody has to stop this High Wizard because he is pestering and harassing everyone from Radicals.
Yes. And again, Greedy Thailand is like answering back from this tablet fights right now. They don't want to overcommit on one tablet. They just want to move from one tablet at a time. They understand that they need to gain points on this one, and we only have like 50 seconds, Nikki. 50 more seconds before the Owl Baron fight. Is this gonna be a perfect defend again coming from Greedy Thailand, or Radicals? Can they do a quick steal again like what they did on the first round?
I don't know, because our scores are honestly tied. It's honestly tied, and knowing that these people takes long to actually kill Owl Baron, I believe that it's wiser to say that they need to prioritize the tablets than the Owl Baron. Although we know that it gives us 500 points, but if you're not that fast when it comes to killing it, I don't see the point in early secure of the Owl Baron spawn area.
Yes, that's actually one of the things that. Yes, that's actually one of the things that Greedy Thailand really understands. There's no way on their side or on the side of Radicals that they can actually burst down the Owl Baron less than 10 seconds. So they are actually focusing on
Let's go!
the mobs right now. They understand that they need to focus the mobs here. And as you can see, Greedy Thailand is on focus right now for the Owl Baron. We are not seeing like a massive forces of Radicals here. Radicals is just shifting. They're just trying to copy the strategy of Greedy Thailand. They're just focusing first on the tablets, while Greedy Thailand is just trying to damage the Owl Baron on the south side. Again, this is gonna be really dangerous for Greedy Thailand if they're gonna let Radicals to recap everything. And as you can see on the upper right, the sniper, I think the sniper or the High Wizard is just scouting for the HP. The moment that this Owl Baron HP drops to 50%, or 50 or 40%, you're gonna expect a massive swarm of Radicals joining up, or a full 40-man push here for the Owl Baron.
Here we go. Radicals already learned their lessons, and it's just like 50% for the HP. We're seeing a huge party coming from Radicals here swarming in. They already secured 100 lead when it comes to flipping the tablets. Will it be Radicals win when it comes to the Owl Baron, or will it be Greedy Thailand? Let's find out. This is so exciting because there's a lot of jobs here in the middle, and I can't even recognize who's gonna take the last hit. We are now down to 10%. Take it away, MG.
Oh my god. Yes, 20% or 10% more on the side of Owl Baron right now. Greedy Thailand is doing a full force, so this 100% force here. And as you can see, massive damage there coming from Greedy Thailand. And Greedy Thailand managed to secure that Owl Baron. And Radicals managed to lose that 500 points on their HP.
Wow.
And everyone is running back. This is going to be a huge problem from Radicals, having like 2 tablets flip on their side, and we are down with 85 points on the side of, or 76 points on the side of Radicals. Greedy Thailand. The
I'm
aggression.
scratching my head. It's not even itchy, you know. I'm scratching my head. It's not itchy. I'm telling you, MG.
Oh my god.
That was the biggest upset.
They know the timing. They know what to do. They're very patient on this one, showing how dominant and showing everyone that DP is a number for this fight. Oh my god, Niki. And definitely Greedy Thailand will advance to our top 8. Wow, Niki. That was a good fight.
The best match of the evening. For me, it's anybody's game. Both of them definitely deserves to be here and deserves to be at the top 16. But for now, Greedy Thailand will be at the top 8. Let's give it to our amazing host and analyst because it will be our last game. So let's say our bye-bye. So thank you so much for watching.
Yes.
Niki,
Thank you
Niki,
so much,
and MG.
guys. Oh my
And
god.
Abigail and David, take it away.
Thank you so much, Niki and MG. Oh my god, I love them so much.
Yeah, and what an ending. What an ending to a fantastic best of 3 series. It went down to the wire, went down to the Baron, and it came down to a very minor timing mistake coming from the side of Radicals that lost them the game.
Again, in my opinion, if this is not a best of 3 but best of 5 instead, we will solve 3-2.
Probably. We'll probably go all the way to 3-2. If it's best of 7, we're gonna go to 4-3.
4-3.
Exactly.
I mean, like, if both guilds actually getting better each game they played, right?
Exactly.
And not to mention about Greedy Thailand is actually getting better on the secondary battlefield.
Yeah.
Well, yes, they're still pretty behind in terms of moral buff from Radicals, but
It's much closer.
it's much closer. They managed to get the second tier of buff, and also their rotation is getting even better. They getting even more disciplined.
Yeah.
Radicals also learn from their mistakes.
Oh yeah, definitely. Definitely took a leaf out of Greedy Thailand's playbook and did the exact same thing that Greedy Thailand did to them in game number 2, and it almost worked out.
Almost.
Almost
But
worked
almost is never enough.
Yes, exactly. Almost is never enough. It's a song.
It's a song, but that's what can explain what happened in Radical side, right?
If they were...
You did everything. You tried everything. You give your best. But one mistake make your effort feels like almost happened. You almost reach what you want.
Yeah, definitely. That was way too close to call on both sides. We wouldn't know who won until the very end, and that's what we want to see in the Odin Cup. We want to see close matches across both these guilds, and boy, did they deliver.
Yeah, and let's take a look at the main field statistic. Let's check it out. This is very interesting information for you guys. And also, I wonder why Radicals couldn't find Lololo.
I'm not sure. Like you were saying earlier, like it's a wizard.
It's a high wizard. It is not assassin. It is not a hideous assassin.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy that the wizard was able, Lololo was able to do whatever he wants.
Yeah, roam everywhere she wants.
200, 300 kills, keep going. Nobody was able to kill him.
No one paid attention to her, or I don't know what happened to Radical side, and leaving Lololo as she wanted to do.
Yeah, 50 million kills on Greedy Thailand in the main battlefield in game number 3, while Radicals had 0. They had absolutely no million kills at all.
Yeah, no minion kills, and it is overpowered by Greedy Thailand. But actually, from what I saw in Radical's playstyle, Radicals is actually trying to fight back with giving Greedy the taste of their own medicine. And it is actually almost happened, almost worked out. But I also still want to give kudos to consistency from the Radicals. I mean, I like they try to keep up with the aggression of Greedy Thailand. They tried their best to keep up with the rotation, the aggressiveness of Greedy Thailand. But I think one buff is what Greedy Thailand needs. After all, the 3 games also showed us that Greedy Thailand didn't need the maximum buff.
They just needed one to start turning the game around.
One buff to start getting crazy.
Yeah, and absolutely went crazy they did. And let's take a look at the secondary battlefield where Greedy Thailand did much better this time. Where they were able to get the first buff. The first buff not as late as they did in the first game. So that kept them in the game for very long. Still, they lost a lot of minions, but it didn't matter because they were able to catch up.
What is maximum buff?
8,000.
Oh, no. I mean, like,
who
needs maximum buff?
Yeah,
it's Greedy Thailand, bro. We only need one. One is enough for us.
Yeah, let's take a look at the MVP. I have a feeling it's Lololo.
Lololo.
Once again. Of
Yeah,
course.
of
I mean,
course.
that amount of damage. 250 million. The second game, he had 300 million damage.
Combined is 550 million damage. Brr.
He did half his guild's damage.
Yeah.
Alone.
Alone.
That's crazy. 284 kills on this person.
3 games? No one can stop her.
Absolutely unstoppable. We saw the first game, he had a 200 over streak as well. So if you total the 3 games that this one player had, he had over 700 kills.
And it's almost 1,000, I believe.
It's crazy the amount of damage, the kills that the Lololo is able to get, and well-deserved MVP once again. Definitely the MVP in my book for the side of Greedy Thailand.
I need you to explain about the positioning of this player in details, because I still not understand why on earth every single player in Radicals, every single group in Radicals couldn't find her.
Yeah, definitely. That's definitely a very important point that we have to show to everybody, because wizards, they're not very mobile.
Yeah.
They're very slow. They don't have movement skills. They have to rely on their teammates to protect and cover them. So I'm very sure that we're gonna see a good team play mechanic of Lololo, as well as the Paladin and Priest supporting him, because being able to basically kill that much people and survive throughout the end is not a one-person job. It's an entire party working together to keep him alive.
Yeah, but first, let's take a look at the battlefield report. I want to know about the distribution of points from each player. Oh my god, Lololo is scoring 3,000.
0 deaths.
0 deaths, man, that's crazy.
And look at who's third. It's a support priest. That's the priest keeping Lololo alive.
Oh, I remember there's actually one player who always roam with Lololo.
That's that priest in rank number 3 you can see right now. And rank number 4 is most definitely the support for Lololo as well. The Devotion Paladin. We haven't seen Devotion Paladin being used a lot. But this is a prime example of how you can enable your carry. You enable your one player to make a difference. And if you look at rank number 5 as well, it's a bard. So 5 of these players were in the party,
Yeah.
keeping the
Keeping him
carry
good,
alive,
yeah.
buffing him, giving all him the damage, and that is why Lolo was able to do whatever he did. That was absolutely crazy that they formed a party to protect and keep this person alive, and the entire party deserves to be MVP. Not just one person, but the entire party.
You know what? This reminds me with a basic concept of MOBA.
Yeah. 4 protect
Yeah,
1,
yeah.
you hyper carry.
Yeah, you hyper carry, you protect your hyper carry, you give him space
Mm-hmm.
to deal damage, and you basically won the game.
Yeah.
And not to mention, not forgetting about the objective inside the game.
Yeah, absolutely crazy. This is a good showcase of team play, team strategy. They were underpowered. They were behind in terms of titles. They were very far behind in terms of titles as well. But working together as a team got them the 2-1 victory, and because of that, they'll be moving on to the top 8.
Oh my god. And despite the fact that the Greedy Thailand is underpowered from Radicals, is even more interesting part. I mean, this is the very first time in this Odin Cup, especially on the top 32 guilds, where the underpowered team can actually win and beat the overpowered team.
It's crazy. It's crazy that, you know, who knew that teamwork was important?
Who knew that a high wizard can that so much damage like that and can roam freely like that and unstoppable. I feel like it is undeniable force from these 5 players.
Absolutely. We're gonna have to check into the replay analysis, go deeper on how they position,
explain
of
this
how
positioning,
they work together that made this wizard so powerful. Now let's have a look right now. Now the first point isn't really showcasing the party, but instead of the tempo control that Radicals had. Radicals was in control of the game early on. Remember that. Radicals was able to switch the tempo. This is the point where Radicals was able to regain the tempo of this match and keep things close, because earlier on they were losing by 100 points. Now, great minimap timing to showcase the movements, because right now Radicals was able to defend the Moon Tablet as well as rotate towards the Sun Tablet and assist in capturing that as well. So that allowed them a little bit of timing. They slowed down Greedy Thailand. Remember, Greedy Thailand started the game with 2 tablets under the control, and at this point in time, they are being slowed down, trying to stop the capture on this Sun Tablet, and that created a lot of space for Radicals to take a lead. And that lead proved to be futile because they could not deal with that wizard. They could not deal with the wizard, with the party that was doing way too much. Now let's see if you can spot the wizard in this entire stack here. Let me pause and have a look, because he has been absolutely crucial for the entire party. I cannot see it. It might be too small. But yeah, let's play along. Let's continue playing the video, and let's move on to a later part of the game where it is going to be very important now as well. Here we do have Radicals trying to capture 2 points in the game, and let's pause this game, pause it right here, and try and spot out where the positionings are. And that is even just by this indication alone. If we, with the power of pausing this replay, if we cannot spot the wizard, how can the side of Radical spot the wizard as well? He is hugely protected by the rest of his guilds. He is probably somewhere here, clumped up in the middle of everybody, and that's how they're protecting him, putting everybody around him with a proper support system, and that enables the wizard to completely go ham. He's never afraid of dying because he's being protected by everyone. This is strength in numbers in general, and it's been working out really well for them. The wizard Lolo was completely uncontested, never died a single time this game, with the entire party at his back, with a devotion paladin, with a with a magic strings bar to be able to keep him alive as well, and that proved to be absolutely huge to keep them alive. Now, one final point in the game, the real turning point in the game, which showed that despite Radical's best effort to try and come back to this game, a little bit of a mistiming just cost them this game. Now, at this point, our Baron is about to spawn, and Radicals know that Greedy Thailand doesn't have enough single target damage to bring down the Owl Baron. So what they do is they copied what Greedy Thailand did in game number 2.
Yep.
They focused on capturing all the tablets, putting pressure on the side of Greedy Thailand so that they are pressured to move out members from this area as well as rotate around. That means less people are going to be in the Owl Baron, and if they come in at the right time, they can steal the Owl Baron and then win from there. Now here comes the mistake. I'm gonna fast forward a little bit and show you guys the mistake. They went in too early. They overestimated the amount of single target damage they have as well. This is where they started to come in. They had control of the all three tablets for the Star Radicals, but they came in too early. They came in around 50% of the health, and despite them being able to grab control over this area as well as wipe out Greedy Thailand, they did not have the single target damage to be able to bring down the Baron quickly as well. So Greedy Thailand did not have single target damage, and Radicals did not have enough single target damage to bring it down as well. So they went in too early. Now we pause this right now, and we can see that actually Radicals has taken control over this area. They have control over the Owl Baron, but just because there was not enough damage to follow up, they were not able to bring down the Owl Baron in time. And if we can have a look, where is Lolo? Where is he right now? He is right here. I finally see him. He is right here. This is the priest that's supporting him. He is somewhere here in the middle of everybody. We cannot see the name because it's all too crowded. But he's somewhere. He never died. He's in the middle of everybody. And despite them being wiped out, the side of Radicals did not have enough single target damage to fight the Owl Baron and bring it down quickly enough. And here comes the support. Here comes the rotations from the side of Greedy Thailand. They died. They came back. And they also took control on all three of the tablets as well. So with this control, with this amount of pressure, Radicals was forced to make they were forced to make mistakes, and because of that, Greedy Thailand was able to regain control over the Owl Baron, and getting the Owl Baron was the nail in the coffin for the side of Radicals, and well played there from the side of Greedy Thailand. They were underpowered, but the movements and rotations and that 4 Protect 1 strategy was absolutely perfect.
Yes, and also not to mention about their positioning in the last Owl Baron spawned. They come from two angles and manage to wait the utility from their opponents to cast out, and after that they start to push them over, push them out from the Baron spawn, and that's one thing that actually simple, but very impactful.
Definitely very impactful. Splitting up your members to prevent them being caught up by the same AoE is absolutely crucial, and that got them the win. Greedy Thailand, absolutely great showing from them. Moving on to the top 8, and that rounds it up. That is our final top 8 for the Odin Cup that will be moving on and playing next week.
Yeah, but still, I love the last game. Oh my god. But in case you miss what happened in the last match, here's the highlight video for you guys. Watch it. And that's the highlight of the last match of today. The very interesting match, the very close match ever.
Absolutely intense. Went down to the wire, went down to all 3 games, and well-deserved victory here for the side of Green Thailand. They exceed expectations and they move on to the top 8.
Yeah, and also not to mention another match that actually break the record. We have home.
Yeah.
I believe that's the fastest match ever
Yeah.
in this Odin Cup, and also they break the record, kill the Baron only with 6 seconds. And now we have one guild that break the record that underdog team can actually win.
And highest kill
proceed.
streak as well, I think.
Yeah.
0 deaths, 289 kills
Oh,
without
yeah.
a single death. I think that is a record as
It's
well.
a record, yeah, it's a new
Absolutely
record.
crazy day.
You guys better watch out. At least try find a way how to find her and at least her team.
Kill the supports first.
Yeah, kill the supports first.
Yep, absolutely crazy. And what a great way to end the night with a fantastic best of 3 series that went on all the way down to the wire. And it is proof that it's not all about power. Teamwork makes the dream work.
And a good comment. I mean like 2 minutes, have your players alongside every single tablet and have some of them to rotate to the Baron tablet and create a split angle from each players. It's very hard, man.
It's very hard, and props to them once again for being able to come out with that on the fly and being able to grab the win for themselves. And we have Abigail. We have our top 8.
Yeah, and also I think we will jump to the maybe next scheduled match.
No, we're gonna show what the amount of data,
Okay.
the stats we have for today, the total stats across all these guilds to see how they perform. And I'm very sure that we're going to see Greedy Thailand on top.
Oh no, it's Rise. It's Rise with damage dealt
course.
is 603 million.
It's
but
average
still,
stats.
But still, Greedy Thailand, the damage they dealt is 557. All of it done by one person. It's
All by
crazy.
one person. It's absolutely
Jesus.
crazy, and
Yeah.
well-deserved victory for them. They'll be moving on to the top 8 along with home outs as well as Rise. And unfortunately, we have to say goodbye to Zenith,
Solaria, OnlyFans, and Radicals. Oh my god! And a very unique information. One is only Greedy Thailand among this top 8 team that actually scored
less morale.
500 millions damage with 2 tier buff.
Yeah, with the least amount of morale they get, they got the kill for morale ratio. They are definitely the highest. And look at the captured tablets as well. 17 tablets being
17.
captured from the side of Green Thailand, while
Keep
Radicals
it
getting 16.
really on!
That proves of how close that game was. And congratulations to the top 4 guilds once again, moving on to the top 8.
Imagine if Greedy Thailand is, is in the war of Battlefield War, and they keep saying, "Keep the rally on, keep the rally on." Oh my god! And the top 8 even more interesting to watch. We will have Sekoteng face out F4, Rise will face AODZ, Legends will face Rockpool, and Home will face Greedy Thailand.
We are almost there. We're almost there to the offline finals in Bangkok, and one more match for each of these guilds will decide who will be flying down there to Bangkok, and that's gonna happen next week, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna have Sekoteng going up against Out F4 as the opening match for next week, and Legends versus Rockpool as game number 2. They are split to 2 days. So Saturday we're gonna have 2 matches, and Sunday we're gonna have Rise versus Outs and Home versus Greedy Thailand.
Yes, this is very interesting. By the way, I would love to say thank you to our sponsor, because this very interesting match is supported by Huawei App Gallery and co-organized by RO. In case you don't know what Huawei App Gallery is, this is a top free global app marketplace where Huawei App Gallery supports both Huawei and non-Huawei Android phones. So you can enjoy premium benefits by downloading games from Huawei App Gallery. Also, Huawei App Gallery provides various benefits and offers throughout the year. So just download the game on Huawei App Gallery and claim your rewards now.
Yep, definitely. Thank you so much for their support, as well as providing the MVP players with the Huawei FreeBuds SE for the top 16. Now, during the top 8, during the quarterfinals, they will be giving the MVPs a Huawei FreeBuds Pro to all the MVP players. So upgraded version, better version for the MVPs of the top 8, and I'm very sure a lot of players are looking to get that for themselves.
Of course, and imagine like one player become an MVP from top 32, top 16, top 8. Oh my
Full
god.
set.
Yeah, full set, man. you can still have one more buds, right?
Yeah.
And also we would love to say thank you to our partners is Razer Gold, and in case you don't know, Razer Gold is the unified virtual credits for gamers worldwide and can be used to pay for thousands of games and entertainment apps. So just use Razer Gold to score exclusive in-game items. Bonus gold right now is just visit gold.razer.com. And I would love to invite you guys to join our official Discord community because you can get bountiful rewards such as a free in-game items available daily for you, and you can have access to a massive collection of game guides. You can find teammates, you can join guilds, you can watch Odin Cup together in our Discord, and last but not least, you can be the first to know about our page updates.
Yeah, so make sure you verify as an adventurer so you get access to all of this and more as well in the official Discord community. Make sure you're part of it for the next upcoming Odin Cup and the upcoming patch changes as well, because you do not want to miss what we have in store for you guys.
Yeah, and don't forget to try or at least take a look on our social media, other social media such as Facebook and YouTube, because the top 8 live streaming will be on our Facebook and YouTube.
Yeah, definitely check that out next week. We're going to be having the same milestone rewards. We're going to have a lot of more interesting matches. Things are getting tight. Things are getting tough. We're going to have the top 8 teams next week.
Well,
to find out who will be moving on to the top 4.
I can't expect there will be more 2-0 in the future.
No, absolutely not.
This
I think every game.
This next week, my buff will be denied with this top 8 team. I believe that.
Abigail curse starting next week.
Yeah, Abigail curse starting next week, guys. Don't watch it. And last but not least, I would love to say thank you to all of these viewers on our live streaming. Thank you for keeping joining us in this live streaming from the start until the end. So this is the time for us to leave. Abigail, also David, and the crew behind us would love to say thank you to you guys. Sorry if there's any inconvenience that happened to you guys. We will do better next week, and see you guys next week. Bye bye.